Welcome, everyone. It's really nice to have you all here. We're really happy with this opportunity. We think that, yeah. Hello. Again, welcome, everyone. We're really glad to be here today in this workshop to share everything that we know so far about avian influenza and how it might impact albatross and petrels population. So we're really thankful for ACAP Session of International Albatross and Petrel Conference for this space to be here to exchange information, for us to discuss the problem that we have worked with the birds during this pandemic that's ongoing. So we're really happy and really hoping that we have an afternoon full of exchange of ideas and knowledge. So to start, we presented an abstract here for the conference, just talking a little bit about the history, how we developed the guidelines, working with albatross and petrels during the ongoing pandemics on the high pathogenicity and influenza. So I would just make a context because we are not only everyone that in person saw yesterday. We had a keynote speak. Jolene, which is here, but also we have a lot of people that are online, so it's a hybrid event. So that's why we're going to make a quick context what lab is about, and then we are just starting the discussions. So everyone knows that several threats are in the list of what makes albatross and petrels have increased numbers and be in a conservation crisis at this moment. And of course, we have the fisheries and the other impacts at the colonies as major threats, and we have a lot of species in decline. But unfortunately, we do have a new threat. We can see that we have a lot of species in decline. We have been talking about this the whole week during the Albatross and Petrel conference. But unfortunately, we have a new threat. It's not nice to have a new threat, but it's here and we cannot do anything about it. We just have to be prepared as much as we can and try to increase our knowledge on this and how it might impact albatross and petrels in our work and our future. So I think it's really important that we understand a little bit more about the virus and share all the knowledge that we have so far. So here, just a quick presentation of the plan for this afternoon. We are going to have two presentations to make a context of what we are talking about. And then we're going to have a lot of discussion and hands-on things. We are going to show how to use PPE, how to deal with the field work with the pandemics ongoing. And also we'll have a question and answer. The final part of the workshop will be a question and answer, where we will be able to talk with not only the four specialists that are here, but also with the remaining components of our intersessional group of avian influenza, of ACAP avian influenza, that are online with us this afternoon. So just starting a background on what the virus is and how it's affecting the birds. And so we have an influenza A virus now that has a new strain that is different from the other ones that were not circulating in seabirds. This one different from the other one. It's causing mass mortalities and a lot of impacts in the seabird population worldwide. So as you can see in this slide, avian influenza A can affect not only birds but also mammals, and we have seen marine mammals and humans and other mammals as well. And here at the slide that was shared in a recent publication of Michel and other collaborators, we can see how we have the development of avian influenza in the past few years. So we have a really quick spread of the virus for a lot of families and orders of wild birds. And now, or recently this year, for albatross and petrels, in great numbers too. In this scenario, we developed the first guidelines that we developed by ACAP to deal with the influenza virus. This strain affects seabirds and causes mortality was in July 2022. After that, we saw, we were preparing this document And we didn't have any cases in personiforms at all when we did this document. It was just to be prepared. And then in last year, 2023, we felt the need to update it because we did have a lot of more information, there's more species that have been infected. So we did a meeting in Edinburgh in May 2023. We discussed what we would need, and we realized that having only ACAP experts working on these guidelines maybe would be the ideal situation. So we decided to invite a lot of experts from all over the world that was working with the pathogenicity of influenza. And so we did increase our group to a larger number of specialists with the same mission, that was to provide up-to-date information, to share that information, to communicate the risk, to prepare the people for the ongoing pandemics, and to update the guidelines as needed. So we did that with this special group of people that were all volunteering, working with all the knowledge they had. So we had really a hard work. Every month, at least once a month, we were meeting all the people online because we distributed all over the world. It was really a challenge to have a time zone that would be ideal for most of us. But we managed to do that, and we did update the guidelines on November 2023. And the plan was we won't have only online on the ACAP website, but also we want to increase outreach, to have more people more people knowing about the situation, because sometimes we are just carrying on with our daily lives and we don't have the idea what's going on. So we want to communicate better this situation. And then we propose to have this event here as a secondment from ACAP. So we are funded by ACAP to be here to increase, not only for the specialists, the experts and the scientists that are here at the conference, but also online. So that's why it's a hybrid event with the online participation of several people from different institutions. But just to know that this work here, this workshop here, has been planned for by a greater group of people who are really engaged, and we are still engaged, and we are still available if questions arise, if we need to update once more the guidelines and any other documents, that the group is really engaged and continue working. So here just to tell you guys that the guidelines were not like made one day. We have a lot of discussions. We really brought a lot of capacity to try to update it the best way we could. And we are always open to new participants that want to be added, and also with suggestions. If you read the guidelines and say, oh, I have some suggestions here to improve it, the guidelines is a dynamic document, and we probably will have to relocate soon. And all the work of this intercession group is shared through the ACAP website, which is our reference. So if you go to acap.au, you have like resources, and then when you go to disease threats, everything that we have done are there. So we have the guidelines there, and also we do have the update map or personiforms cases of HPAI, pathogenicity, avian influenza. And there we have a list of the cases, the coordinates and everything. So there's the way that we communicate also is what we have been doing. And I won't read here the guidelines, but the guidelines are there. They are for a long time now. The first version was from July to 2022, and then we have the new version since November 2023. They're really not written in stone, and they're not for a particular case. They're like a broad guidelines to just orient. But we are going to talk along the workshop the need to have more in local guidelines, like for that archipelago, for that island, for that group of islands, what's going to be the plan. So the idea here is to provide the best information we can, but it's not like a rule to be followed all around the world. It's just to bring information for people to get their own guidelines at the in situ situation, like your island, your group of islands, or your region. So we have recommendations before the virus enters the island or the colony where we are working, during and after. So it's an effort to have the three situations covered. And they are really like broad, the minimum situations that we need to think about when we are dealing with this virus. And along the day, we are going to talk about all what everything that we wrote in the guidelines we were talking during the day. But they are available if you want to use like a resource that's valuable. And also we are preparing other materials like this one for the fisheries. So if a vessel, a fishery boat, have a boycott bird at the deck of the vessel, what do they do? So we discuss a lot during our meetings of the group, and we came up with a really simple document. This is almost a final version. We just have one, and especially some communication that we'll review. Probably not in the format, but the content is here. And here's like what to do, what the fisherman has to do. Use the minimal PPE that is available and just take the bird out of the vessel using everything that we know now that can be used. So we have all the fact sheets, how to handle birds on board, how to dehook birds. And so also all this information are available on the ACAP website. So we try to communicate that better to fishermen too. Of course, this document will be available for everyone. And we're trying to have it in more languages, three languages. And that was the message I have for this context presentation. Then, and I bring wisdom here because she inspires us to believe that we will overcome this threat as well, as we're trying and struggling a lot to overcome all the other threats. But at the same time, we have another one to sum up with all the other threats. So she has been facing so many threats for 70 years, and she's there, and she's breathing, and she's healthy. And we are hoping that keeps for a long time. And also we are doing our best to address this threat as well. And her resilience inspires us all to do our best in our daily efforts for that. That's just a context, but now I give the word to Paul, which will introduce the subject matter. Thank you very much for it.
And thank you, everyone. So great to see this room so full. I think between this room and online, we're close to 100 participants, which is really exciting. And it signals to me that there is concern, there is understanding that what we're seeing with avian influenza is worth the time and the attention. So I really appreciate that. Yes. So my name is Ralph, and before we start jumping right into discussing biosafety and implications, I won't do a review about the virus and all that. I think Jolene covered that here at the conference yesterday, and there are many sources, so I want to jump straight into what it means for us who are working with albatrosses and petrels. But before that, that's a few reflections that I wanted to make on the topic. The first one is that this virus, it doesn't care about our activities. It doesn't care if you ever worked with virus, if you're familiar with the diagnostics, if you have a good or a bad opinion about the disease work, if it's convenient or inconvenient for you, the virus doesn't care, right? It likes albatrosses, it likes seabirds, and it doesn't care how you feel about it, right? And trying to ignore the virus is not really going to work. Right? It's not like other fields of research where you can say, you know what, I hate isotope research, I'm never going to do that, and my company is never going to say isotope research, right? But you can say, I don't like tracking birds, or I don't like stomach flushing, or I don't like doing a uplift, whatever it is, right? We get to choose what we want to dedicate time and effort. This virus is a bit different, and I want you to keep that in mind. To give you some examples of how it's affected some of the birds in the world, right? This is in the UK, population of northern gannet, and you can see to the left before bird flu what the colony used to look like, what it looked like when bird flu hit, and what it's looking like now. So it still hasn't recovered, right? Whatever was the line of research that was being conducted there, it's being affected by the virus, right? If you were doing tracking, if you were doing diet, if you were doing behavior, it has changed because of the virus, right? So that's important to keep in mind. This is a little island also in the UK called Poland. And this map shows each red dot is one or more dead skuas, right? They estimate that 60 to 70% of the skuas on that island, the territories are empty now, right? Because the pair was disrupted by the death of one or both of the skuas there, right? So then this is the image they were seeing. So you see that all of those little arrows are carcasses. So this is a wave that sometimes when it hits, it just decimates everything in its way, right? It's not always like this, but there's been enough cases like this that we need to worry about it. This is what we have seen in Argentina, right? This is a place called Punta León, and this is a tern colony, and it was just a sea of corpses along the way, right? And then you can see some caterpillars that are there doing fine. You can even see an elephant seal up that's there in the middle, right? And just a sea of carcasses. We estimate that perhaps half of the whole population died within a few weeks, right? So this is not minor. Some of these birds, as we examined the carcasses, we found that some of them were abandoned, and they were 17, 20 years old, right? They had survived all the threats, all the challenges up to that point, just to be killed by this virus. Right, so whatever is your long time data series, how much effort you put into a population, if it's hit like this, it's going to change all of your research and everything you've done that far. And this for me is the most difficult outbreak. Like I've been doing disease research, mass mortality events for years now. I've seen animals die, I've seen animals agonize. I thought I was prepared. This is Punta Delgada in Peninsula Valdez in Argentina. It's home to a stable population of elephant seals. It's been growing 1 to 3% per year in the last 30 years. It's a well-studied, well-monitored population. About 18,000 pups are born every year. And when we went there on the 10th of October last year, this is what we found. 95% of the pups died. It was a sea of death like anything I have ever seen, right? There's nothing comparable in terms of elephant seal mortality ever in the world before, right? And we don't know how long it will take for these animals to recover. We were able to document how many pups died because the pups die at the beach and they float. So when the tide comes in, they keep collecting on the shore. The adults, they went away and we don't know where they are. We found several carcasses, far more than is usual. But we don't know if they died at sea or if they escaped us. We'll only know years from now, census after census, to figure out what's happened. But it is quite possible that this population will take decades to recover from the single event. I have heard many times that you're making a big deal about it. This species is clearly not going to be susceptible. My colony is super healthy, nothing is going to happen. It'll be all right, don't worry. I've heard this a lot. I wish I got a nickel every time I heard this, because I would be a millionaire by now. And I wish those who have said this were right. Some of them were. So it turned out that not every bird was affected equally. Not every colony was affected the same way. But many were wrong, right? And I didn't get a nickel for every time I heard it. So I'm still poor. I'm not poor, but I'm not a millionaire. Yeah, let's be honest, right? I'm not going to say which populations and which species are going to be affected. I don't have a crystal ball. I cannot make predictions that are precise in that regard. And don't tell me that you can make that the other way around and tell me that your population is not going to be affected. We don't know, right? Some will be, some won't. At this point, we're in the dark and we're trying to catch up with something that's happening so fast that we still don't understand completely what is happening. And what we do know is that sometimes it hits heavily and sometimes decimates populations, and it can have massive impacts. Not all of them, but when it does, you really wasn't the one you were there to witness. Okay, let's jump right into it. What's the current status for you guys who haven't been following the bird flu news as much as we have? So we have, as Patty mentioned, at the ACAP website, there's a page dedicated to bird flu, and we keep it updated at least once a month. We have a spreadsheet with all the cases recorded this far, with coordinates and dates and species. And we have this quick map where you can just at a glance have a sense of which species and where. Right? So this is the distribution at the last day update at the end of the month. And to give you some perspective, this is what the map looked like in 2020. So the virus, the cases, right? So orange is wild animals, and green is domestic animals, poultry mostly. The virus was largely in Europe, Asia, and some parts of Africa. And we didn't have any cases in procellariforms up to that point. In 2021, we saw a bit of an expansion towards Africa, and we started seeing some cases in giant petrels and great-winged petrels, but these were still only a few. Then 2022, the virus was able to jump to North America and spread quickly once it got there. And then we started seeing an expansion of cases in the UK and in North America. And 2023 and early 2024, the thing got south, Central and South America, and all the way to Antarctica. And this has really blossomed in a lot of cases in many species that up until that point had never been affected, including procellariforms, including ACAP species. Right? So I use an asterisk to mark the ones that are ACAP. But clearly, this is a disease that doesn't recognize which are listed by ACAP and which aren't. So we keep all the procellariforms in track to follow what's happening. I want to highlight a couple of points on this map. The first one is Tipo Jason Island, which is part of the Falkland Malvinas Islands. And as Amandine was presenting yesterday, there was a significant mortality of black-browed albatrosses. These islands are the major concentration, the biggest population of the species. Close to 200,000 nests, and there is an estimated tens of thousands of chicks and thousands of adults died there. So it was really a haven for the species, and the fact that the virus has made it there and has caused substantial mortality is very concerning, because for this species, it's a quite susceptible population. There was also infection in other species on the island, so this wasn't just an albatross thing, so it wasn't fulmars, it wasn't skuas, it wasn't penguins, in raptors. It doesn't really select specific hosts, and that's a key of why it's been so successful in spreading so widely. The second place I want to highlight is Bird Island, which is part of the South Georgia. And as well, there we had mortality of wandering albatrosses for the first time, right? So at least about 58, I think, more than 50 wandering albatrosses that are monitored in a relatively small subset of the monitored population were found dead, and these were adults, right? So quite impactful. These are long-lived birds. They take a long time to reach sexual maturity, and the loss on a cluster of mortality like that raises a lot of concern, especially when we think that other Diomedea albatrosses are very endemic to specific islands or island groups, right, and have very small populations. And if you have this level of impact on, say, an Amsterdam albatross, it might be a deal breaker for the species. How is this disease spreading? So the virus, it infects basically all the tissues of the bird. Usually it will mostly be shed. That's information that we have from chickens, bear that in mind. So we're assuming the same happens with procellariforms, probably the case, but not necessarily completely. But it mostly goes through secretions, right? Oral secretions, so saliva, respiratory droplets for sneezing, for example, the little droplets from sneezing, any discharge that might come from the nose or mouth, and the feces as well, right? The virus also multiplies in the intestines, so it can be found in the feces and cloaca in a substantial amount. It can also manifest because there's lots of communication between the respiratory tract and the eyes, so the ocular secretions can also be a source. And they do sometimes conjunctivitis, so it increases the amount of discharge that they have on that. Obviously, the viscera, so all the tissues, if you eat an albatross, you could get infected. Obviously, not us, but other animals might do that, and that might be a way to get infected. And there are some hints that maybe feathers, especially the chest feathers, the ones that are constantly being renewed, they might also have substantial viral loads. We don't know if that has a role in spreading, but the fact that you can detect the virus there is worth bearing in mind. right? And if you think of the natural history of albatrosses and petrels, we can think of a few characteristics, a few things that happen along their life cycle that might give good opportunities for the virus to spread from bird to bird, right? Whenever they're together in large numbers and interacting with one another, that might be a good chance, right? So if they breed in large colonies that are densely packed and you're constantly fighting your neighbors, you're landing and sometimes landing on the wrong nest and you get kicked out for that. That kind of interaction might give opportunities to exchange those secretions, to bite each other, and things like that, where you can get infected. Something else is the rafting behavior that a lot of species do. So they gather at sea and they keep like a regular distance, and they're constantly interacting to keep that distance and not let one get too close on the other, and that could have opportunities for transmission. And we also have things like feeding frenzies. So sometimes you have a highly concentrated source of food, right? And everybody's fighting for that food and interacting closely and defecating while you're doing all that exercise, and there might be opportunities for transmission there. Other situations that might lead to exposure is scavenging. So animals like giant petrels, which are very well known for being scavengers, if they're scavenging on another species that is infected, like say the sea lion, there's a potential that it might get exposed that way, right? Or you might be interacting with other animals during your scavenging behavior. So you're fighting off other animals who are trying to get to that carcass, or you're fighting off hawks, or whatever it is, right? That's might be opportunities. You might also interact with the predator and escape that interaction, but maybe that predator got exposed through scavenging or predation, and then now you've escaped, but you still got exposed to the virus in some way. That's one possibility. And then if you nest in mixed colonies, so for example here, black-browed albatrosses and Rockies, rocker penguins nesting in close proximity, there might also be some opportunities for interaction and exchange of body fluids, and that could also give way to transmission. And then of course there are things that we as humans do that might increase those possibilities of transmission. So as we discussed throughout the week here at the conference, the fisheries are an attractant stimulus for the albatrosses and petrels, and as they congregate to follow the fleet and eat discards or steal bait, they might interact more closely than they normally would, and this might simulate what we talked about in feeding frenzies. And then if also some tourist operations in some parts of the world will use bait to attract the animals closer to the boats for the tourists, and that might also increase interaction rates and potentially enhance transmission. When we look at the species that have been reported, so these are all the species and the number of cases that have been, we had 1 positive shearwater, 4 positive sooty shearwaters, 2 wandering albatrosses, and so on, right? So bear in mind that these numbers are not really representative. So for example, 2 wandering albatrosses, but we know that actually 50 died, right? The black-browed, there's 3 detections, but it actually might be tens of thousands. So this is not necessarily very representative, but it gives us a sense worldwide of what's being detected. And we can see that some species like the fulmars and the shearwaters stand out having more cases, right? We could try and start thinking about why is it that fulmars, for example, are being more exposed? Is it maybe because they flock close to fisheries? Is it because they interact with feeding frenzies? Is it because they scavenge? Maybe the shearwaters because they have this flocking behavior. You can try to speculate about that, but honestly, I think it's more of a bias on how far the outbreak has gone this far and where these birds are. So this is the distribution of Procelariform species worldwide, and we can see that most of them are Southern Ocean species. And as the virus spread towards it that way, it was exposing whatever species. So in the North Atlantic, northern fulmars are particularly common, and so that's why we had a lot of detections there. And now that the virus found its way towards the south, we're starting to see it in other species, right? So the fact that there hasn't been a detection in snow petrels or in diving petrels, well, there's been one in Peru in diving petrel, but there's not many in those species. I wouldn't interpret it as meaning those birds are safe. It's just that the virus is just now getting to where these species live, right? So I have no reason to believe that snow petrels are any more resilient than the other ones. It's just that they weren't exposed up to this point to the virus. I think it's a safe assumption that basically any Procelariform is susceptible to the virus. Some might have behaviors that put them at greater risk, but probably if you expose them to the virus, all of them are susceptible. What can we do? This is tricky. For starters, you can try not making it worse by accident. right? So we're working with these birds, we're handling them, we're going into their habitat, and we can try not to accidentally spread the virus, right? We don't have evidence thus far that there's been a human role in transporting the virus from one island to the other, from one part of the continent to the other in wildlife, right? But the potential exists. We know these viruses are transportable through infected material, clothing, things like that, right? So we want to make sure that we're doing the necessary steps not to make it worse, right? So we need, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, but biosafety protocols that are tiered so that take into account the level of risk and exposure that I'm going to deal with. We need to train our field teams and give them the necessary equipment so they can protect themselves and avoid spreading the virus. We might need to, for now, during the first wave of this virus, rethink some of our priorities. And do we really need to do this side project that we've been doing that is involves lots of handling when we don't have any hard plans or definitive need for that data point? Or can we skip it this year, that kind of thing? And minimize any non-essential disturbance at the colony sites. Because every time we disturb, the birds might change the way they move, they might interact more with their neighbors than they would, right? And that might also give opportunities for spread. In practice, this is sort of the kind of thing I'm talking about, right? So we're talking about basic measures in terms of clothing, in terms of hygiene, disinfecting hands, gloves, things like that, cleaning boots, using gloves when handling animals, right? I don't necessarily mean that you have to go all the way, all the time, wearing full PPE when we go into those mortality events of elephant seals, right? This is the maximum, and there is a minimum, which is what we've been doing up until this point. And what I'm saying is we need to tone it up. We need to increase our biosafety, right? And depending on the case, depending on the situation, depending on what we're doing, we might have to go all the way to this, but not necessarily that's the answer for every field activity. As we talked, sometimes tourism can also have opportunities for enhancing transmission of viruses, so we need to address that as well. What does that look like? Similar in terms of biosafety, we might have to implement some biosafety measures that decrease the risk of accidentally transporting the virus, right? And we might want to establish a system where we do surveillance, and if we detect something that is of concern, we can pause or change the activities, the tourism activities that are taking place. And we also need to manage the expectations of tourism. Sometimes tourism packages are sold months in advance, right? And the tourists might need to be prepared for the possibility that maybe their trip is canceled, or that one activity that they did years ago that their friend told them about, that they saw on the internet, might not be feasible right now because of the avian influenza. So biosafety is similar. I added this little poster prepared by IANTO for the Antarctic region, right? That establishes some rules that were not there before in terms of you should not sit on the floor, you should not drop your things on the ground, right? To avoid that your backpack, that your clothes will transfer the material from one side to the other, booth cleaning, public warnings about open area visitation, things like that. And then I also added the example of the Northern Royal albatross in New Zealand, where the setting that they have there for tourism involves a glass. So, for example, there is not a possibility for the fact that the tourist is there to accidentally transport the virus while seeing the animals, right? So you can look for alternatives that keep a safe distance to avoid that happening intentionally. Rehab is something that is discussed. I would say that, well, first of all, there are concerns about how feasible and how risky and how costly it might be to try to rehab animals that are affected, right? So say if I see in Bird Island, I see wandering albatrosses that are having seizures, can I do something about it, right? If I have Amsterdam albatrosses that are being affected and the population is really critical, can I use rehabilitation as a tool to mitigate? The reality is that it doesn't look like it, right? There's been some experience in some parts of the world, especially in South Africa, and the results are not very promising. This is a disease that does not respond well to treatment, right? There are some antiviral drugs that are used to treat influenza infections in humans, and they don't seem to really effectively treat these animals. Once they develop neurological signs, they either die or they keep those neurological signs for life, and then they're not releasable, right? So this is not really a good alternative for mitigation of affected animals, but it is quite useful on something else, which is surveillance and protection of the general public, right? So, for example, in Brazil, we've had a lot of experience because they have a lot densely populated coast, and much of that coast is monitored on a daily basis, right? And there's toll-free numbers where if you find a seabird on the coast, you can call and someone will come to rescue, right? And that has been instrumental to avoid the general public from taking those birds with their own hands, taking them home, or trying to give them some kind of care themselves and expose themselves accidentally, right? So if you had to choose, you would much rather have a professional who's properly equipped, who's properly has access to the protective equipment, than leaving it to the general public to interact with these animals and try to do their best, which might put themselves at risk, might put other birds at risk, right? So I think there is a big case to be made in terms of public health, of trying to identify and locate these animals and rescue them, and also in terms of surveillance. So if you have a team that is trained, that has the equipment, that has a sampling gear, that know how to collect samples and who to send them to, you can have a much better surveillance system, right? And basically, this is the map of reported cases in Brazil, and you can see they're all on coast, and I would say that over 90% of them were by professionals working on rehab and beach surveillance on a regular basis, right? So you can, I think rehab shouldn't be thought about as a rehabilitation tool for this disease, but it can be useful for surveillance and protecting the general public. Something else that we discuss a lot is carcass removal, right? So if we talk about scavengers eating a carcass as a one potential way to get infected, should we then go ahead and remove those carcasses, right? And that's going to stop the spread. That's controversial, and there's a few reasons for it. Very basic one is feasibility. In a lot of places, it's not really feasible, right? It might be quite costly. There might be some disturbance involved with going to the site and collecting a carcass if it's in the middle of a seabird colony. And there is concern of human safety, right? You're putting someone at risk to go collect a carcass, so you need to justify if the benefit is worth that intervention. There is limited data on efficacy, but there is some evidence from Europe that for terns it might have helped, right? But there is also other sites where it didn't seem to help. So it's an ongoing discussion. What I think is that definitely in some urban areas or areas where the logistics allow you to and the disturbance is negligible, you might want to do it to protect the general public, to remove those carcasses from the scavengers, right? But these are going to be few places and quite specific scenarios where it's feasible. I definitely wouldn't make this a blanket statement that you should always remove carcasses whenever you have the chance. It might not work, it might be too dangerous, it might actually make things worse by causing disturbance. You have to think some actually very practical things, like what do I do with the carcasses when I remove them, right? If we're talking about hundreds of thousands of carcasses, what are you going to do with them? Can you bury them? Can you even dig where you are, right? Is the kind of soil, does that allow it? You have permits, is that from an environmental impact, start digging on a subantonic island, is that acceptable, right? Are you going to dress up the people who are going to do it? Do you have enough equipment to make sure, are they trained, or is it just some state employee who does usual beach cleaning and is going to just take the task of handling an infected carcass, right? So you have to consider those kinds of important concerns. And then, as I mentioned, the disturbance. So saying this is Steeple Jason Island, one of the sites that were affected. This photo was taken at some other time before it was affected. But if you had a few carcasses there in the middle, if you have 2 albatross carcasses in the middle of 300, is it worth going in to collect those 2 and all the disturbance, all the broken eggs, all the abandoned chicks, the hassle that you're going to create versus the benefit of removing those 2 carcasses? Right, I think you have to be very careful about the actual disturbance that you're causing. Yeah. Something else that we often get asked about as well is vaccination, right? So we've been through COVID, and we've learned through COVID that it takes a while, but eventually you have a vaccine, and once you have the vaccine, things go back to normal. As much as I would like to have vaccination as a solution, I don't think it's really feasible when we're talking about the current outbreak of bird flu. And the reason really is visibility, it's logistics, right? It's one thing with humans, it's completely different with wildlife. The cost would be exorbitant. you usually need booster shots. So it's not just about, you have to catch the animal, you have to inject it, then you have to give it a booster shot later on, right? You have to first validate the efficacy, which is not going to be consistent across species. And you also have to monitor and check for vaccine safety, right? So it's an incredibly complicated operation, extremely costly. It involves a high level of disturbance potentially, right? And so it might be feasible in a few very extreme cases, but it's hard to be considered as a wide solution for this problem, right? So there's been some experiments with the California condors in the US. It's a critically endangered species. And there, they've attempted the vaccination, they had some promising results, right? But this was a particular species where that a population that was very intensively handled, where the individuals are marked and known, they're monitored over time, right? And they are accessible. And in that case, because of how small the population is and how endemic it is, they thought it was worth giving it a try and going to that hands-on approach of trying to mitigate the impacts, right? But when we think of, say, wandering albatrosses or shearwaters or whatever species as a whole, like the large populations, is going to be extremely, extremely difficult to make that work, right? So bear that in mind. That's not to say that it's completely out of the role of the roster of considerations. So there has been some experience of vaccinating albatrosses for other diseases, specifically Passerella, avian cholera, right? And those experiments were quite successful to their extent, right? So it might be feasible for some specific cases, right? So if you consider the Amsterdam albatross, extremely limited population endemic to a single island, where you don't have a reserve population, where a single outbreak might decimate to the point of no recovery, then you might want to consider things like vaccination. But we still need to do the legwork in terms of develop, well, the vaccine already exists, but you test it and to ensure that it's efficacious and safe for these species, right? Until we have those preliminary steps done, then we cannot really use the vaccine. So there is room for research on vaccine, but it's not right now available for us to use as a method. And even when it is, it won't really be feasible for the majority of the species. What we can do, and what we have been doing a lot, is surveillance and research, right? Is trying to understand this as it goes. So this wave of spread of the virus is something that had never happened before. We know these H5N1, goose-1 lineage viruses for a long time, since the 90s. And we've been studying them for a long time as a research community. We know a lot about these viruses, and they changed. And the way they changed, we still don't understand how their new behavior epidemiologically is going to progress, right? So there is a lot happening very fast, and we're still trying to figure out what is the next step, what will be. So people ask, okay, it's made to Antarctica this year. Well, what about next year? And the truth is that we're still trying to figure out. We don't know about next year. We don't know about what it means for the Amsterdam albatross. We don't know if it's going to make it to New Zealand or Australia or not. We don't know if it's going to spread all over Antarctica, if it's going to stay in the peninsula. There is a lot still that we have to understand, right? And so we can do a lot in terms of surveillance and research to try to generate that information so that we can make better predictions about the future, so that we can think about methods to mitigate this outbreak as it moves forward. Because honestly, I don't think this virus is going to disappear as a magic. I think we're going to see multiple waves over it over the years, right? And this is something that will change over time and will evolve. So we need to understand how it's evolving. On a most basic and perhaps the most important aspect is documenting the mortality and both the morbidity, so the illness, and the mortality, the proportion of the animals that are dying, right? That's very basic information, but it's extremely valuable. You can do this through a variety of approaches, say drone surveys, or through remote observation with binoculars or photographs. Then we can go one step further and, for example, use virological testing, so we can actually collect swabs and identify the virus and study its genome and understand how it's mutating and things like that. And then we can also pair that with other research. So whatever was the research that you were doing before, if you were putting GPSs on birds, if you were studying their diet, if you were studying their breeding behavior, all of that can add on to whatever the virus is doing, and it might understand how the virus is affecting these populations. So some examples, these are surveys for morbidity and mortality in terns and in gametes in Europe, right? And just by collating basic data on the amount of animals that died in different colonies and at what time the mortality has begun, you can draw these kind of beautiful maps where you learn a lot about what makes a site susceptible, what makes one colony more affected than the other, and this might in turn help you understand what can you do about it, right? So if I know that two colonies relatively close by to one another, and one was heavily affected and the other wasn't, I can start to look at the factors that drove that, and that might give me hints on how to mitigate it long term, how to protect colonies from being more heavily affected by following waves. And here as well, the seasonality, right? So it's not a linear thing where this colony and then next week it will be the next one and that one, right? It goes through some complicated patterns, and understanding what's driving these temporal patterns might also help. Again, understanding, for example, this is also from the same data set on gametes, right? So understanding that when the virus begun might affect the total impact that it has, and is it linked to what the virus is doing, how it's transmitting, or is it related to the life cycle of the birds? So maybe when they're in early chick rearing and they're infected, that gives more opportunities for the virus to cause a massive outbreak, versus if the virus arrives later, it tends to cause less severe outbreaks. We're still trying to figure that out, right? So research on that kind of basic data, recording what's happening and when the animals are dying and how much, that's hugely useful for us to understand what it's doing. And then, of course, different patterns across species, right? So what's making it that some species are affected in some sites? Is it related just to where the species are? Or there's some landscape characteristics that make some particular subcolonies more susceptible than others to the virus? We definitely see some patterns, but we don't quite understand yet why is it sometimes more on valleys than in other places. Does it have to do with ventilation? Is that just the way the animals interact? There's lots of open questions right now, and it doesn't translate across species, so why one and not the other? We have lots of questions about it. If we collect samples of the virus, there's a lot we can do with learning about it, right? So we can sequence its genome. Luckily, it's a relatively simple virus. It has quite a small genome, and it's been studied for a very long time, so we know a lot about the genetics of these viruses. And when we sequence the whole genome, we can do all sorts of analysis and identify things like mutations. So we know that these viruses are accumulating small mutations, and some of them are quite relevant in determining which host it can infect, right? So for example, in South America, at some point in early 2023, there was a series of mutations on some strains that made them better at infecting marine mammals, right? And this allowed the virus to cause massive mortalities of marine mammals along the coast of Peru, Chile, and then Argentina, Uruguay, and Brazil, right? That is something new, and we can trace it back to these mutations and to when it happened, right? And understanding this can allow us to make better predictions about, well, is it going to affect seals or sea lions in Antarctica, in other islands in the subantarctic, for example, right? So we can learn a lot from studying these mutations, and we can also reconstruct the tree of how these viruses diverged, right? So for example, in this study, they've shown that the virus that was detected in the Falkland Malvinas and in the South Georgia Islands are actually two different branches, right? So they were separate introductions. It's not that the virus came to the Falkland Malvinas and then from there it jumped to South Georgia. No, both of them came from mainland South America and spread through independent ways to reach each of these archipelagos, right? So there's implications in terms of how we're going to handle, because if a virus is able to jump all the way from South America to South Georgia, that's a much greater distance, and it puts us on alert for the other subantarctic islands, because it's able to cover 1,500 kilometers in one jump, right? So understanding, having access to the samples of the virus and being able to study its genome can give us important hints on how the virus behaves and how we can manage it. We can also try to reconstruct how it's spreading between compartments, right? So is it jumping from gulls onto shearwaters onto sea lions, or is it first spreading in sea lions and then jumping onto terns? How is it spreading between different compartments of animals, right? We can reconstruct that with genetics. And we can also reconstruct how it's spreading over space, right? So we had an outbreak here, then 3 weeks later we had an outbreak in some other state, and we can try to identify, are these continuous or were they separate parallel events, right? So we learn a lot about the virus if we have access to its genome. And if you don't want to do genetics of virus, right? If that's not your field and you have nothing to contribute in that regard, you don't feel like this is a field of research where you want to dive, you can still, whatever is your expertise, you can contribute a lot by bringing whatever your expertise is to the table, right? So for example, with the northern gannets, they had been GPS, they were deploying GPS on the birds, right? And they continued that study throughout the outbreak. And what they noticed that the movement of the animals changed substantially from what it had been in previous years. So the animals began spreading onto colonies that they didn't normally go during that time of the season, right? So you can see here in blue, this is what they did on previous years that the population had been studied. And then in orange, you see a sudden shift where over the middle of the year, they started spreading more widely than they normally did, right? So you can learn about mechanisms of spread through that kind of data. Or for example, this is from the same study, and you can see that they're going to particular other colonies that they didn't used to go in previous years, right? So understanding that might give you hints about how it's spreading. Here's another example from earlier years, but you can see how infected birds might be changing their schedule in terms of migration, those that do survive, right? So you can see that colonies that were affected, maybe the animals will change the way they're migrating. They might take longer because they're recovering from the infection, right? Or things like that. Or you can see, for example, that if you study the isotope signature of infected birds, you might see that some of them were exposed at wetlands versus those that forage in other areas, right? So there's a lot that you can contribute, whatever your expertise is. You can put that, layer that on top of studies on the virus and help us understand how the virus is behaving and what's driving it, right? So that's the point. I understand that sometimes maybe, say, if I were studying isotopes and I'm trying to study the diet and the factors that affect the diet of the species that I'm particularly interested in, I might say, well, this virus is going to be unusual. This year is going to be unusual because the virus is coming. So I'll just skip it because it's not ecologically representative for the question that I was looking at, right? So I'm trying to understand the species as a whole. And this year is going to be so unusual that it's not really worth analyzing because it's going to be a complete outlier. And I understand that. But think of the kind of connection that you can do to what the virus is doing, and it might help us understand how the virus is affecting these populations, right? So maybe animals have certain diets, some certain distributions in time and space. So maybe animals that interact with fisheries and that agglomerate near fisheries, maybe they're more exposed than others. And through your GPS data, your isotope data, your diet data, whatever field of research you're using, you might help bring those things to light and help us understand, right? And maybe if you show that animals that conglomerate close to fisheries, they're being more exposed, then that means that we can use that knowledge to mitigate the spread of the virus, for example. Okay. Let's talk about biosafety. Biosafety can be scary if you have never done it, right? And you see us dressing as astronauts, and you say, this looks warm and uncomfortable, and it is. We remember all the masks from COVID. They're uncomfortable, they're annoying, and they are. Wearing gloves and gloves rip off, and it's annoying, right? But biosafety is more broad than that. So there are some aspects of integrating biosafety into our work that might be uncomfortable, but biosafety goes much beyond that annoyance, right? And it is more about concepts and understanding and changing the way we do things in sometimes small ways that make a big difference. So oftentimes people look at us veterinarians and disease researchers and just, okay, you're the expert. Tell me, what am I supposed to do? Give me instructions. What disinfectant am I supposed to buy? What concentration? What can you give me a link to the glove store that you recommend? And if I do those steps, problem solved, right? If you give me an instruction manual and I follow those by the book, then problem solved, right? And I wish it was like that. But the truth is that it's a bit more complicated. These birds live in a broad variety of environments, right? And what works in Atacama Desert in terms of boots and clothes and dressing up and procedures might not work for snow petrels in Antarctica or for Atlantic yellow-nosed in Gulf Island or for lace and albatrosses in Hawaii. These are very different environments, and what's feasible, what equipment-wise is effective in one place might not work, right? So I cannot make a recommendation. If you're working with albatrosses, you should wear this brand and this and this and this, and then you're set, right? This is why we haven't given these kind of guidelines, because they just wouldn't work. And it would be subject to bias. So if I recommend thinking of the guy in Atacama, the guy working with snow petrels, he's going to be freezing his ass off. It's going to be miserable, and it's not going to work. And he will abandon the biosafety procedure because it's just not effective in that scenario, and he's going to be less protected, right? So we need to take that into account. It also matters what you're doing and what kind of scenario you're working, right? The kind of measures that you need if you're just observing the birds from afar without entering the colony are quite different than if you are actually going into the colony and measuring nests, deploying GPSs, or if you're having tourists enter the colony every day, a new person that hasn't been trained, right? Or if you're talking with fishermen, the kind of measures that we will use are quite different, right? And I cannot recommend the same measures for everyone. It doesn't make sense to recommend the same measures for everyone. So the idea is there is no one size fits all. Actually, one size fits none, right? You cannot have a shoe that works for every scenario. And the same way, you cannot have protective equipment that's going to work for every scenario. It depends what you're doing, right? So you need to come up with a plan that makes sense for what your scenario is. And this is what we need to be considerate of. Basically, what does it take to be safe on an easy plan is, first, you need to establish a task force. So you don't need to carry this weight on your own and try to decide how everything has to happen. You probably don't have the expertise to know about everything, right? You might know about the virus, but you don't know about the species, or you don't understand the field work in that setting, or you don't understand what's critical for that operation to be successful or not. So you need to bring more than one person to the table. I think it's better to have small groups, right? I think too large groups tend to waste a lot of energy, right? But you need a small group of people who have different expertise and that bring that to the table. So someone who knows about a disease, someone who knows about the host, someone who understands the operation that's going, whether it's research or tourism or bycatch or whatever the scenario is, right? And these people need to get in the table and sit together. And then they need to become familiar with each other's language first, right? Otherwise, there won't be any successful conversation, right? So if I'm a disease expert, I need to explain to me what kind of research you're doing, what's the landscape like, when the animals come in, when they come out, how long do you stay on the island? Are you going with a ship? Are you going with a kayak? Are you driving there? What kind of things can you purchase whenever you're going to work? How long is the field team going to be there, right? So you need to exchange some of that communication. And I'm the disease expert, so you can ask me about the virus. How does it transmit? How long does it take for the symptoms? What kind of symptoms should I expect? That kind of thing, right? So you need to get familiar with the concepts from each other. There, it's really easy. You prepare a plan, you follow the plan. Now, this obviously is not that simple. But it's basically, you need to come up with a plan that's specific for the site you're working for, the kind of activity that you're doing. An important concept is understanding that what do we mean when we use the word risk, right? It's a word that we use on a daily basis, but there is a specific definition and concept that is behind it, right? And it comes as the risk is the outcome when you combine hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. Right? What is a hazard? Hazard is something that has the potential to cause you harm. Right? So in this example is a shark. A shark has teeth and they bite, and that is the potential to cause you harm. Does it mean that I here standing on this room am exposed to the risk of shark bites? No. Right? But are sharks a hazard in this planet? They are. Right? The second thing is exposure. So if I'm here in this room, there's very low likelihood that I'm going to be attacked by a shark, unless it's a tornado that suddenly knocks out but if I'm going to swim at the ocean, then I'm adding an exposure on top of that, right? And if I'm going to swim specifically in an area where there are no chippy sharks, then my exposure is increased. Right? Then you have something else that goes along with exposure, that is vulnerability. So you say I have a wound that is bleeding off, right? That's an intrinsic vulnerability that I have, and that increases the chance of the shark finding me and biting me, right? So if I gather all these groups, so I have a danger, I have a hazard, which is the shark, and I'm going on a place where I'm exposed to that shark, and I have a vulnerability that increases the possibility of the shark interacting with me, then I'm going to have an actual risk, right? And the risk is that this shark hazard acts on me and causes me an injury, right?
Now, obviously, we're not talking here about sharks. So how does this translate? Well, the hazard is the avian influenza virus, right? It exists on this planet, and it has the potential of infecting an albatross, right? What is the exposure? The exposure is, where does this albatross live? What kind of activities am I doing with this albatross? How am I cleaning my equipment to deal with this albatross, right? The vulnerability is the unknown. Is the species of albatross more or less susceptible? And quite frankly, we don't understand at this point, right? And the risk is the outcome. Am I going to have an outbreak of avian influenza at this particular colony, right? So what we want to do is address these different components. So hazard is about doing the surveillance and research. It's learning about the virus, so that the more information about the strains and the mutations and how it's spreading, the more knowledgeable we'll be in order to assess the risk. And then with exposure and vulnerability, what we want to do is mitigate the exposure and vulnerability, right? So we want to identify interfaces where exposure might occur, and we want to address those. And if there are any vulnerabilities that we can assess, we also want to address those. And by doing so, we hope to decrease the risk, and we have to constantly monitor that risk and see how these outcomes are translating, and then we can work back what happens in terms of the hazard and the exposure. Another important concept is that there is no zero risk in this planet, right? If you don't want, the only way of avoiding risk in this planet is not to be born. If you're born, you're already at risk, right? We cannot eradicate this virus right now. It is here to stay, so there is no real zero risk scenario. You might say, well, if I don't go to the colony, then there is no risk of me spreading. Perhaps, right? Doesn't mean that there is no risk of the virus getting there in other ways. And it doesn't mean that me not going and not collecting data is a risk-free scenario, because then I'm not understanding what's happening. Maybe that population collapses and I'm not even aware of it because I didn't monitor it, right? Maybe I've learned a valuable opportunity to, by monitoring and studying what's happening, to understand a key aspect of the disease that might then give me a hint on a mitigation action in the future, right? So being too risk avoidant might actually also work against you. Right? You have to understand what are the risks involved and what is an acceptable risk, right? What am I willing to take that risk for, right? So maybe going to the field and doing this kind of research with that and that mitigation measure that is lowering enough the risk that I'm willing to take that for the data that I'm going to get out of it, and then I can use that data to protect the animals, right? Or to understand what's happening with the animals long term. Okay, so risk we usually talk about it as a matrix in terms of an impact, so how severe it's going to be, and how likely it's going to be. Now, of course, I want to push it towards lower probability of it happening. I don't have a lot of control on how severe it's going to be, but maybe sometimes I might have some mitigation measures, right? And I want to try to put the risk as low as I can, right? But that's the thing. I'm never going to zero on this matrix, right? I want to work towards lowering the outcome risk. So when we're trying to make that plan, prepare the plan step, first thing we need to think that it's not one risk that we're talking about. There's several different risks, right? The first risk is of me or my team members getting exposed, right? And that's quite important. And I think as field biologists and veterinarians, we have quite a high threshold of the kind of risk we're willing to run, right? We climb cliffs, we go through horrible seas, we jump off boats to get to the island just when the wave is right, all sorts of adventures, right? But we have to think carefully about this infection. It's quite a nasty one if you do get it. It's not common that it infects humans, but when it does, it can be quite severe, right? And you have to think of not the risk that you're willing to take, but the risk that you're taking for your team, right? So you have students who will look up to you and who will say yes to whatever you ask them, right? And who are trusting your judgment to tell them that whatever they're doing is okay, safe, and they're fine, right? And you have to be considered that you might be putting these people at risk, so you need to be responsible about it and consider how you're going to mitigate that risk and make sure that they go back home to their parents and their families and their loved ones in one piece, right? And that's up to you to make sure that that's the case. Another risk is spreading the virus from poultry to wildlife and vice versa, right? This is a scenario that doesn't really happen that often with our seabird work, right? Because not many of us, I think, have a second job at farms. or, well, maybe we have backyard poultry or something like that, some of us. But there is a risk, right? Right now, this virus also, for example, affects cats, and I'm a cat lover. So I wouldn't want to go back home and infect my cats, right? And vice versa. So either me taking the virus from a poultry setting, a domestic animal setting off to the wild, and vice versa, right? So I need to think that as one thing that I might want to mitigate. Then I don't want to risk spreading the disease among species. So maybe I'm handling several species on one island, right? That's often the case. So I'm handling penguins and then albatrosses and then skuas, right? And I don't want to risk maybe a virus having a massive spread within skuas, and then I'm going to handle an albatross afterwards and might transmit it there. So I want to take some procedures that might decrease that risk. I also, if I'm working at several colonies or sub-colonies, I don't want to risk transmitting it there, right? So say if I work at several subantarctic islands or in the mainland, and then I go to an island, right? I don't want to risk transmitting a disease, the virus from one side to the other. And lastly, within the site, within the colony, I want to take precautions not to spread it from bird A to bird B to bird C, right? And these are quite different, and we don't necessarily have to be as concerned about all of them equally, right? So we can think about these risks separately and decide which ones we want to prioritize, right? So maybe I want to prioritize human risk, and maybe I want to prioritize spreading from the mainland to a subantarctic island. But once it's at the subantarctic island, it's already infecting various animals of the same species and the same colony. Do I really need to be that concerned about bird A to bird B to bird C, right? I can take those decisions separately and consider which risks I want to prioritize in that process. Then I need to consider what am I going to do that might be increasing the exposure, right? So it depends finally. It's not all the same. If I'm just going there and flying a drone from a distance, that's a completely different level of exposure versus if I'm going into the colony, cracking skulls and looking at brains, right? The level of exposure involved is drastically different, and the level of biosafety and the measures that I will implement will be quite different in those cases. Right? So perhaps at a lower risk would be observing from a distance or with the drone or something like that. Then perhaps I'm going into a colony, but I'm not actually touching the animals. So maybe I'm replacing memory cards on a camera or setting up some remote sampling material, remote surveillance material. But I'm not actually going there and touching birds. That is a higher risk than if I was staying away from the colony, but it's not quite the same as if I'm catching birds and collecting samples out of them. Then maybe I'm going into the colony and I'm collecting feathers that are on the ground or pieces that are on the ground, right? I am already interacting with potential materials, but I'm not grabbing birds or looking specifically for sick animals, right? So there is a greater risk than the previous ones, but it's not quite all the way up there in terms of the risk involved. Then the next step would be handling animals. They are live and look good. They are asymptomatic, right? So maybe I'm deploying a GPS, maybe I'm collecting a drop of blood or some feathers, but the bird looks fine. That is one level of risk. Versus then I'm doing this from a bird that looks unwell or is dead, right? Or in a suspicious circumstance in a place that I suspect might have an outbreak, right? So we need to keep in mind that depending on the activity we're doing, the level of exposure that might be happening is going to be different. And my biosafety can be sensitive to that. I don't have to be across the board dressing full PPE if the activity I'm doing is not that high of an exposure involved. After that, I need to take in mind the vulnerabilities, right? And if I'm thinking of human risk, I should probably consider what are the options for healthcare. If someone in my team does get sick, what are my options here? Can I evacuate them? Can I give them some kind of treatment? Or am I in an extremely remote place where it's going to be quite difficult, right? And that might weigh in on how much I'm going to risk it with the biosafety protocol if I'm going to err on the safe side. Also, if my team members have any comorbidities or factors that might put them at risk. So if they have an immune disease or if they are undergoing chemotherapy or something like that, that if they get exposed to the virus, they might be more prone to developing the disease than someone who is not in that condition, right? That's worth considering. We don't know much about this, but if I do have a hint that this particular species that I'm handling is highly susceptible, I might want to take that into account, right? So maybe I'm handling various species on the island, and One of them is the northern foamer, which you've already seen a lot of detections in northern foamer, right? So I want to take that into account versus a species that has been, that lives in an area where the virus has circulated extensively and there were no detections or mortalities yet, right? So if you're working with black-browed albatross, if you're working with wanderer albatross, or closely related species, you can assume that they are highly susceptible because there's already been outbreaks showing that these species are highly susceptible, right? So take that into account. And lastly, I want to consider the behavior and the physiology of the animals that I'm handling, right? So they have usually life cycles that involve gathering up, setting up a nest, laying the eggs, incubating, rearing their chicks, and their health is going to have some more susceptible, vulnerable points along that development, right? In general, young animals are more fragile to infectious disease than adults, right? So this virus is a huge characteristic about that. There are stages at the end of the breeding season when the bird has worn out all of its resources, right? And that might give the virus a better opportunities to spread than when they're at the start of the breeding season and they've just been spending all winter eating a lot and they're at the best, at the high point of their year, right? So you want to consider those kinds of potential factors, though we don't understand them completely yet, it's worth bearing in mind. And then I have to consider what options do I have in my toolkit in terms of mitigating these exposure risks, right? So one of the most basic things is before I do whatever it is I'm doing, I do a site assessment, right? So before jumping into the colony, grabbing albatrosses, making them regurgitate into a bucket, I just stop and wait a few 100 meters with my binoculars and look around and see, is there anything unusual? I've worked at the site for decades now. Is there anything fishy about it? Are the birds too quiet? Are the nests too many empty nests, right? Do I see carcasses laying on the ground? Do I see chicks that should have their parents at this stage and they're left alone? Any signals of anything unusual, right? Before I start my whatever activity was going to be, right? And then if I feel confident that there's nothing unusual going on, then I might take my normal activities. If I'm unsure, I might take an intermediate biosafety plan where I'm going to already wear some specific PPEs that I normally wouldn't, just to add a layer of safety. Or if I see that there's clearly a lot of animals dead, then I need to take 2 steps back and reconsider what am I going to do with this, right? Am I going to immediately notify? Am I trained and authorized to collect samples and so forth, right? Is it feasible? When am I going back to the island and so on, right? So first step, assessing the site is a very valuable tool. The second thing is PPE, and I'll use this acronym as if everybody was born knowing what it is. But PPE is personal protective equipment, and it is all this, right? It's masks, it's gloves, it's boots, it's whatever things that you wear and that help protect you. That's what I mean when I say PPE. I will talk about it more. Then I need to think about disinfection, decontamination, right? So I visit one site, and then I'm going to visit another colony later the same day or tomorrow. And I disinfect the tools that I've used, my clothes, my boots, my calipers, my scales, so that I decrease the risk of carrying the virus unintentionally to another site. That's one of the tools we have. Or I can use disposable materials, and then I don't carry anything to the other side. That's also an option. Or I can use items that are only for this colony and another kit that's only for the other colony. That's also an option. Then sample and activation storage procedures. So maybe I'm collecting blood for a particular genetic or more like biochemical or isotope study. Maybe I can consider, okay, if I use this storage buffer, does that kill the virus? What if I change to that one? Ooh, I usually just throw the samples in the freezer. Is that going to be okay? Is this freezer the same one that's used by other people who are not aware of what I'm doing, who don't work with seabirds, who don't even know what bird flu is? Or do I need to package them? Do I need to get a second freezer? Do I need to add some cleaning procedure to the tubes and triple pack them to make sure that nobody's getting exposed with that sample?
Does freezing kill HPAI?
Sorry?
Does freezing kill HPAI?
No, freezing helps the virus.
Okay, good to know. Yeah.
Yes, it's one of the methods we use to store the virus
Okay.
and make it last for longer.
No freezing.
Yes. But we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Is there anything about my study design that I can adapt? Right? So maybe if I'm doing a study on 3 different species on the same region, right? And I used to do, okay, it's on the way. So first we stop at the skua colony, then we go to this little penguin colony, then we go to that albatross colony, then we go back to the skua colony, then we go back to, right? And then maybe I can rethink, you know what, we're going to do 2 different teams, and you guys are going to only handle skuas, and we are only going to handle albatrosses, and that way we decrease the possibility of transmitting across sites, right? Or maybe we used to do a certain procedure that was not really essential, but we were doing it just because, right? Well, we don't really do any regurgitate work, but we storing those. Well, maybe this year we don't collect that particular data point because it's a high risk. We don't have the means to inactivate that sample, right? And we don't want to risk doing that for such a low result. So we can think of how we adapt what we're doing. And we can think of what is hard, if there's an activity that we're doing that is high risk, do we really want to do it or can we live without it, right? Is the data worth the effort and the risk involved, right? And I don't want to give the message that don't do research because it's high risk, right? There are research that is going to be extremely valuable for us to understand how the virus behaves, right? But maybe not all of it, right? We always have the main project and lots of little side projects that we hop along over the time, right? And then we do things in parallel. And maybe this is the time to think, what are my priorities and what risks am I willing to take right now? And maybe removing some of these activities might reduce some of the risk. Step 5 is actually preparing the plan. And there's some key components that we've seen with plans that seem tiny, but they really matter when it comes to the reality of an outbreak. One of them is having a clear case definition. So you write the plan, and when you're writing it to say, okay, if I have a suspect case, I'm not going to do this, I'm going to do that. And then when it goes to it, and okay, there's one albatross that's looking funny, does it count as a suspected case or not? There's one bird that is just not raising its head when I approach it. Does that count as a suspected case? No, not one, but it's 5 of them. Does that now count as a suspected case, right? Having clear case definitions can be tricky. Confirmed case is easier, right? So you usually have definitions for what's a suspected and what's a confirmed case. Confirmed case is a laboratory diagnosis, right? You go to a lab that's going to do, there are some specific tests that have to be done, and if it's positive for that, you can consider a confirmed case. But the suspected case can be trickier, right? And the criteria that we sometimes hear, for example, if you find 3 carcasses at the same site, it might make sense in some scenarios and not necessarily for others, right? If you're talking about a colony of 200,000, it's finding 3 dead albatrosses close by. Is that enough, right? Or do you want to consider maybe if they don't have any signs of trauma and they're in good body condition, then I consider it, right? Or sometimes even one animal. How often do you see a dead giant petrel, right? So if you find a dead giant petrel that's dead, is that maybe enough to consider it a suspected case and to activate my biosafety measures, right? So having a suspected case definition, or at least having a pathway to how it will be decided, so that it's not whoever's in the field, how they feel that day. And today I'm feeling very sensitive, so everything looks suspected to me. And that other person who's really keen on the work, then nothing is suspected, they don't care, right? If we have some mechanism to determine what's going to be considered suspected, and okay, if you find this, this, and that, you have to take photos and videos and share them to those experts, and they're going to help them assess if it's a suspected case or not. And from there, you'll take a decision, right? So having that set in place beforehand is extremely useful, because oftentimes you'll be discussing what's suspected or not.
Well, I was wondering the definition of outbreaks, like when do you actually say outbreak in this quantity, like if a 10% of the population died, is it outbreak, or 50%, or 90%? Do you have a definition of that, or?
Yeah, I'll repeat the question just in case for something. So how do you define what an outbreak is? Is it a percentage of the population? Is it a certain number of individuals? The truth is that we usually focus on case rather than outbreak because of how vague the word outbreak is, right? So there is no clear way. It is an unusual increase in the occurrence of a disease. That's the traditional classic definition of an outbreak. It doesn't really apply to management of risk. It's very hard, right? So I would say if you have a suspected case or a confirmed case, that's your threshold to take the measures. And how many does it take to make it suspected? That's going to vary from species, from colony from context, right? From what the birds are looking like, what kind of external signs are you seeing? Is it localized? Is it spread? What's the usual baseline for that site? That kind of thing, right? So the answer is it's extremely hard to define outbreak, and it's not quite useful in this regard. So we focus on, if you have a case at the site, that might be enough to act on, right? But you can come to some definition that works for you, which might be 3 or more cases makes an outbreak, or if 5% of the population is affected, right? But this disease spreads so quickly that that definition is going to quickly be obsolete. And if we have a few cases, that's already enough to act on. So we need to have a plan on how we're going to define what the suspected and confirmed case. We need to know when we're going to notify authorities, right? So I haven't touched on this yet, but bird flu has huge implications for poultry and for human health, and it is what we call notifiable disease. So you have to let know your national authority that something might be going on, right? At the same time, does every funny-looking albatross deserve a notification or not, right? That can be tricky, and that can vary from country to country. The vet authorities in one country might want to know about everything. In another country, they might not. Don't waste my time with every single time you find a dead bird on the beach, right? So you need to figure out what's going to be your criteria, right? And the best way to come to that is to actually talk to the vet services and discuss it with them. Okay, what are you interested in being notified? Is any cluster of 3 or more birds at the same site? Is that your criteria? Is it 5 birds? Is it 1 bird? Is it anything that I as a researcher find that is unusual? Sometimes they say that. You're the expert, you tell me what you find unusual and you report anything that you find unusual, right? So discuss that and have that in the plan. When are we going to notify authorities? What is the criteria for that?
Can I just add to that? And it might be worth talking to not just your veterinary authority, but your state or federal or whoever your administering one is, because we just had an example of that during a shearwater wreck a few months ago, and there was no clear messaging from either. And so, and people were freaking out because there's dead birds everywhere, and they're asking university researchers. We couldn't get any clear messaging, and we were giving people what we thought were the best advice we could, given the lack of messaging we were getting. And then we were getting blasted from both who hadn't spoken to each other and both wanted us to do different things. So
yeah. So, and sometimes, so these are often organizations within the government who are historically and individually focused on poultry, and they're not aware of the dynamics of wildlife. They might have a hard time understanding that mortality is quite common at some level in natural populations, right? And so they might not completely understand that, and there might be some miscommunications, or it might take a while for that communication to come to the same level, right? So it is important, it is useful to start those conversations as early as possible.
Yeah.
So don't wait until you have a lot of suspected cases to reach out to vets and as provincial and state authorities to figure out what counts as suspected or not, right? If you can have those conversations before any outbreaks, that's going to make life a lot easier for everyone involved.
Ours was, there's hundreds of dead shearwaters on the beach. It's all over social media. It's all over the news.
Right.
People were getting hammered, and yeah, there was just not clear messaging from either. So
and it's good to, right? Yeah, miscommunication happens. And when the stakes are high, like something like avian influenza, there's been more miscommunication, right? So that is a challenge that might happen, right? But the earlier you start these conversations, usually the better it will flow down the road, right? So I think that's what we've learned from different countries. Then you might already want to have a sense of what the procedures and the protocols will be in case you do have a suspected case, right? So if the field person who's doing nest marking finds something that was pre-established as this, we're going to count as a suspected case. Okay, what are they supposed to do? Who are they supposed to tell, right? Is it a WhatsApp message? Is it a phone call? Is it an email, right? You want to keep a record of that, and it's going to who, and then this person is going to concentrate on who are they notifying next, right? So that the steps that are necessary to happen might happen, right? So maybe the plan foresees that if we have cases, then from then on, we will use this kind of gloves and this kind of mask for every procedure. Okay, so who's going to make sure that you get those masks and gloves where they need to be, right? So you need to have those procedures thought out beforehand, right? If I see a suspected case, how is the chain of decisions going to flow from there? And who's going to do what? Usually it's more effective and flows better if we talk about the tiered activation, right? And tiered is a term that the industry uses, so research doesn't often use that kind of language, right? But it's the idea that you have a tier 1 is something more simple, tier 2 is a bit more advanced, tier 3 is more measures, more activities, more implementation, right? So I don't need to have from step 0, I don't have any cases anywhere in my country, I don't have any suspected birds within a radius of 2,000 kilometers. I've did my site assessment, all the birds look good, right? And I'm still going to dress as an astronaut with full PPE, right? That's not necessarily a very effective way. It might make people frustrated with PPE and abandon it quite early. It might use all of your stock of PPE, and then when you actually need it, you don't have any left, right? So it's probably better if you use a tiered approach. So under this scenario, where I don't have any cases in a huge distance, where I don't have any cases to suspect that might be having the virus circulating in this population, then I'm going to tone it down a bit until I have new evidence to increase the tier of my response, right? So it's proportioning my biosafety measures to the reality that I'm seeing around myself.
So what if I've done all that? I've prepared a biosafety plan. We have definitions, we have clear lines of communication for authorities, we have our procedures, even through a tiered approach, has been communicated clearly. And New Zealand has done all that this year. Then I sent 5 teams down, and they're field researchers, and they hate wearing it. And nobody wears it. How do I, biosecurity only works if people actually use it. The best biosecurity is what people use. So I'm at a loss at this point because I'm not sure how I'm going to make people actually use it for 10 weeks on extremely remote places, even if I've gone through all those steps.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat the question.
Yes, absolutely.
So a simplified version of the question is when I make all the plan and I did all those motions in terms of coming up with a tiered approach and setting up a plan and deploying the PPE and the equipment, how do I ensure that people actually follow the plan and actually use the PPE that they were instructed to over an extended period of time when PPE is perceived as being a hassle, as being uncomfortable? That is, I'll be honest, that's an extremely difficult question. I think you can think in terms of is the PPE is the PPE comfortable and is it the high quality enough, right? Because poor quality PPE tends to be quite uncomfortable. That's the big difference in the price range. So number one is if you're giving them like a coverall that rips on every single bush that they go through, then maybe you need to rethink for a different overall, and that might decrease the resistance you're getting from the fuel. Right? So you maybe need to rethink a bit of the PPE and the procedures that you're doing. If they can be simplified, if they can be improved to be more comfortable to those who have to use it, right? That's a general philosophy in the industry, right? PPE works if it's comfortable enough for people not to be incentivized to avoid it.
Yeah.
So that's step number one. Step number two is, as you do with any permitting process, right? So, well, what if I fancy hitting albatrosses on the head with a stick? Well, I'm sorry, you just cannot do it. And there are some points where you don't negotiate, right? There are some points where you say there are things that are unacceptable, and I will not accept that you don't follow that rule. And then, honestly, you right to use your power as an authority to whoever is not following those rules. They're not playing the game, and they don't get to continue what they compromise to do. Right? So I think it is a little bit of that. Sorry, Nicholas.
I was going to say, as a researcher, also it's timing. So you're not asking them to wear PPE 6 months before the virus turns up, because you've already worn out their good favour before you even get to that situation. So if there is a clear and certain risk that it's going to be there, then yes, you must wear PPE.
Well, maybe once you detect mortality,
Whatever.
that's your threshold. But I think that's the tiered response.
I agree, and this is something that was discussed a lot during COVID, which is the exhaustion of the response.
Yeah.
Right? So we get alertness exhaustion at some point. So if we kept on alert very early on, and if the measures are too strict very early on, then the willingness of people to actually follow the procedure and do the motion of wearing the equipment will wear out over time. It's a fine balance, because sometimes it happens so quickly, right? And sometimes I'm not sure if right now the birds are looking good, but I'm not sure if there's not a few asymptomatic birds there in the middle. right? And then if you don't wear the PPE, you're being exposed. So there is a trade-off, but this disease spreads quite fast and has quite drastic impacts that I agree that if you are, say, in New Zealand specifically, and you are quite remote from the closest detected case of this particular virus, right? Does it make sense to be wearing full PPE while handling animals in a place that that hasn't been affected? Maybe you can tone down a bit the extent and the demand that you are imposing to the field team, right? And maybe proportioning it so that, okay, let's reach a compromise, right? Right now, you're going to do this and this. If you're not going to work as usual, you're going to do a little bit more than you used to, right? But at the moment that we have this and that criteria met, then we're going to ramp it up, and you will have to ramp it up. Tim?
Yeah, I was just, I mean, it's a similar line to what you were saying, and I'm not saying this applies in your circumstance at all, but in Canada, we really had to push an openness to receiving that feedback from field teams and making sure we're actually talking to field teams, what did work, what didn't work, and really getting to the bottom of what the concern was. Sometimes it was something that was more flexible that we could change. So I think it's also who's ever setting those rules, making those plans, just communicating to the field teams that there is an opportunity for feedback, and it's sort of a lessons learned kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
If I can respond to the sketch the New Zealand situation a bit more. So what happened was that we had a large workshop with all the field teams, and we designed a tiered approach. And then the health and safety team from the overarching government came into play and said, not like that, it's SCAR. And then so that changed the perception of the field teams, and as a consequence, they had the perception that we had agreed on a tiered approach, while the actual requirement was just PPE all the time, which no one did. So I acknowledge that there's, like that miscommunication, and we'll improve next year to have a follow-up workshop. But I also know some of those field people, and I'm just trying to figure out, without the need to exercise any unnecessary authority. Yeah. Like the work still needs to happen. How do we keep people safe that are grassroots field teams? And we'll work with them through finding what's most comfortable, for example. But there's plenty of people on focus. Sorry.
I was just gonna ask, is it possible to start with a higher level? And then if there's no sign of anything going on for say a week or two, is there a timeline where you can start out heavy, and then if there's no sign of anything, go to a lower level of PPE or stop? Yeah. Is there a certain amount of time where if it's there, it's going to show itself in a dense column?
So the thing is that we don't know when it's coming.
Yeah.
Right. So there is no point in time. Okay, if it doesn't make it to the start of the season, it's not going to come to us.
That's right.
It might come at any point. So, for example, in Antarctica, it arrived in February, which is quite late in the season. Yeah. Right. So, unfortunately, no.
I have a very opposite, different example. Korean government in Antarctic division, they said everybody who passed penguin colony needs to wear it, and everybody will be following it so well. And it actually frustrated because you already explained PPE level of activity you are doing. You should think about it. They are just walking past, but then simply because they are walking past penguin colony, where the government was saying you need to wear. If we are going to penguin colony, so everybody was wearing and wasting the PPE. We shipped all the way from Korea to King George Island. I was telling everyone, if you are not handling the bird, you don't need to wear it. But yeah, it's just another extreme.
Yeah.
I'm saying on some of our field sites, because we've been studying this, we actually wear PPE all the time, but we wear, I think, a different kind of PPE that people usually have in mind. So, for instance, we almost use no single-use equipment, and we use it only if now there are birds that are dying, and it actually looks like the flu, and then we put the mask in the gloves. But otherwise, it's just reusable thing that I think. For an example, and so I think that the issue of the waste, wasting the single-use PPE that was just mentioned, but also, we're a whole community, and I'm sure some people. I really love the booths we use, and so for instance, I'm sharing what we think are the products that work.
like a phased level of PPE, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think also like the fact that it's like just when it's reusable or when it's more solid, so you don't have that like breaking and you're like, so you were the first to that and then you're like, oh, after the where it's gone, so what's the point anyway?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So the PPE has to have a certain level of comfort and efficacy for that kind of environment. So wearing a jacket that's going to rip out after 5 minutes, it's not going to be effective. It will be very quickly abandoned, right? And then you will have to negotiate those, and that's human management, right? On the one front, you want to be able to demand the things that are critical, and on the other hand, you might have to negotiate the space of, is it really essential at this point? And with regard, for example, you mentioned like the scar, right? So, and I was part of that document, and the idea was to list what is the most extreme scenario, right? So it is unfortunate that it was interpreted as this is the baseline recommendation across the board. And I think I'll come back to scar and discuss, do we need a document that gives that nuance more clearly so that it cannot be misunderstood in those terms?
Yeah, I'm just going to add to this to sort of agree with some of the things that have already been said in our situation, which is probably comparable to the New Zealand situation, no confirmed cases or anything. And our ethics committee, based on some of the WHA, I might have got the acronym wrong, the WOHA guidelines telling me I have to drag the whole kitchen sink to the field, and what they're making me take is more than all the rest of my gear put together. So sometimes that creates a safety issue, especially getting on and off islands. Sometimes it's a logistic issue because, you know, if you're flying somewhere, the airlines give you a very tiny amount of stuff you need to bring. So you literally can't bring that much stuff. Otherwise you're chartering another plane just for your stuff. So I was just going to say, yeah.
Right, so a lot of these islands where albatrosses go to, you're jumping off boats or you're going with a helicopter, right? There's limitations on how much you can carry with you.
So just, supporting that maybe a lack of more tiered guidelines might be quite useful in cases where the risk is probably lower.
Yes.
To not introduce other risks and other logistical difficulties for the field.
And again, I'll trace back to which of the risks are we going to prioritize, right? So do I need to be sure that if I handle bird A and bird B who nest 50 centimeters apart, do I need to zero that risk? Or can I really emphasize another risk that are of great concern, like my own exposure, or if I go to the next island the other week, right? And I'm going to transmit it there.
We're also beholden to our ethics committee. So a lot of the times we don't really get to make those sorts of decisions, and they're getting their biosecurity input from like the WOs and things like that. So we don't have the flexibility to say, I think it's reasonable, you know, to use the same bird bag for these two neighbours or these same two mates, but I'm prescribed that I need to do this. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I think there's another risk. We've been talking about human risk, but I think as soon as somebody in the field gets exposed and develops the virus, I think that's a whole new set of panic that's gonna kind of spread out across the community, right? Like as soon as that happens, I do worry about what that landscape is gonna look like for those people who go on the field. And so I don't know if that helps, like communicating to the folks you're working with, like this is what we're trying to kind of prevent if this does happen. There may be more limitations kind of showing on what we're trying to do.
How would you pull somebody on a Antarctic island that needs to be exposed for several days that is exposed, that is shown symptoms of their what would you do? Like if we had a human case on an island.
What would I do?
And there's a way out, yeah.
I'm probably not opposed.
Yeah, small.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a real.
So I think those are, like evacuation from the Antarctic island, which is where most of the albatrosses in the world are, right, is a huge challenge, right? It might not be feasible. If it's feasible, it certainly costs millions, right? And even like, are you going to have a confirmation that the case is actually human influenza, or is it just someone who's feeling under the weather, right? So there are actually very practical difficulties involved in identifying a potential case and responding to it, right? So that is why biosafety might give you some room that if you mitigate your risk of exposure, you feel safer on those fronts, right? But then at the same time, if you're asking everyone to wear a mask that weighs a lot, that hurts, that is uncomfortable, that have to carry a lot of things, they might stop wearing on day 3, right? And then the risk of you getting that human case is going to increase, right? So honestly, the answer overall, I think, to this conversation is a negotiation of human management that is extremely difficult because there is no simple answer. Oh, if you use this mask, then everybody will love it and you will all wear it all the time and problem solved. There's not going to be an answer like that. Yeah.
Just going back to the basic question about the disease, and it may change between species, but how long does it take between a bird getting infected and then showing symptoms and then losing fitness and then dying? Like, what is the timeline for that?
Okay, I'm going to repeat that question. So how long does it take from the bird being exposed to it showing signs of disease and eventually dying, right? We have no idea for procellariforms. We have no idea for the majority of wild birds. We only know for chickens. And for chickens, it can be as quick as 24 to 48 hours, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that once the virus is brought in for the first time at the colony, 24 hours later, you're going to start already noticing mortality, right? Because there's a baseline mortality that has to be overwhelmed for you to start noticing anything. It depends on how attentive you are. It depends on what the symptoms of this species are, right? So odds are that it might take a couple of weeks before you see anything noticeable. Right, enough animals being sick and dying to the point where you start noticing that something is wrong.
So to sort of double up on that, so a bird migrating from Alaska that can get to Hawaii, like would it be able to make that journey thousands of kilometers sick before it dies in the sea somewhere, or would it be able to get to Hawaii?
Okay, so the question again is if a bird, for example, migrating from Alaska to Hawaii, if it exposed in Alaska, what are the chances of it being able to carry the infection all the way to Hawaii? Again, we don't know because it seems to vary across species. So not all species develop the same speed of infection and the same severity of clinical signs. What I can tell you is that so far, most of the spread has been on shorter distances than, I don't know how many thousand kilometers is from Alaska to Hawaii, but my understanding it's
4,000.
4,000 kilometers. Yes, so we haven't seen any instance where it jumped that far on a single jump, right? It seems like it does shorter jumps. And then it infects more birds at an intermediate community, and then from there it goes to another one, and so forth, right? That's the way it crossed from Europe to North America, from Asia to North America, right? And then throughout the spread in the Americas south, and then eventually to the peninsula, it's being able to do significant jumps close to 2,000 kilometers, for example, to reach South Georgia or to reach the Atlantic Peninsula. So it can do quite significant jumps, right? But 4,000 it hasn't done thus far. That's what I can tell you. Now, it doesn't mean that it cannot do 2,000 and then leave a raft. We transmit it in a raft in the middle of the North Pacific and then do a second jump onto Hawaii, right? So I wouldn't rule out that possibility. But for example, the fact that it hasn't really made the jump from Eastern Asia to Oceania, in spite of many long-distance migrants doing that trek, right? It is puzzling. And it seems like that's too big of a jump for them to do on a single bird. So it has to hand over the infection to someone else in the middle, and then the next one, and the next one, and then eventually you get it all the way to the final destination. I think Hawaii and the Pacific Ocean islands are probably the lowest risk in terms of that because of their isolation, right? But it's changing, and we thought South Georgia was reasonably safe, and if it was going to make it to South Georgia, it was going to first do it through the peninsula or the Falklands, and it turns out that it was. From the genetics of the virus, turns out that it was straight from South America directly, no stops, right?
I guess in the context of albatrosses and petrels, many of us work with species that interact with fisheries. And so that's the type of scenario that we're talking about, potentially rafting at sea, meeting up and interacting with each other. But behind the fishing boat, that's some of those aggregations around discards would be prime material. And many of us do work with species that are in that scenario. So that's the idea that maybe not getting to us because the bird's got to travel the furthest. It needs to be tempered with fisheries.
It is quite possible. Yes, the fisheries serve as local hubs. They are moving along the ocean and giving those stepping stones for the virus to do longer distance jumps. It is possible. We don't have any evidence of it happening yet, but we didn't have the evidence of it doing a lot of things that it's doing right now, right?
This isn't biosafety related, just probably thinking about the same things that some of the others are thinking about. But have there been any large outbreaks in burrowing petrels?
Burrowing petrels. There's been a cluster of cases in shearwaters in Alaska,
That was at sea though, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
At
exactly,
sea.
right? So we don't know how they were exposed. At a colony, no, not yet.
Yeah.
There's been burrowing species that showed up here and there on wintering grounds and foraging grounds.
Yeah.
Right, but no single outbreak in the colony. On the other hand, I would say there's been some avian
Which shows
influenza
it can
surveillance.
transmit at sea. Because the shearwaters won't have been sitting around on the
It
ground.
seems quite likely,
Yeah.
yes. So there's been some cases, for example, an Antarctic prion on the coast of southeast Brazil.
Yep.
Right? And way before the virus had made it all the way to Antarctica.
Yeah.
We suspect the infection probably occurred at sea in that region. Right? So it seems like at sea interactions give opportunities for transmission and personal forms, for sure. I wouldn't rule out that colony, that even if it's burrowing, don't give opportunities for interaction and transmission.
No, they definitely interact,
But we haven't-
especially
yeah.
pre-breeding.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen any outbreaks at colonies. But then again, how good are we at detecting that kind of mortality, right? If the birds are they're feeling ill and they're hiding in the burrow and dying there, are we actually checking burrows and checking for carcasses and testing them consistently throughout the world to be sure that it hasn't happened? We haven't seen it yet, but
Ralph, sorry, I would like to know if, because of the fact that we had a really big, the H1, what's the name? H1,
H5N1.
H5N1 in Peru, because of the fact that we had a lot of one-eyed cormorants, Peruvian boobies, Peruvian pelican, and the three of those goes all the way to South Chile. And you know that in Waffle Island, in Southern Chile, you have a 4 million colony of sooty shearwaters. So I'm wondering if some people tested maybe in your country, if the colony there was infected as well because they are shearwaters.
Yeah, so the question is, you had a lot of cases in Peru affecting a large number of that's breeding. But there's also a large number of sooty shearwaters which visit those waters and then they go back south to Chile to their breeding colonies. So sooty shearwaters are one of the species that had a mass mortality this year. I think close to 30,000, if I'm not mistaken, were found dead along the coast. Of those, about 390 were tested. And I might be off a bit on the numbers, but that's roughly the image. And 3 or 4 were positive, right? So it paints a picture of, are they susceptible? Yes. Was it the cause of this mass mortality? Possibly not, because of how low the detection rate was. Right? But then I would also add a caveat that we recently had a paper published by researchers in Chile who looked at the Humboldt penguin mortality. And although they had a low positivity rate, they still interpreted much of the mortality that had happened was due to the virus, but it was more about the logistics of how the samples were collected and transported that was giving a lot of negatives. So they tested about 100, they had 4 positives, and in spite of that low rate, they still felt like the bulk of the mortality in that case, which was about 3,000 penguins, had died because of avian influenza. So it is tricky, and we're not quite sure what happened in the case of the sooty shearwater. It might have been that it was something else. It just so happened that it was an El Nino, which mixes up everything, right?
It was all mixed. Yeah.
What time of year?
No, just a question, because we do have a coffee break and we have to be simultaneous with the other group. So at 3:30, we have to break, and then we come back, we have a lot to talk about yet, and we have a Q&A session. I understand that all the questions will be really rich discussion. Maybe we can leave it for the Q&A. Maybe.
So these slides go to step 7, so we're getting.
So we just, let's finish the step 7, and then we go to coffee break, and I understand that we have a really rich discussion afterwards, so that's right, just like.
Yeah. I think this slide is very interesting, and that's exactly the kind of discussion. I mean, it's easy.
Yeah.
I think this kind of discussion is exactly what this workshop is for. But let's just get it over with the slides.
Just discuss.
All right, so we'll talk more about tiered activation, but the idea is that you don't need to have a single protocol that is as strict as possible and you apply from day 1 to day forever. That's not probably the best approach. Oh, the thing went to sleep on you.
Too much talk.
Yeah,
No?
No. No, pasamos. Something else that the plan has to consider is the roles and responsibilities involved, right? So the plan should make it clear who, and this is fairly institutional and boring, but it is important to establish in advance who is going to be in charge of doing sampling, where the samples will be sent to, which is the authority that makes the final call on the operations, that kind of thing should be established beforehand. Because if not, it might blow in media, and there might be lots of people who didn't manifest up to that point who all of a sudden might want to have a say, right? And if you don't have a clear plan on whose role and responsibility it is, it might get complicated, right? So you want to address that by having a plan that establishes that clearly and that everybody knows what role they're supposed to be playing in the response. These are some examples, right? Don't dive on the details, but tiering, when I speak of tiered procedure, I'm thinking of several different aspects that you can tier, right? The first is, what is the context that I'm currently operating on? Is it a context where the virus is already circulating where I'm at? Or is it a context where it's on the neighboring islands, but it's not on this particular island yet, right? So maybe I'm operating in Marion Island, and there's been a case, the closest case is South Georgia. That's one scenario. Maybe the nearest case is Crozet, and that's quite closer and more shared species, right? So I can take decisions based on how far the virus is from where I'm at, right? And so right now, if you're working on Peter First Island or on snow petrels in the Nunatak, 200 kilometers inland in Antarctica, that's a lower level of alertness than if you're working with black trout albatrosses in southern Chile, for example, right? So take into account how far in the regional trade you are. Then I can also tier the field activities that I'm doing, right? So I might have different teams doing different things, and not all of them need to do as strict biosafety as the others, right? So if your project is flying a drone from a distance and not actually entering the colonies, that might require a lower biosafety level, but you have to have a plan, because if the drone falls close to the colony, then who's going to recover it and what kind of biosafety that person will have to wear to go there, right? So you need to think of these scenarios, but you can tier it down versus someone who's actually going in there, handling birds, collecting blood, right? Or doing swabs or things like that. So consider what kind of activity you're doing, and you can rate them in increasing levels of potential exposure. And then you can also tier the kits, the level of measures that you're going to implement, right? So rather than trying to say for each scenario, you have to wear gloves, you have to wear that, you can say, okay, I'm going to consider tier 2 is you're going to wear this PPE, that boot, that mask, right? And tier 2 is going to be applied if you have this, and that situation, right? So if you have bird flu detected on a nearby island and you're going to handle a bird, then you need to wear this, and that. If you are the virus was detected on a nearby island, but you're only replacing batteries and memory cards in the camera, then this and that kit is what you need to wear, right? So you can sort of form a matrix between the regional alert level, between the activity exposure potential, and between the level of complexity of the biosafety measures that you're adopting. And then when it comes to implementing, as I mentioned, again, this is a disease that requires you to communicate with national authorities, both on the side of animal health and human health, right? So you need to communicate with them as it goes. You don't want to be late in letting them know, right? It's easy to get caught up in the situation and being so worried about deploying equipment and dealing with your field team and giving instructions and things like that, and you forget to notify the local authority. That might get you into trouble. So you need to make sure that communication is active and fluid all the time. You need to make sure that you have the appropriate permits and authorizations for whatever it is that you're going to do, right? The authority might have additional requests on procedures and methods if you want to get your normal working permits, right? Or if you want to do sampling or testing for the virus, you need to check the specific permits that you might need for that. It might be one step beyond the usual permits that you require. So bear that in mind. You might need to train or retrain your field team beyond what you've done in the past. So even people who have gone to that island several times, they know all the nests, they know the procedure, they've deployed GPS hundreds of times, they know everything about it. Even then might need to go through an extra training this year, right? And figuring out how to properly put a mask and gloves and how to not contaminate as they're taking that off. Small things, right? But it's important to bear in mind that you might need to do some extra training beyond what was usual for your team. You will need to think about deploying, how you will deploy the kits that these people need to work in the field, right? So it's not about telling them that they need to wear masks and then go buy the masks yourself, or you leave it to someone who's not aware of what kinds of masks there are and buys the wrong kind of mask or buys terribly uncomfortable masks that are then not going to be used because they're not comfortable or effective enough in the field, right? So you need to take the actual steps of making sure that the people who need it have it when they need it, right? It also say if you're working in symptomatic, sometimes it might be different containers flying over with helicopters, and maybe the helicopter with PPE is left last. And so you cannot start your operations until that container comes in, and you're stuck for 5 days waiting for that one to be uploaded, right? So you have to think of those things, and okay, we're going to have a dirty backpack that comes with me that can drive me through those first 5 days until they finish unloading the rest of the equipment, right? We need to time those things to make sure that it works out. And be transparent in real-time communication, right? So you need to set up whatever it is, a WhatsApp group, a mailing list, a web page, whichever way you decide in your plan, right? And make sure that that information is available to all those who need to know it right away, right? So it does not work if you're on one island group, the other team is on the other island group, and they're not even aware what's going on your side, right? And there's a massive outbreak, and they're there in the little hut, leaving super happy with no clue that the rules have changed, that there's been a suspected case 3 days ago, and then now everybody's wearing PPE, right? So you need to ensure that you have the mechanisms to communicate in a fluid manner as things develop. Oh, it was actually step 6, not 10. So let's do a coffee break, then we can get back. We have some people to demonstrate, and then we have a lot of discussion, I think.
That's Photoshop, isn't it? That can't be real.
I don't.
I'm doing that as a way of about crash behind them. Pushy, pushy, pushy.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back from the conference and everyone that's online. Welcome back too. Hope everyone connected again. And now we're just like change the plans. We will continue with how let him read and stress. And now we have the pleasure to receive here Dr. Samantha Gibbs. She has experience, she's a wildlife veterinarian with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and she has experience with the vaccination of the endangered condor in the U.S. So she's sharing her expertise and her experience with these endangered species with us. We will add a lot of knowledge for us to discuss later on the Q&A session. So, well, thank you so much for being here with us today, Samantha. And please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. I've been sitting in since the beginning, and it's been fascinating. I really appreciate the invitation to talk to you. Can you hear me okay, and are the slides visible?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Great. Well, Ralph did a really awesome job of covering all of this, so I don't know that I even need to talk today. I might give you a few more details, but definitely interrupt me at any time to let me know if you have additional questions or if I can explain something a little bit further. So as Patricia mentioned, I'm a veterinarian for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, specifically for the National Wildlife Refuge System. And we have refuges throughout the United States, including in Hawaii, all the way out to Guam, Puerto Rico, and up to Alaska. So we cover a very wide area. And of course, within our refuge system is Midway Atoll, where we have a number of albatross that nest there. So what you're talking about today is all very relevant to us. I hope that this talk about condors will translate a little bit over to the work that you're doing, but I'm probably going to learn more from you today than you're going to learn from me, but it might be that some of the vaccine information is useful for the future. So we had a mortality event in March and April of last year, and we ended up losing 21 condors. We were able to confirm that 19 of those cases were in fact highly pathogenic avian influenza, this new 2344B strain that we've seen in Europe and across into North America and then down into South America. The other ones we were unable to recover in canyon country, so unfortunately we don't have an absolute confirmation on those birds, but given the other 19 being highly pathogenic avian influenza, we suspect that those were most likely the same thing. We also had 4 birds that went for rehabilitation at a veterinary clinic about 4 hours south of their natural range. 2 of those actually did survive with intense therapeutic support. We were able to set up an emergency response for this incident and kick in several folks to assist with logistics and finance and responding to this event with an increase in the number of personnel. So during that initial push for an emergency response, we threw everything on the table to see what might be the most appropriate approach to decreasing the number of mortalities that we were seeing in these birds. So we looked at operational improvements. We looked at increased biosecurity at our sites where we had captive condors. How we can better address all the other stressors on this species, and also vaccination. So I'll give you a brief history of condor conservation just to put it in perspective for you. The condors were listed as endangered in 1967, and then we established a recovery team and released captive condors. So actually the whole flock was brought into captivity. We only had a few birds. I think we got down to 23 birds total in the world. And so we began captive rearing and then releasing those animals at several different release sites that were established over the years. These are the areas where the current populations of condors range. So we have two distinct flocks, as we call them, of condors. One is in the Utah, Arizona area, and one is in the California area. The outbreak occurred in the Arizona-Utah flock, primarily at the Arizona site because it was the time of year where they're usually in Arizona, and then they moved north to Utah shortly after that during the summertime. So for our numbers for 2022, the total world population was 561. Only 347 of those are actually flying in the wild. The rest are in captivity. And then we have 116 in the Arizona-Utah flock. So losing 21 birds within the span of a month, which is usually how many we lose in a year for the entire free-ranging population, that was quite a shock. So at 21 birds lost in that 1 month, that represented about 20% of that Arizona-Utah population. I did want to mention that the primary threat to this species at the moment is lead poisoning. And we've had a really bad lead year following the avian influenza outbreak. And I would imagine that there's some interaction between lead intoxication, which almost all of the free-flying condors face, and the susceptibility to avian influenza. Lead has been demonstrated in many bird species to create immunosuppression. We don't know what that interaction is at this point, but we suspect that there may be some synergies, unfortunately. So I am talking to you about vaccination today, but as Ralph covered, there's all kinds of things that are going on during an event that involves avian influenza, and vaccination is really the last resort. And in this case, we wanted to focus on everything that we could do that wasn't vaccination, but then also explore the opportunity to vaccinate if necessary. So we worked on education, especially along the lines of lead intoxication, because we're seeing as many birds dying from that, if not more, within the year from lead than we are from avian influenza. So if we can decrease those other stressors, that could be extremely useful in combating the mortalities that we're seeing associated with bird flu. We also did some operational improvements to limit the potential risk that we were introducing into the system through our normal management practices. So that meant increasing biosecurity and biosafety, and sometimes that meant rebuilding outdoor pens and rethinking the way we do things. For vaccination, the purpose behind that was to reduce the clinical impact of avian influenza infections, reduce the amount of shedding so that we're reducing the risk of bird-to-bird spread, and then increasing the infective dose that would be required to actually create clinical disease in birds. So even if we can't stop them getting infected, can we stop mortality and just reduce that to morbidity? So being the United States, we had a lot of legal frameworks and government logistics to go through, and I do work for the federal government, so I can make fun of myself for our bureaucracy. We needed to get approval from USDA Department of Agriculture and every state's state agricultural government there on-site state veterinarians. So there were 2 layers there that we had to go through. We also needed to be able to access a vaccine that works against the currently circulating strain in North America. And the USDA required that it not be a live attenuated vaccine. It needed to be a killed product so that the opportunity of infecting birds or having an escape virus would not be present. They also require that we have a veterinarian administer those vaccines. So that means that if you're in remote areas of Arizona catching a condor, you have to have a veterinarian on site with you at that very moment to administer the vaccine, which has been quite a logistical hurdle. We also needed to get permits for doing the work, state and federal, because it's an endangered species. There's a whole nother level of permitting in order to move them across state lines, whether that's a carcass, an egg, or a live bird. That was necessary, as well as any research studies requiring institutional animal care and use committee review, so an animal welfare review. Was there a question?
No.
No. Okay. So this was a first for the United States to apply an avian influenza vaccine to any bird, and I should say a highly pathogenic avian influenza vaccine to any bird in the United States. This has not been done before because of the potential trade implications of using a vaccine in the United States. And so we worked very closely with our folks at USDA who work with our trading partners to ensure that we're consistent with WOA's recommendations for trade and vaccine administration. So that was a hoop to jump through as well to make sure that we were not potentially endangering the poultry industry in the United States. The reason USDA agreed to allow us to vaccinate California condors was because they felt that it warranted extraordinary action because of their endangered status, and they wanted to offer potential protection. But we also had a few components to the way the condor recovery program is set up that made USDA more comfortable allowing us to move forward with vaccination. And that's that every single bird is tagged. Most of them have either a satellite or a radio transmitter. These birds are basically followed from the first day of their lives until the end, and they're very long-lived birds. So we can tell you on any given day where almost the entire flock is throughout the country on the landscape. And so we also, because of the lead problem, get our hands on these birds, most birds once a year, because we treat them for lead intoxication with chelation therapy. So those were a number of factors that made USDA feel a little more comfortable that we would be able to administer the vaccine. We would be able to control it and not let the vaccine get on the black market for vaccination of chickens by mistake. Obviously, they don't understand the condor folks, because no way was a condor keeper gonna use a vaccine towards a chicken before giving it to a condor. So it was an interesting meeting of the minds between the agricultural sector and all of us wildlife folks in terms of learning each other's languages and cultures, but it's been quite an adventure. So USDA did very quickly approve and authorize our use of a highly pathogenic avian influenza vaccine, as well as authorizing its use in a small number of a surrogate species, which we chose as the black vulture. So we wanted to do some safety trials in it to make sure that the vaccine would be safe, and before putting that vaccine into a condor. So the vaccine that we ended up using, there was a whole team of people trying to figure out what the best vaccine would be that fit the requirements of USDA and would also be most likely to be effective. They landed on a conditionally licensed product through Zoetis. It's an oil and water emulsion, so it's pretty old school when it comes to vaccine technology. It has the internal genes of an H5N1 from humans and an H5 gene from a gyrfalcon virus that was isolated in the 2014-2015 outbreak that the United States experienced. So that is also clade 2344, but it's 2344C as opposed to 2344B, which is what we're seeing now. So it's about 98% homologous with the currently circulating strain, but it's not an exact match for sure. So we began conducting safety and efficacy trials in a group of black vultures. We had 10 birds that were vaccinated with 0.5 ml dose with a booster 3 weeks later, and then 10 birds that we only vaccinated with 1 ml once. And the reason we tried that, the vaccine was developed to be a prime boost system, but because of the difficulties that Ralph mentioned earlier, where with a prime boost, you have to have either the birds in hand for 3 weeks while you're waiting to give the booster, or you have to catch them again, neither of which is particularly easy when you've got birds the size of condors. So we took blood samples from those guys every 10 days and did antibody screening to see if they were demonstrating some titers, antibody titers to avian influenza. We were not allowed to do a virus challenge study in chickens. You would have them in a secure lab and you would give them the vaccine, give them some time to develop antibodies, and then you would challenge them with the virus. They would not allow us to do that because we don't have any facilities that we could put vultures into. So we were using the antibody titers as a proxy for immunity. So when the black vultures came in and we did capture them from the wild, 27 of the 28 had never been exposed to any avian influenza viruses. One of them had been exposed to a low-path virus. And we did the prime boost and the single injection. The prime boost worked well. 90% of those birds were showing demonstrable titers that if you translate that to titers in chickens, that would demonstrate protection from the virus, protection from mortality. And then the single injection did not work as well. We were hoping, we didn't expect it to, but we were really hoping that that might be an opportunity, but it looked like from the vultures that wasn't going to work. So none of the vultures had any untoward effects from the trials. So we moved into vaccinating the condors. We did it very slowly and started with 3 condors to see what happened. Those guys did fine. So we moved on with the same construct of 10 and 10 and 5 controls. The condors did not do as well as the vultures, and we've seen a wide variety of responses to natural infection in wild birds between species. So it wasn't unexpected that the vultures wouldn't be a perfect surrogate for the condors, but it was the best that we could come up with. So the condors only showed about 60% of them, even with a prime boost, demonstrating antibodies that would be consistent with protection in poultry. And again, we tried that single injection of 1 ml. We haven't completely finished that testing, but it wasn't looking good at all. Most of them looked like they were negative. And the reason we haven't finished that testing is we've got this little thing going on with cows. I don't know if you guys have heard about that. It's kind of keeping the lab folks busy. So this was the vaccine protocol that we then came up with to translate the safety and efficacy trials from a trial into what we call routine vaccination of the flock. Now, the flock, as I alluded to earlier, has different compartments. We've got those that are in captivity, and they're always in captivity. They are breeder birds, and they're producing the next generation. And then that next generation that was born in captivity then becomes a pre-release bird, and they go out into outdoor pens and they get acclimated, and then they are released. And then we have the birds that are out in the wild full-time and are having chicks of their own in the wild. So we began with the birds that were in captivity and the birds that were pre-release. And then we moved on to the birds that were already out in the wild as we caught them for lead chelation therapy and replacement of transmitters and things like that. So we're up to 112 birds so far that we have vaccinated. We are doing the prime boost with 3 weeks in between. For the captive birds and the pre-release birds, that's fairly straightforward, but with the birds that are in the wild, because of the timing of their breeding season, we're just giving them the first dose. And if we can recapture them, great. But if we can't, we'll just have to have a longer period than 3 weeks between the prime and the boost. We have had 2 cases of adverse reaction to the vaccine. We've been working closely with Zoetis, the vaccine company, to investigate this from a pathology standpoint. So we're working with the pathologists at the zoo where it occurred, as well as the pathologists at the vaccine company. It seems to be associated with the adjuvant, that oil and water adjuvant, that is part of the vaccine component to induce inflammation and get the body to respond to the antibodies that are, the antigens that are being presented for the vaccine. So we've also been doing some serology, especially we started in the Arizona flock to get an idea of how many of them were actually exposed when we lost those 21 birds. We've tested 65 birds, it was 52 birds from the Arizona flock, and about 50% of them demonstrated high levels of antibodies to high-path avian influenza and specifically H5N1. And that suggests that over 50% of them have survived because they've obviously been exposed and they're there to tell the tale. So that gave us a little more hope that the vaccination wouldn't be necessary if we have a little bit of buffer with at least half of the birds surviving. We would obviously like 100% of the birds to survive, but that gave me a little bit of relief just to know that it wasn't completely the end of the road. And we've tested the California flock. We have not found any cases. We haven't had any mortality or morbidity in the California flock yet. We're expecting that it will happen at some point. I wanted to mention some of the challenges that we've had. I mentioned the adverse reactions. We don't know what the significance of that is, whether it was due to underlying health factors in the 2 birds that we had those adverse effects. And when I say adverse effects, it was basically a large granulomatous lesion that occurred at the site of vaccination, one of which was about the size of an orange and had to be surgically removed. We also don't know how long the protection is going to last in these guys. With the trial birds, we saw the antibody levels declining fairly rapidly after the trial ended, and they weren't that high to begin with. So we're not sure how good of representation those antibody titers are for actual immunity. We're just going to have to see how it plays out in the field. And lastly, the ethics of it. I've been a wildlife veterinarian for a few years now, a few decades now, and I question myself whether it's appropriate to vaccinate wildlife. In this case, it is already a hyper-managed population. This is not a natural population after having been completely in captivity for, I think it was about 5 years. And their genetic tree is based on 23 individuals. So this is already such a highly managed population. They're already vaccinated every year for West Nile virus as well. So in this case, I guess I justified it as a, as we would say, a Hail Mary, just a last-ditch attempt to do everything that we could to stop the species from going extinct. But I think it bears revisiting regularly as to what are we doing from a management perspective, and is that making us feel better? Is it actually better for the species at risk? And then I wanted to mention that there are other threatened species, and I think that's why you asked me to come and talk to you a little bit today about this. And in the US and North America, we've got several bird species, but we're also seeing wild mammals impacted by this, both terrestrial mammals as well as marine mammals. So when it comes to vaccination, we haven't gotten the go-ahead for any other species by USDA at this point. The folks that work with the whooping cranes, which are also endangered, I think would like to explore this a little bit further, but their animals, their birds are not as tightly monitored as the condors are. So I don't know how USDA is going to come down on that one. And that's it from me. So I'm happy to answer any questions or hang around for the Q&A session.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Samantha. It was great to hear you. Now, before opening the floor for questions, I just suggest that we have another experts here that have experience on vaccines and can share also their view. Then we open for questions afterwards. If you can hang out a little bit, it would be great. I would like to know if Laura Roberts is one of the experts from the International Avian Influenza group that works for ACAP. And Laura also has experience with vaccination. Laura, would you be ready to share with us your experience as well? And then we open for discussion and questions. What do you think?
Yes, sure, I'm ready. It looks like somebody else is still sharing. Is that you, Samantha?
Samantha, if you can please close your share window. Thank you.
Okay, let's try again. That's visible now. I can see it on the video.
We can see your screen. Thank you so much. Laura Roberts is one of the members of our group, but she's from South Africa. Thank you, Laura.
Thanks for the opportunity. Hi, everyone. So I am a government vet in the Western Cape province of South Africa. Work for provincial government, not national. And I'm also hopefully nearly done with a PhD with the University of Pretoria. So one of my PhD projects was to look at possible solutions for high-path avian influenza in seabirds. We experienced the disease in our seabirds first in 2018 with the H5N1 virus, and then got it again in 2021. So we're getting pretty keen to look at what the options are. So this is very much, I'm coming from the other side. This is much more academic, and it's looking at some other options. We're still quite far from something that can be used and from knowing how this, where this is going to be practical. But I think my main message is that we need to look at all the options. We need to do it as soon as possible and get organized along with all the other planning so that so that we've got everything at our fingertips when we need it. So I'm just going to, I had introductory slides. I've hidden them. So I'm going to go straight through to what we did. And if there are questions, then I can also help with that. But just to acknowledge funders, it takes money to do these things. And Sandcarb Rehabilitation Centre in Cape Town that lent us their penguins and let us test the vaccines on them. And so thanks to them. So I want to sort of, this is just very cool and exciting. It's not necessarily something that's going to be the answer to everything, but it's what we did, and it is a very exciting, interesting technique of making vaccines. So essentially, they're called virus-like particle vaccines because you don't actually use any part of an actual virus. You make something that looks like the virus proteins that the body needs to produce antibodies. And you can make these out of bacterial proteins or insect proteins, or in our case, plant proteins. And actually what works quite well are tobacco plants, because we know how to grow tobacco very, very well. And it grows fast and it works well in these models. So what I've got, let me see if I can turn a pointer on. Hopefully you can see it. So that's a depiction of the avian influenza virus, and what the body recognizes primarily are these proteins on the outside of the virus, the hemagglutinin and the neuraminidase proteins, which is also what we name the viruses after. So the H5s have a hemagglutinin 5 protein on the outside, and that H protein is most important. So what you do is you sequence the genetics of the virus, and you extract the important bits of that hemagglutinin gene, and you code that into little plasmids, which carry genes conveniently. You put that into a plant bacterium. So the plasmid goes into the plant bacterium, which inserts itself into the genetics of that bacterium, which you then paint or inject onto individual tobacco leaves. So you're not creating a GMO plant, you're just creating a GMO leaf. And that leaf then uses the genetic code of that bird flu virus to produce plant proteins that look like hemagglutinin proteins from the virus. And once you've mushed up the leaves and you've extracted the proteins, and you're literally just taking out, you use complicated laboratory techniques to take out the proteins you want and leave the tobacco, the nicotine behind for a start. But you get these little virus-like particles that look like this under a scanning electron microscope, which is very similar to what a bird flu virus would look like. They essentially make a lipid layer of plant lipids and these proteins presented on the outside. So not only does the actual protein in the shape of a bird flu protein, but they stick out in a very similar way that a bird flu virus would. So the CSIR, our research institution National Research Institute, has been working on similar viruses. They've used them for African horse sickness, similar vaccines. They used it for African horse sickness. They've tested in chickens already. So they adapted one, made us a special batch, and we tried it in chickens. Tried it in penguins, sorry. So I'm hoping this sort of explains the process and the results all at once, but if there's any confusion, then just let me know. So essentially what we did is we ended up with 3 treatment groups in our penguin. And we used an inactivated virus, whole virus vaccine, very similar to what was used in the US on the condors. Essentially, you take a bird flu virus, you kill it, you mix it up with some oil. This is all very crudely, it is very technical and carefully done, but simply, you kill the virus, you mix it with some oil, and you inject it. So you literally just exposing the bird's body to the proteins. And then the one group we had got the virus-like particle vaccine. And then the two different vaccine treatment groups were split into 2 so that we also wanted to do a prime boost. So we wanted to do one group that just got 1 dose, and we wanted to do the other group that got the first dose and the second dose. So this is what happened in the end. The idea was to have 4 groups. Unfortunately, one of these things that can happen is our fancy new vaccine got contaminated somewhere along the line. We've never managed to work out what happened. It was a tragedy. So our whole group of penguins that we vaccinated all developed little abscesses like those 2 condors, and we had to stop. So this is unfortunately preliminary and an example. We very much believe that it was we could culture bacteria from the vaccine that really should not have been there. So we don't blame the plant or the vaccine, but it will need to be done again to prove it. But essentially, the results were very promising. So this very bottom line is what happened with the traditional inactivated vaccine with only 1 dose. Here is that the minimum titer from chickens, again, that we believe would be needed to protect the bird against mortality. So they might get a bit sick, but they won't die. And the 1 dose of inactivated vaccine got us above that level after 2 weeks, but it dropped right down again. And this is below the protective level, sort of before 2 months is even up. So similar findings to the condors is that 1 dose is just not very useful. The 2 doses of the inactivated vaccine, this is a lovely example of statistics of we had 2 groups with exactly the same treatment. You still get slightly different results, but it's really not statistically or practically significant. But so the 2 doses, you can see how the levels went up, started to drop again. We did the booster, which took the levels up nice and high above this level, which is what we would want to stop the birds shedding virus. So if they've got above this level, they hopefully are protected themselves. If we can get the antibodies even higher, we should be able to protect other birds as well, so to stop them spreading it. But again, levels went up and started coming down again really, really fast. It lasts longer than 1 dose, but again is below levels to protect against mortality by about less than 3 months. The virus-like particle vaccine took the levels up within 1 week, within 2 weeks. So the first time we measured that, they were all well above this level that would even stop shedding. And they were still sort of sticking there when we were able to do the second measurement. At this point, though, we realized there was something wrong and had to stop. But 1 bird at day 430, so well after a year, had blood drawn. It was going to be a blood donor, and then the blood clotted, and we had this blood, nothing to do with it. So we got permission to test it. And there were still antibodies there. I mean, they're below the levels we would want, but this counts still very much as positive. And if we do a straight line, which was not what would have happened, but the best I can do, we're hoping that those levels lasted quite a lot longer. So as I say, I'm not expecting everybody to go out and use this right now. It needs a lot more work. But what it demonstrates is that there are other options out there. This is just one sort of technology. They're probably, if you categorize them broadly, there are probably another 6, 7, 8 types of vaccines that are a lot more advanced. And I want to just say better than an activated vaccine. They're more complicated, they're more expensive to make, but in some cases they're quicker to make. So these tobacco plant and VLP technology, we can have enough doses to vaccinate all our penguins within a couple of weeks. So from having a brand new virus, the virus can be sequenced, it can be stuck into those plasmids, into the plants, and you can have huge amounts of vaccine within a couple of weeks. It's very much hasn't been through all the hoops that have been discussed in terms of regulatory, being registered, getting permission to use it, and everything else. But the technology's out there, and we just need to start looking at what are the requirements we have. So essentially we know that we need ideally fewer doses to get the protective levels that we want. So need to be looking at what's out there where we can do it with one dose. We need that effect to last as long as possible so that you don't have to keep catching them every year and redosing, which is very much a reality for the moment. Though if we're talking about new viruses coming in and that initial epidemic period where you essentially have lots of virus around for quite a short period of time, maybe it's okay to have a vaccine that only has protective levels for a couple of months and gives you a bit of a wall for that first couple of months where things are really bad. Ideally, we need vaccines that don't need to be injected. And the technology is moving that way. There are other diseases, other vaccines that can be applied without having to inject them into a muscle, without needing a lot of extra training to do it. And there's some argument for, especially for bird flu and other respiratory viruses, that if you have a vaccine that's applied the way a bird would naturally be infected, that you get better immunity, because you need not just antibody immunity, but you need all the other components of immunity, the cell-mediated immunity, and the proteins that have effects on the mucosa in the eyes and the mouth when they get infected. So again, the aspects of the technology that is getting there, it's something I think that most national governments would have nightmares about, is having people spraying bird flu vaccine around. But if we ignore that, then it starts to sound more feasible. It's very far in the future, but we need to encourage anybody who's working on it to also think about seabirds and to see where the gaps are. And of course, if you can spray something, you can maybe start doing more birds at once. I'll just repeat it. This is very much in the future, but we really might need this. There's not a lot else my personal opinion, there's not a lot else we can do to stop this virus, except wait for it to kill the birds that it's going to kill and for the rest to become immune. So where we need it, this is what we need to use. So in the meantime, we do need to understand how the virus works, how it's spreading, to understand where vaccination and other control methods are going to be most effective, to understand which birds one could vaccinate to have the most effect, which birds are most at risk. We can now start looking at the feasibility and the regulatory requirements and finding out who one would need to speak to, what permits one would need, which species it could actually be doable in, which populations, what technology will need to be there before you can do it, and where to start looking, and also to find the money, as has been mentioned. So I'm happy at any point to answer questions, and now or later. I might run away now because it's 1:45 in the morning and I need to go to work in a couple more hours. But yeah, if anybody wants to send an email or has questions or anything at any time, I'm always happy to help.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Laura. Was great. Thank you for sharing your experience. Now we are just going to open to the floor for questions. Have in mind we had Dr. Hall lecture and also Samantha Gibbs and Laura, so we can open to the floor for all types of questions. And also we have here in our workshop other specialists that are also part of the group. That will just take this moment to present Dr. Michelle Henry from Australia. She's also here and will be able to respond to questions as well. All of them can open the video and talk and respond to her expertise. As well, we have Megan DeWard. Dr. Megan DeWard also is Australian. Sarah Michael from Australia as well. Megan Tierney from the UK. And Marcelo Hart from UC Davis. She has also a long story with ACAP on health issues, and also is part of our intersessional group. So we are all here as experts, invited by the ACAP to be here today, and also part of the intersessional group. So now we're just open to the floor to continue our rich discussion that we had before our break, and also taking advantage of having all those talks that we have. We tried to get here today the best information we had share with you for us to get our own conclusions and to grow up from that. So let's open to the floor for questions and comments and also Samantha, thank you so much for being here in this. So any questions?
Hi, I'm wondering if there's a cheaper alternative to the viral transport medium. We sent some down to Antarctica and -8 freezers and it was very expensive. I'm just wondering if there are alternative solutions, please.
I could take that one.
Yes.
So you're talking about how to store the sample after it was collected, if you want to test for the virus, right? Traditional way this was done was collecting the virus on what we call VTM, a virus transport medium, which is a medium that keeps the virus alive so that you can afterwards inoculate it on an egg and culture it so that you can study it, right? That's the way most of the reference labs have worked for many years. In the last decade, we've had the development of an alternative technology, which are the lysis buffers. There's several variants of them. Things they have commercial names, things like DNA, RNA shield, RNA later, nuclear protect RNA, and others like that. And what these solutions do is they do two things. A, they inactivate the virus. So rather than keeping it alive, they kill it. And B, they stabilize the RNA so that it doesn't degrade, right? And that has several advantages. Number one, you're inactivating the virus, so you're carrying a tube around, you're shipping it without it containing a potential threat for those handling that tube, right? So it helps a lot with your biosafety and with your logistics of handling that sample. Number two, it stabilizes the RNA from temperature. It's still, on the long term, you want to freeze it, right? But on the short term, it can stand for a brief period at room temperature or under refrigeration, so it gives you some flexibility, which when you're working on subantarctic islands or oceanic islands, you might not have access to a freezer or liquid nitrogen, right? And with those medium, you can.
-8 freezer.
It doesn't necessarily require -80. If on the long term you want to store it for several months, then yes, I would recommend you transfer it to a -80 when you have the chance, right? But it can stand, according to the manufacturer, some of them can stand up to 1 month in room temperature, right? Which is quite extraordinary. So nowadays, a lot of the surveillance has shifted towards these lysis buffers. You really only go for the VTM these days if you have a specific interest in culturing the virus, which for some types of research is useful, right? But for the bulk of the surveillance and the day-to-day risk assessment and monitoring, you're probably better off operating with lysis buffer. Right. Now, a lot of this diagnosis is going to be done by the vet service of your state, of your country, right? So you have to check with them what is the protocol. Several countries still want the live virus in order to do the diagnosis, but several have been more flexible in terms of accepting samples to be collected in lysis buffer and to actually have the inactivated virus. And it still allowed us to do a lot in terms of research, right? So I think for a lot of the albatross and petrel context, lysis buffer are going to be the best way to go for most of us.
We had sediment samples mentioned in the context of screening, I suppose, environmental screening. I assume that's what we're talking about with sediment samples. Are we talking a lysis buffer for storage of that type of thing? Just wonder in places where there's really dense seabed colonies, there's a lot of feces in the mud, there's a lot of that. Penguin colonies, against the albatross. Sediment sampling in those places seems to be potentially quite valuable as a way of getting a lot of ground. So how to store it would be my question.
Yeah. So if you want to store the virus genetic material for analysis, the same lysis buffer is going to work for an oral swab, a cloacal swab, a fecal sample, a tissue swab, right? It works across the board.
Okay.
There are some. You have to be careful in terms of not oversaturating the buffer with too much sample, but other than that, it works just fine, right? Now, in terms of a surveillance strategy, there are pros and cons on which sample you're going to collect, right? So collecting a fecal sample from the floor, it's good because you're not getting that dirty to collect that sample, right? The level of exposure is not that high versus opening a brain to get opening a skull to get a brain sample, so it has advantages on that regard, but it assumes that you're talking about a virus that's really spreading on fecal material, And sometimes the infection is so acute and it goes straight to the brain, right? And it kills the bird before it goes that whole cycle of being detected on large number of species, right? So I think it is a balance. There is a place for fecal environmental sampling, but I wouldn't make it the only strategy to which I'm diagnosing it.
Excuse me, just Michelle, Michelle also wants to answer to these questions, right? Thank you.
Hello, I just want to add one point to this discussion about what type of media to put in your samples. It's very important for you to discuss this with the lab that's going to test your samples, because not all lab workflows work equally well for all sample types. So for example, what I use for my samples in Australia, it's a magnetic system. It does not work with something like RNA later. And that's really important for me to know when those samples are coming in, so that I know what the correct methods to use in the lab. Okay, so please don't do this independent of the lab which will be receiving your samples. This should be a discussion with your laboratory around what they can receive and test.
Yeah, thanks. I would echo that. Definitely work with a lab. Make sure there is a lab that will test different samples for you. It's quite a labor-intensive process, from what I understand. But the way that we have collected them, I'll give you my personal experience, is we don't collect them in a buffer. We collect them in a container, and we keep the container cool. The virus has been present in there. At least that's what we're testing for. And so by keeping it sort of in that environment, we have been able to maintain it in there without a buffer. And then the other thing I would say is it depends on what your objective is. And so it's not a replacement for testing the birds by any means, but it can help you sort of assess environmental contamination over time. That's how we're living this.
The full sample in the with no buffer, do you think that like if you have to keep the sample for like a month before can actually reach a lab, would that work as well? That's the situation where there is buffer.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Not the right.
Not the right one. There are folks that have collected samples from remote locations. So I'll just say I don't know. If as lab, it's workable for us, but in the context that I work in Canada, it's really research labs that are doing this kind of diagnostics. So far, our regulatory labs don't work with that particular sample type, at least in the context of avian influenza. And I would also just add, I know this is getting into the nitty-gritty, but there is sort of certain types of environmental samples where you're more likely to get the virus if it's there. And so you want the actual sediment, not just a scoop of water. And so again, work with the folks who do this type of work to really figure out how to optimize your sampling method there.
I had a slightly related question. So in New Zealand, we've done a massive amount of surveillance sampling in the last outbreak season, like approximately 30 samples per species that we work on across all islands. Just as general surveillance, not because we saw worrying signs, but I'm aware that there's the different databases on like suspected and confirmed cases. Is there a database of null results for the surveillance samples? And if not, maybe that's a good idea.
For sure.
Would be great to have this no negative results database, but I'm not, as long as we are aware, now there's not an international database of that.
Some countries have released full databases of every sample tested and it was positive or negative, but only a few countries usually don't report positives, right? And you have the WOA, the World Organization for Animal Health, which has a public database on the detections, right, the positives. But indeed, the negatives have not been widely released, and it's not mandatory, so it's really on a country-by-country basis who releases them.
Jolene and Michelle.
Michelle, you can go ahead. I will be here. Okay, just to the context from Canada, I'm really glad you brought that up. That's been a huge undertaking, actually. In Canada, we have many, many different partners
that collect samples, and without the denominator, it makes it a lot harder to understand and interpret that data exactly, right? And so that's actually a big part of my job, is bringing data together at the national level, including the denominator. And we do make that data available to our surveillance partners in Canada, but it's not publicly available. And so part of the process with that has really been chatting with our partners and understanding how they're comfortable with their data being shared. And so it can get a little bit complicated, but that has been something we focused on in Canada. And so I'm really glad you brought that up. That is really important. And I would encourage us as a community to do keep track of those negatives.
I've got another question about the negatives. I don't know a whole lot about the virus sampling process as it gets to the lab, but I'm guessing it's just some sort of a positive negative process. Like it's positive or it's negative. It's not like you're not reading genomes or anything like that. Does anyone know the answer?
I think that's going to depend on the context. I can speak to what happens in Canada, and then I can pass it to somebody else. So we have sort of a stepwise process that the samples move through. So they go through a preliminary lab where they do a series of tests, and if any of them are positive, they go to a confirmatory lab where they then get the results. And until that point, they're not considered confirmed positive, and then sequencing and other testing. But each lab will have like a threshold cutoff that they've established as to whether they call something positive or not. And then depending on the lab, there'll be other categories like suspicious, inconclusive. And so it's not always just a yes or a no. Sometimes there is a little bit of that in between area where maybe there's not a lot of virus in the sample. And so it's a little bit uncertain. And so that's the process.
One of where I was sort of going with that question is there's a whole lot of samples being collected worldwide, and what's probably an unprecedented effort in screening of wild birds for, viruses and other diseases. Is it worth holding on to negatives? Obviously, positives have got a higher priority to look into avian influenza, but having some sort of and this may already be happening, so excuse my ignorance if that's the case, but holding on to those negatives for future applications to actually understand the state of other viruses and diseases in this opportunity that may not come around again for any amount of time.
So I think for if you're thinking things like metagenomics, for instance, I don't think anyone is doing that, but one of the issues that some of the labs actually have the rule of, like if you send your samples to a BSR3 lab, then it cannot be a BSR3 lab and it has to be destroyed. So they will test whatever they have to test and then they destroy the sample. But if you work more like in the context of like collaboration with researchers, I think there is maybe more wiggling room here. If it fits, like again, as people were saying before, you have to check where you can actually send your samples depending on the permits you need and so on. But it's like the same as like the same answer like as the lab with which you're working. So if it's like the state lab or it's like research lab, if that's something they can do, and then maybe like keep the samples and then whenever we have funding, we're gonna look for more. Yeah. But in theory, the samples can be used for because it's trying to keep the RNA, which is kind of like the trickiest molecule that we aim to keep. It's also good at keeping the DNA, so we can do in theory screening for those other things.
Yeah, because the third part of that is we've got a PhD student who's about to start actually looking at this, and we're actively going collecting these sorts of samples in DNA RNA shield, not in the virus medium for the purpose of not avian influenza, but other sorts of viruses that it's led by Jane Younger, who I know is part of the group. Has an interest in this, so we don't have the infinite funds to do all these things, and we've got specific funding for Australia, but I was just thinking, wouldn't it be a great opportunity if there are other researchers also working on this to sort of add those other little pieces of the puzzle?
So I let me share the talk after, but I think she has to say that what I would do in your case, I know it's annoying, but I would take duplicates for each sample.
Yeah.
And I would send one to the reference lab, and they can do whatever they want, which maybe get stuck for months because they have to get exposure before, or destroy it when it at the end because cannot keep it, but then you have your duplicate and you can use it for other things. Sure.
I'll answer the second part of the question first and then go back to the first part. So I'm based here in Australia. We have a data set of more than 12,000 samples over the last 10 years. We've kept everything. And we've been able to go back and do huge virus discovery studies on our data sets. We're going back to look for Japanese encephalitis in our data sets. And so there is a lot of value to keeping all those samples because sample collection is expensive and precious and you can almost never go back. So if you've got capacity to keep them, please keep them. With regards to how testing works, this is regardless of whether this is in a research lab or in a state lab. As said before, it's sort of a tiered process where you do a number of tests to answer a series of questions. How far down the process they'll go is a discussion that you need to have. So the first test is usually influenza, yes, no. If it's yes, the next test is H5, yes, no. If it's yes, then you'll do another test, okay? High path, low path, yes, no. And then after that, what should be happening is sequencing so that we can look at the genomes and generate that data. And even those positive samples for influenza are still worth hanging on to because the work that we've done, we've found at least 10 other viruses in those samples at the same time. So there's a lot going in there. And I would also, talking about the process, is it's really important to understand the diagnostics that are being done and how to interpret the results of the diagnostics being done. So one of the other people who answered the question, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, kind of talked about positive, negative, inconclusive. So that's one layer of understanding that's really critical. So what can your tests tell you or not tell you? But also based on the primers that you're using, if it's H5, does it mean it's actually a high path H5? So understanding that diagnostic process is very, very important. And you would do that in collaboration with whoever is testing your samples, whether it's a state lab or a research lab or those kinds of things. So these are important discussions to have.
Thank you very much. Marcel is also here to answer. And when someone makes a question, just please identify yourself because they haven't been here all week, so they don't know us. So we have like Julie, Namandine are here all week as our part of the group in Alpha. But it's nice that say your name, your institution, and read the question. Yes, Marcy, please.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to move back one step, and that is that I think two things. The number one thing here is that we need to keep in mind that this is a dangerous virus, potentially with impacts even in humans, right? So in some countries, like the US, it is a select agent. So you can't even move samples across anywhere without a lot of restrictions, which makes a lot of sense to me. Beyond that, even if it's a normal high path virus, it's still what we call biosecurity level 3 virus. So not any lab on any desk or bench or kitchen can do this. You cannot handle live virus as if it were nothing, right? This is not Salmonella. This is not E. coli. This is a dangerous bug. And the issue here is if you have live virus, and this is still, for the most part, a bird virus, it has shown that it can jump into mammals. So it's jumped into marine mammals quite efficiently in South America. It's now in cows in the US very efficiently as well. And of course, there are many terrestrial carnivores and all that. So what I want to say here is there's also a risk of one of those mammals infected with a mammal virus and then with a bird virus at the same time, and then you create a new monster. So what I want to say is just like coronavirus was changing all the time, this also happens with flu viruses. So we need to be very mindful of how relevant or how dangerous this virus is and all the constraints that exist around that. So for example, in most countries, you would not be allowed to work with live virus unless you have all that proper setup to actually work with live virus in a real containment setting, which is what you really need. So having live virus in your samples and moving it between freezers or sending it to your lab and doing it on your bench would not be allowed. You would have to have an inactivated sample in which you can test the RNA and you can do full genome sequencing, you can do all that. What you cannot do is culture the virus. That is only to be done in very restricted spaces for all of these reasons. So for example, most countries surveillance, which is to say positive, negative, and put it in a database and notify it as it must be, that is done by government, by the agencies. And then scientists can decide to do research to understand how the virus is transmitting between animals, how it's spreading, is it adapting to mammals or not. But you can do that within all of these different constraint settings where you actually can do all that with inactivated virus to a lot of extent. And if you want to move further, where you want to, inoculate a species and do all those experiments, you cannot do it in your own setting, right? Like Sam Gibbs rightfully said, like she didn't have permission to actually, test this vaccine and do all of these trials because that you are actually challenge the animals with live virus. You wouldn't have access to live virus because that virus is very dangerous. So you're not allowed to do that. So anyway, I don't want to make this really scary, but I did want to bring it back home that we're not talking about, salmonella here. We're talking about something that is more risky. And after the experience of the world with coronavirus and seeing how we can actually facilitate jumps of viruses and adaptations to humans so that it actually spreads amongst humans, that's something we do not want to trigger by any means by us trying to save birds or whatever species we're working with. So just the two levels here, we're all scientists, we're all excited about this, but we just have to be very mindful about, what we're dealing with here. Thanks.
Yeah, so if you want to set up a field lab, please talk to the main lab of your country before you do anything like that. And remember, because it's notifiable, if you do testing, you are obligated to report your results. You're obligated to notify your government you're doing testing. So yeah, good communication with your government labs is very, very important. Even if they don't end up being the ones to screen your samples, it's very important that they're in the loop. They can help you make sure you're following the biosecurity rules around sampling and handling samples and making decisions.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you. That's a great point to come back to, Marcela. I appreciate that. That really follows into the thing that perhaps a few of us have been thinking about. We, of course, in the context of dealing with these wildlife, want to do everything we can to keep the wildlife safe, but also planning ahead for the contingency that what if one of our team gets affected. Now, I'd like to draw on the expertise of others in this room, your expertise yourselves. Is there something that we could add preemptively into our medical kits that we take to our very remote isolated places, for example? Is there an antiviral that could potentially be carried and utilised in conjunction with the medical advice we have that might avoid emergency evacuation from very remote sites? What advice do we have around exposure to H5N1 and potential falls?
You want to go ahead online?
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I should have introduced myself. Correct, so I failed to follow that advance. Apologies.
Yeah, I don't know if I got the entire question, but I think you were asking about, how you can protect yourself potentially if you're in an isolated location and then somebody shows signs of infection potentially. So what has been seen for the most part in the most recent cases, like the cattle to human cases recently in the US, the second was confirmed yesterday, only this week. And those infections have been very mild. So people just have conjunctivitis. Crusty eyes and reddened eyes, and they're not feeling much more than that, but they can actually culture or find virus within the eye conjunctiva. So there's virus there, but sometimes they can't find it in the nose of those same people. So again, as we were talking about, this is a very tricky virus. We don't exactly understand, how transmission is happening. We don't know about the different susceptible species yet. So that is the situation now with this cow circulating avian influenza virus. But we do have the precedent of the 2 people infected in South America, for example, when this virus was first introduced, and those were very severe cases. So both survived, but both were on respirators, and especially the male patient in Chile was a person of 50 years old or something, and he survived, but it was not an easy thing. So from what the CDC is saying in the US, and we should probably share all of those million websites that are up in the US now that are very informative based on the cow situation. But they're saying that so far the virus and what they're seeing, it responds to the basic antiviral. So like Tamiflu is the famous one for influenza, and it seems to be working well. So the suggestion so far is if you're going to remote locations and you can take Tamiflu with you, that would be your first line of protecting yourself or anybody that's showing signs of clinical disease. That said, it may be that antivirals no longer work. And of course, the more we use them when we don't need them, then we create resistance. So that is a whole other discussion, right? So there's the fine line there. But I would say if you're in an isolated location, Tamiflu wouldn't be a bad idea at this point, just for protection. It would be something else in your first aid kit for sure. Yeah.
Thanks, Sarah. If I could just jump in, I would just really encourage you to engage with your local public health folks. They really are the ones where this is in scope for them to be making health recommendations for humans. And so they're going to be a really great contact for you to have in that regard. What I would also say is, as we spoke about yesterday and today, the clinical signs in birds are quite nonspecific. The clinical signs in humans can also be quite nonspecific. So you could have another type of influenza, and it's going to be really difficult for you to know for certain whether it's, H5N1 or a different sort of seasonal influenza, because as Marcella said, sometimes the symptoms that humans have can be mild in some cases. And in line with that, something that we actually brought up yesterday is if you are going to go into the field and you're feeling under the weather, probably rethink that choice, because if it is an influenza, that's where you can also increase the risk of something wacky happening with the virus, right? Where it can be reassuring with an influenza that we might be bringing into the field as well. So just different things to kind of keep it in mind from the human health perspective as well.
I just had a quick follow-up question. You talked about being sick from other influenzas. Is there a time period when, you've been on an island for a month and, the only thing that you are going to get sick from in a flu-like symptoms would be?
I would say, I will let others speak for themselves. For me, that's outside of this scope of my expertise, but would always be great to have a contact on the human health side that you could reach out to if you did have a concern while you were in the field. But I'll let others speak more to that if they have that expertise.
They are a rapid test, kind of like COVID test, but I don't say take that, but as part of the questions you can ask to your public health contact. There might be are there antiviral and also are there tests that we could use. Because in theory there are some that can distinguish between influenza A and B, and there might be even some that distinguish between H5 and other A. They wouldn't have you HPAI H5, there would only be H5, but maybe that would be a first. Should I panic now? But yeah, I don't think, none of us are medical doctors or public health professionals, so we can only suggest more questions. Michelle.
Sorry, Amandine, please do not use the rat tests for H5. They are not reliable. They are not reliable. You should not be using them for diagnostics, not for yourself. They're not reliable in animals. There's, I think, a lot of discussion in development, but please do not use them.
So do not use it. Any more questions? We also have a part of the audience in the online. Is anybody that's just watching online would like to make any questions? Please feel free. You can just type in Q&A, just click Q&A, and you can type your any questions that you have. We're here in a group of specialists from several parts of the world, so take advantage of that, and you can just type your questions while we're ready to answer. And if there are no more questions from the floor or from the audience, we can start the demonstrations of the meet, but I think we can take all the discussions now first, and then we go to the PP afterwards. I think it would be better because we're here already with the motor engines warm up to the discussion. So please make all your questions now, and then we go to the PP discussion with the protected communities.
I just want to say thank you for making all this timeline international level. But I have a question, how come Korean Research Institute looking at all this guideline and they come up with that high strict level of the action plan in place? So I think maybe next level of your job would be reaching out to more a national level. Maybe, I don't know, what's your next step now?
I'm sure that this is not the only forum that this subject has been discussed. There's a lot of discussion on the national level and international level, and the World Health of Animal Organization, I think has been this international forum for discussion for all types and not only albatross suspension. And the ACAP, it has its parties, and the discussion has a high level in the AC, including everything that we're discussing here, and all the documents that are presented are taken for this high level governmental discussion. So I think there's the same discussion that we're having here for albatross and petrels. The countries are having for a long time now, and as we have the email for everyone that has registered for this workshop, and also the email from the participants from this conference, we are going to share all the reference that we can from the other forum by email for you, like the links to the WOA, to the CMS, advice on HPAI. So you have the references and all the places. So I think it's a good next step if you want to go further and talk to authorities and veterinary service from Korea. I think there's a lot of reference, and probably there are a lot of people in your country that are engaged in the discussions in other rounds.
And I think it's important to yeah, I think this is working. To the context of the disease, this is a disease that historically was thought as a poultry disease, right? It has big commercial implications, public health, and food safety implications. So it's always managed in a way that really prioritized that aspect, right? It has changed. Now we're dealing with a different beast, a beast that is out of the control of industry management, that is in wildlife and affecting mainly wildlife, though it's still affecting poultry quite significantly. And we're still seeing governments adjust to this new scenario and all international organizations and standards, right? And I think what's happening in the poultry context and wildlife in general is that you're bringing people with poultry backgrounds looking at it as a poultry disease and trying to figure out how to deal with this in wildlife, right? And the way you would traditionally deal with it in a poultry context is indeed you close the farm, you sacrifice all the birds, you isolate it very, very strictly, right? You shut down all operations and you hope to suppress the outbreak that way, right? And that logic is still being sometimes recommended for wildlife. And it is taking a while for the authorities to realize that approach might not be feasible, might not be effective, might not make sense for the wildlife context, right? But it is a legacy that we bring from this disease, and it's changed quite quickly, quite recently. in the magnitude that it spreads in wildlife. So I think in a way that's that response of if we have a single case, we're going to shut down all operations and close the Antarctic station. That comes from that background, and it is part of what we're trying to do, and our colleagues worldwide to change that way of dealing with avian influenza.
Has that been advocated much so lately, recently?
Marcy probably can answer to that.
And Megan also has hands up. Yeah.
Yeah, so just in terms of the Antarctic sort of space and stuff, there's multiple tiers of these decisions. And so at the moment, the Antarctic Treaty meetings are happening, and there are massive discussions around HPAI, all countries sharing their experiences from this year, and management decisions will be made there. But then that will step down to COMNAP, which is then every single country's national programs working together to what their rules are. So from the SCARF stuff, that was just us making recommendations. It's then up to the national programs, the treaty, and so forth of how far they want to take recommendations and things like that. So internationally, there are all countries that work in Antarctic are talking to each other, dealing with this, sharing all these things together. And you know, a lot of those management stuff is happening at that level. In terms of like when things are being closed, it's not sort of one case and everything's closed down. In terms of the bases, there are different tiered responses, and different countries are responding differently depending on their base, what capabilities they have. Do they have scientists who can collect samples? Is that research a priority that's happening in that area? So it's a very complex space, but you know, internationally there is a lot of discussions, collaborations, and it's getting massive attention at the moment at the treaty level. So things may change next season as to what the rules and guidelines and stuff are. So.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ellie Honan, and I study snow petrels. Just a comment leading on from what you just said about how with Antarctica there's communication going on at the SCAR and a COMNAP level. I think it's really important as well to identify another grouping there where you've got IATA, say, addressing the interaction of tourists with these colonies, and then you've got the researchers themselves. But is there provision going in at a base level where you'll have the other field staff prepped for this? And that it can't just be a scientific issue, because I'm sure many of us who like being down south as biologists will have had field guides or walking up with dead birds, being like, oh, I found this for you. And it's just provisioning that there's like awareness training for them rather than just the scientists themselves. Like, is there something in place?
So is that sorry, was that like training of scientists at research bases or training tourism for collecting samples?
So not just training of scientists and those providing services to tourists, but that at each base there's an awareness of everyone who's going into the field about this, because it's not just the scientists that are going to be handling potential cases.
Yeah, so we do advise that everyone who works at a base and stuff is, you know, aware, understands the processes and things. But how each country wants to manage their base is up to them, and what, you know, information gets down to those people and staff. It's their base, their stuff is they make those decisions on how that is all managed. COMNAP and the treaty can make stricter guidelines and things, but it is a base by base basis.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
It looks like there's one in the Q&A.
Oh, okay, and the Q&A, all right, please. I will read for everyone to know what this question is about. It's a question from Michelle Hester in regards to all of most species scavenging carcasses at sea, mainly marine mammals. Do we understand the approximate duration of risk? How long does the virus pose a risk in a carcass at sea or on land? on the order of days, weeks, or longer? Thank you.
I think that this is a research question that is in progress because it's so context dependent. So there is a paper that came out last year where they had a big outbreak in great skuas, and they went back and tested the carcasses 1 year later and ascertained that they were not infectious anymore. So that's useful. But I don't know if there are sort of results in the literature of any trials that have been done on carcasses. People have been talking about doing those experiments, but I don't think we know. And I think data that we would collect in Australia would not be relevant to somewhere like Antarctica. You know, in Australia, we have UV and it's very hot and carcasses desiccate. In Antarctica, they're potentially freezing. So yeah, I don't have a good answer for you because A, I suspect the work is in progress, and B, the answer is it depends.
Yeah, I would add it very suavely in terms of pH, temperatures, exposure to sun, dehydration, right? These are all things that the virus does not like. But then being within a carcass, right, in the brain of a sea lion, that might shield you from UV, from dehydration, from all of those damages, right? So this is still being researched, as Michelle mentioned for the breeds, because I think 4 months, as early as 4 months, they were not detecting virus anymore. We also tested some sea lions, but I think Marcy can come better on that. So there is still testing going on because it is so variable from region to region, from environment to environment. Marcy?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say no. We don't know the answer. The safety rule, for example, in Galapagos, are using about 2 infectious period, for example, to go back to an area where there was infection previously. So about 60 days or so much. I don't know that that's. It's probably a lot, but you know, you would want to play it on the safe side. Who knows? You know, given the right conditions, somewhere cold, protected from the sun and potentially salt water. You know, those things will definitely affect the virus being viable. But also, I want to just alert us about. I mean, everybody, reminder that we just do not know a lot of these things. So people were seeing sea lions with seizures in Chile, collecting nasal and rectal swabs, and they were getting negatives. But the animal was clearly clinical and dying from avian influenza, but it's because the virus was in the brain, as Ralph was saying earlier. So if you do your normal surveillance, then, it's a negative. No, it's not. And then number 2, what is the infectious material there, right? It's probably in the brain, so it's more difficult to access even for a scavenger. So again, it's just so context specific, as Michelle was saying right now. And what I can say, adding to what Ralph said, from some of the things that we've kind of tried in the field, some of them wanting to try them and some of them not. For example, what we've been noticing is some of our samples that were collected, not from animals that we saw clinical and died, but rather carcasses that we just saw, and in many cases were very fresh. So recently dead, but in the hot summer months, we're having trouble. We find virus, we could confirm they're positive, but we cannot pull the full genome. So the virus is degraded, the RNA is degraded. So obviously it was not viable virus when we picked it up to begin with, most likely, even though we're subbing the brain. And then, for example, we had a duck species where we would suspect to be, virus. But that duck had been floating in the ocean. It's a sea duck. And, so when I found it on the beach, it had been there, who knows? It looked very fresh, but it was eventually exposed to the salt water. And again, we find the virus, it's positive, but it's not the full genome. It's incomplete, it's broken. So that would make it very, it would mean that it's not transmissible. So anyway, I think it's, if it's in salt water, if it's really hot, all of those things would likely inactivate it. But again, we have to remember that there may be samples or ways that the virus is spread right now, like the feathers, that may be able to sustain virus for longer and, not be as exposed. So who knows? I would, as long as you can, play it on the safe side. That's the recommendation. And I think for the CDC was saying for humans and cattle, they were keeping it in excess of 30 days. Yeah.
Thank you, Mercy. And we have another question from the audience online. It's from Betsy in Chile. The question is, spillover to new species through the trophic chain is being addressed? Anyone who wants to answer?
I think.
Yeah, go for it if you want.
Yeah, look, I think that my interpretation of that question and trophic chain is that we're seeing a lot of scavengers and predators are being infected by consuming infected birds. So the supplies both to mammals and birds. So foxes, bears, minks, everything, they're actively being infected by eating dead birds. And we're also seeing in the databases a lot of eagles and vultures and scavenging birds, including skuas, are affected through eating. So there is definitely infection through that mechanism.
Yeah, what we found,
Go ahead.
Part of the research my team is doing in the Falkland Islands is looking at typically that, like which species is exposed, and we do find what Michelle was saying, all the scavenging species. So there we have notably skuas, gulls, giant petrels, and carcaras are heavily exposed, and they don't necessarily die. So it might be, for instance, you might have heard in North America we found like a polar bear, lots of foxes, raccoons and skunks, all the species that might be scavenging. We find some dead ones, but it might be even more widespread in those species that we know. But it does look like eating something is a good way. Eating something infected is a good way to infect yourself.
No, I mean, I just wanted to emphasize what Amandine just said. It's just that eating an infected animal doesn't make you sick or die because species susceptibility is very different. We don't know. And what we saw was every single kelp gull in the world eating dead carcasses of everything that had died from avian influenza, yet only a few were sick and dying from it. So, some species are naturally more resistant, and we just don't know which ones they are. So don't assume that anything eating something infected is going to die, and don't assume that anything not dying is not infected.
I've got a question about where the virus is in terms of the species that have been affected. So we're hearing a lot about sort of more temperate and cold weather species. Has it been, and I know tropical countries probably have, like on average by global standards, less sort of screening capacity or at that real equator region. But do we know if species are being affected there? Because I'm hearing now hot weather, it seems to not last so long. Is that reflected in what's being detected or not really? Or there's probably a whole lot of sub-questions under that, but just if anyone has any comments or insights.
So I would say that the country that reported the most mortality of wildlife was Peru.
Okay.
Right? So the heat is not.
Yep.
The heat might be more limiting in terms of environmental resistance. Yep. But the hosts, they all are, first atmosphere containing their own body temperature, right? So environmental temperature is not really playing a role in that regard. Mm-hmm. I think there's also a bit of a bias where the virus has been, right? So the virus was in Asia and Europe for decades before it made it to the two Americas and then it spread south. So a lot of what we know about these viruses pertains to those communities of wildlife, which is why we talk foxes and raccoons and things like that, and polar bears. And now we're learning how it behaves in different wildlife communities, right? But it doesn't seem particularly that the climate is the determining factor. It definitely seems to have made a shift towards marine wildlife, so seabirds and marine mammals, right? And that is kind of unprecedented. Before it was on things like ducks and shorebirds, but it wasn't affecting seabirds like gannets and cormorants and those large balls, right? So there's been a shift there, so we're still trying to understand how it's going to be moving forward.
Michelle, please.
Yeah, look, I don't think that tropics are protecting anything. If we look at notification data, there are outbreaks literally everywhere. The only thing I would add potentially is that a lot of high income countries are those that are in temperate regions. They're the ones that are testing and are focusing on wild birds. And, many countries in tropical Asia, for example, they're not testing wild birds. So just because there haven't been a lot of data from those parts of the world doesn't mean it's not there and doesn't mean it's not affecting species. Equally, it just may be that we don't have data deficiency. Indonesia is a classic example. Large tracts of Africa are classic examples. We know that it's in Nigeria, for example, but I'm sure it's not just in Nigeria. And I'm just working on a paper with some colleagues, it's been through the Gambia. It's literally everywhere. So the temperate signal is an interesting one, but I think there is a bit of a bias there in that temperate countries are generally high countries and are testing wild birds.
I did mention that, but I was tiptoeing around the language.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. We do have a really nice, interesting question from Nigel Brothers on the online audience. Nigel Brothers from Human Society International Australia. He asked here, soon this question will be raised in an international fisheries management meeting. And he asks, what to do about the risk of long-life vessels crewed from by-caught seabirds? The problem is to avoid any risk by-caught birds might be cut free alongside this impacting collection of important information. Is there any advice that can be offered to allay concerns in this instance? Of note, skuas seem to be featuring importantly H5N1 infections and can be a particularly tenacious-based scavenger. Difficult to deter with anything other than very best of mitigation practices. Therefore, the risk might not be insignificant to crew. So it's regarding to fisheries. I just, before passing to the experts to respond, I would just highlight that we are working for a few months now in a bolster to fisheries. And there we addressed this question in part, making an easy language to fishermen and the vessel what to do if they see an animal that might be with the virus. And also we do highlight that mitigation, considering that a new threat arose, mitigation measures to avoid bycatch are more important than ever. To bring a bird on board, a by-caught bird, is the worst thing that a fisherman can do to expose himself, and that's really another issue that can be addressed. It's really important that all mitigation measures that are known are put in place to avoid the contact with birds, because we don't know the signs, and if the bird is dead already, we don't know if it has the virus or not. But I open to the experts to complete the answer regarding fisheries, maybe for Nigel Brothers. Anyone?
I mean, it's still a work in progress, so I don't want to make any official announcement, but we are trying to think about ways, because there was part of the question was making sure important data is being collected. So we are trying to discuss what would be the best way that we could still get valuable information, both on the interaction of the birds with the boats, but also on whether they could be carrying the virus or not at the time where they are interacting with the boats. And yeah, so for instance, Marcy mentioned earlier that the virus can be found on feathers, so sometimes you might not have to go as deep as the brain of the bird to get the information that whether it was infected. So we are discussing about whether that could be something that could be implemented to keep on getting this data while keeping people safe. But as Patricia was saying, making sure the bird don't end up on the boats in the first place is the best way to have information without putting the bird at risk.
Hello, my name is Javier Quiñones. I work in the Peruvian Marine Research Institute. Because I live in Peru, I'm really concerned regarding this second migration that is going to start by, let's say, late October. We will have tons of francolin gulls coming all the way from Canada to my country. And the previous season were devastating for one of birds. The first wave hit very bad to the pelicans, and the second one over to the Guanacomas, also Peruvian boobies. So I know the situation right now is not as strong as it was in the last migration, but also I would like to know if they have some kind of, I don't know, I'm a biologist, I'm not a vet, but I would like to know that what would be the possibility to have the same kind of infection that we had in the last migration by the Franklin's dog coming all the way to those. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was going to answer the previous question, but I mean, I guess the simple question is we don't know. But the second thought on that is we suspect that in the populations that have been heavily hit, you have whoever's alive still either was not exposed in the first place and therefore is still susceptible, or there are animals that have been exposed, survived, and therefore have some level of immunity. And that is what's eventually going to happen to most populations, because the only ones that will survive are the ones that can live through exposure if they continue to be exposed. It's going to be natural selection going forward. That's what this virus is going to do. So hopefully, if there are parents that survive and have antibodies when they're having babies, they're transferring some of those antibodies and they are building population immunity. That's what we can hope for, but we don't know the answer. I wanted to add something to the previous question about fisheries. And as was said, we have developed those simple guidelines, and we kind of have that idea of something, but I want to bring it back to Ralph's presentation earlier on about biosafety. And all of these things continuously will be, again, how we assess risk and how we assess what we need and, what we give up in terms of what. So if, monitoring every single bird that lands on a boat because of bycatch is 100% essential to the conservation of the species, well, then if you want to touch that bird, you will have to have people on the boat that are perfectly trained to wear perfect PPE, and then they can handle the birds because they'll know how to do it in a safe manner for them and a safe manner for the birds. So you can still do the work, but you need all that extra level of biosafety that we were discussing. So it's not like you can't do anything anymore, but you have to make these decisions all the time. Is it worth risking, exposing the people, or is it worth losing the data on the birds? And somebody has to make that judgment call, and it's not going to be me because that is a decision that has to be made on a case by case. So there are options, but we cannot just give a recipe because nobody can be responsible for these kinds of things, right? It will be an individual decision ultimately. And I suspect that when all these treaties and all these conversations happen, just like Megan mentioned for the Antarctic Treaty, like these are going to be heated discussions, right? There's a lot of money involved. There's a lot of all kinds of interest involved. Actually, that's what's going on now with the cattle. It used to be only poultry. Now it's cows too, and dairy. And, this is becoming a huge economic issue. So think about tourism, it's just the same. So, right, we cannot make these calls right here in this little room. These are going to be bigger discussions, and these discussions have to happen. And, you have to agree on what's done. But if you want to touch animals and there's a risk of exposure, then you have to be prepared and protected.
I was just going to go back to the previous question, because fisheries is not my area of expertise, but I just want to see if anyone else has anything to add to that before I jump back. Panel.
Jonathan, I think.
Oh, okay, your question. Yeah.
Okay, I was just gonna go back. Oh.
No, I'm going to prove that question. That question is. I'm going to that question.
Oh, you, okay.
I think what's important is that seabird bycatch is always in one of two forms, live and dead by all birds. So the next big tension is going to be that you have my accent. So there's a real tension in live by-caught birds because you're going to have a competition between the requirement for safe handling of animals and their safe return to the sea, and your concern over whether or not you have an animal that's a suspected case of H5N1. If you take the logic of what we've heard today, you have to assume the latter ordinarily from now on. So you're going to need the former to be dealt with in a more controlled way. But you can't forego your obligations for the safe release of the bird, because that's part of the balance and the deal you've made in order to permit you to go fishing. And the second thing, and I think this is where you're getting to in terms of by-caught birds, pretty much the only way you're going to minimize the amount of birds that actually get onto the component is by using every best practice and coming up with better practices now for human safety concerns. And this may be the opportunity to actually see that being driven through some of the RFMs and with some of the domestic fleets.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jonathan, for raising that. And I would really just like to urge ACAP to submit their guidance to our promote, because Japan has used this argument to kill its observer program globally. It's going to happen. Like, we're going to lose observers in our promos, and this is an easy out. So we need to, provide that advice that if you want to, because the fisheries will still be at risk. It's just taking the observers off because it's convenient, right? So if we want to keep people safe, we got to have bycatch mitigation, and ACAP is the body to submit that and hammer that home. So I really urge you to submit that advice. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted. My name's Greg. I wanted to ask a question. There's been questions about like the likelihood of infection transmission in this next round of migration, right? And other questions have come up about likelihood of infection. And so I'm curious, I mean, maybe I missed this along the way, but have there been clinical trials already conducted with seabird taxa? I mean, do we have any understanding about, it sounds like we know a little bit about how poultry respond, but has this been extended to seabirds?
I see Michelle's hand up, so I'll pass it to her. I can speak from the Canadian context. So we have had clinical trials in blue-winged teal and Canada geese, which are not seabirds. So we have a little more information than just poultry at this stage, which is good. And our regulatory laboratory will be moving ahead with a parent gull study this year. So we are starting to work with our regulatory body, whose mandate is poultry, work with them on some of our wild bird conservation objectives, and they are supportive of that. And so we are having those discussions internally within Canada and with some of our US partners as well. But I'll pass the word to Michelle.
I just want to clarify that by clinical trials, you just mean infection studies, yes?
Yes, is that what you mean?
Yes.
So there is a paper that got pre-printed last week. It's a review of all the infection studies that have been done in wild birds in North America. It's a great resource. I'm happy to share it. And the reality is that over the last decades, most of the focus has been on mallards, because for the older lineages, ducks have been heavily implicated. In terms of seabirds, I think the only seabirds that are occasionally incorporated into infection studies have been gulls. So they crop up here and there for a variety of reasons. But when you think about, I don't know, true seabirds, like petrels and things like that, not really. And there is a number of reasons for that. One of which is logistics. How do you do that? And the other is perceived importance. So, the reality is that wild bird surveillance and monitoring is done for the benefit of the poultry industry. That's why it's paid for, that's why it's done, and that's the hard reality. And so all the trials and a lot of the research that's done is done on species that are perceived to be important movers of the virus, or for the poultry industry, and mallards and ducks almost always come out on top. So yeah, maybe if Patricia, I don't know, I'm happy to provide a link for that paper, but we'll figure out how.
Thank you.
Marcy, please. Marcy?
Yes, I just wanted to come back to a point that we made earlier, and that is, again, this is a select agent. And so there are many restrictions. I mean, there are only, very specific facilities that could actually be allowed to do this. And in the middle of a pan-zootic right now, I think most countries after COVID and all the witch hunting and everything else that comes after, and when you get accused of a laboratory leak when that is not the case, and it's just a very complex political scenario now beyond the science to begin with. So this is an event that is a couple years old, of a virus 2-3 years old, with a virus being this dramatic and killing everything in its path. So it's too novel. And again, because it's impacting, conservation, then it's not the same as commercial animals and the risk there. So, but I know that some scientists who tried to get permits to do some of the trials were denied the permits. So.
Thank you very much, thank you very much, Marcy. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, so we're having it's a really rich discussion. So it could be 4 more hours here. Probably we would have a lot of things to talk about. So we are having to close right now. Just thank you so much for everyone who have been online. Laura Roberts that left because it was 2 p.m. 2 a.m. Sorry. Michelle V, Marcelo Carti, War, Megan Tierney, Sarah Michael, and all of the experts are not here today, but have been working with the group. And also for Julene, the sector orientation, thank you so much. Amandine, that's here, Alf, and all of you that had all the patience to be here, hearing us all the afternoon. We have a lot of material here we would like to demonstrate to you, but we had such a rich discussion that we did not demonstrate. But the material is here, so before going to the closing remark, if you want to come here and see what the protected equipment are, and just have an idea for those that doesn't, because I understand that a lot of people have access already to this material, but they are here available for us to show to you. Maybe after the closing remarks, before the buses, we can also come back here. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the experts that are here today. And we are follow up because it's a new thing. We are learning new things every day. Every day a new paper comes out and more information are there. This group is really engaged and we are continuing working. And we now have your email, so we can share with you all the things that we referred here to, and also all the forums that I have been discussing. And I understand there are more priority for us too, and we are going to present the guidelines in the next few days to them as soon as possible. So thank you so much for the
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
The organization of the conference, that they were so wonderful making this workshop possible and making such a perfect organization. Thank you so much, Marianne, Julia.
All right. Hello, everyone. So on this part of our workshop, I would like to share a little bit about practical aspects of using the personal protective equipment and how to do the sampling. So I'll show you some of the gear, show how to wear it, how to take it off, show an example on how you would actually handle a bird and do a sampling of a live or a dead bird. Bear in mind that I'm going to show the full PPE, right? So if you were going to do the higher level of exposure, so if you're sampling a carcass that you believe or you strongly suspect it might be positive, and that's where you would use that whole set of PPE. This is not to say that any field activity involving seabirds this year has to use that level of PPE, right? But it serves, if I show you the highest level of PPE that we are working in the field, then you can understand the lower levels and you know what the role of each piece of the equipment is for. So the full PPE has a few different components and we'll go through each of them. The first one is the coverall, right? So I don't want to go with my regular clothes. Actually, what I like to do is even have a second set of clothes that I will wear underneath the coverall. So I'll have clothes that are easy to wash, that are old, that are comfortable, and I'll wear that going into the field, and then I'll put a coverall on top of it. Once I'm done with the field work, I'll take off the coverall, I'll take off those clothes, I'll change into new clothes, I'll bag those for washing, just in case the coverall had some failure in the protection, right? But the idea of the coverall, there's different materials, but basically it has to cover my entire body and all my clothes, right? I don't want my clothes to stick out of the coverall, that misses the point, right? They can be disposable coveralls, like this is Tyvek, it's a commonly used material for this kind of duty. It has elastic bands so that it closes tightly onto your body. There are models with and without hoods. I would definitely recommend the ones with hoods rather than having a separate hood. You need to cover your hair anyway, right? So might as well have a model that has the hood incorporated that prevents you having any gaps of your neck exposed. It is possible to use a coverall that doesn't have the hood and then you put a hood separately. That's acceptable too, but if you're gonna get these ones, these are better. And then they have a zipper and basically you just enter in them as they are. And you also have, so these are disposable, right? They don't stand several uses. After you use them, you have to bag them and dispose of them as contaminated material. Another option are the reusable coveralls, right? So this is a plastic one. The main feature is that it has to be waterproof, right? And this one, same thing. So it also even has the elastic bands on your arms and feet to protect you, close you tightly, right? But these ones have the advantage that they're more resistant physically, so they don't rupture easily. So you can keep on reusing them. You obviously have to bag them at the end of the day and put them for decontamination. So you'll wash them thoroughly to remove any organic material, and then you'll soak them in disinfectant for several hours. You leave them dry, and then you can use them, right? So the way it works, if you're in a remote setting, is usually you'll have a few of those per person. Usually we recommend at least 3 per person, so that you're using one, the other one is in disinfectant, and the other one is drying. And then that way you can keep rotating which one you're actually using each day, and you always have one ready for use. I'll wear this one for demonstration, right? So that's usually the first step of the donning process. So you wear it like any regular clothes, right? There's no secret about it. Here we go. I won't close it all the way because of the microphone, but you would close it all the way up to your neck, right? You don't want that hole exposed. And then when it comes to it, I also have the hood that I can cover. This one has pockets, which is convenient for the field work, but you want to make sure after use that you empty and you decontaminate those pockets, right? They can be a good source of contamination because they won't really be as easy to discontaminate. So bear that in mind. The next step, let's think about some of the features. So the next step is the boots. So basically the boots have to be waterproof. That is the main thing. They have to be waterproof and they have to be decontaminated after each use, right? So we really like things like rubber boots because they have those 2 features, because they're cheap, they're relatively comfortable, and you can easily disinfect them after use. Does that mean that you cannot use other types of shoes? It depends, right? They have to be waterproof. That's number one. So regular shoes, like working shoes or running shoes, would not work because they're not giving you the waterproof protection, right? You might be able to use some plastic cover to attend for that, but in field conditions, usually those will rupture, they will get entangled, so it's not really very effective. So these ones end up being a good compromise. They're easy to carry around. They're pretty comfortable for long hours. There's different models. If you want to get those that have worms insides, that's an option, but bear in mind that you will have to decontaminate the inside of the boots as well, right? So those, for example, for really cold conditions, you might want those that come with the inner warmer layer that is removable, right? So that you can leave it soaking on disinfectant, you can leave it drying while you also wash and really scrub and decontaminate the outside of the boots, right? So bear that in mind. Well, honestly, in my experience, I find that these gum boots, if you wear enough socks, warm socks on the inside, they're pretty warm even in Antarctic settings or whatever kind of field work you're doing, right? So we wear the boots after the coverall. Usually it's easier than trying to stick the boots on the inside. And then an important point when you're wearing the boots is that the coverall has to come on top of the boots, right? You don't want to stick the coverall inside the boots. And the idea is that if I have anything splashing onto me, if I have the coverall on top, it'll splash and it will go outside, right? If I'm putting the coverall inside the boots, whatever splashes on me will go into my boots and will contaminate me, right? So that's an important detail. I want to make sure that the coverall goes on top of the boot. Sometimes the coveralls has two layers, so you have one inner layer that goes and hugs your leg, and sometimes you just have one layer that goes outside, right? Be mindful of that and adjust so that you definitely only want the coverall to come out. You don't want your inner pants to come out, right? So your inner pants have to be inside the boot and the coverall comes outside the boot. That's the idea. In terms of colors, some people prefer white boots because it's easier to find if they have dirt left after when you're doing the cleaning process. That's advisable, but it's fine to use other colors as well. One thing that's really important working with seabirds and in field environments is safety in terms of slipping, right? So you might be working on brittle lava or slippery surfaces. Be mindful of the kind of boots you're choosing so that you have a proper grip, because if you slip and you fall and your face touches the ground, on top of the injury, you're breaking all your biosafety, right? So you want to make sure that you're safe with that. There's been instances where, for example, we've walked close to a field site and then changed to boots like this because we felt like we couldn't actually make the hike all the way to the field site, and the risk of exposure along the hike was not as high as at the field site where we were doing the sampling, right? So you might have to choose when exactly do you wear the equipment, and the boots are a big part of it. When exactly do you choose to wear the coverall and the boots? You obviously don't want to do it right next to the animal you're sampling, because by then you've been too close without the protection, right? But you also don't have to, as soon as you leave your house, you wear the full PPE, then you enter your car, then you drive to the site. That obviously doesn't make sense, right? So usually you find out what we call, you have the hot zone, where you expect the virus to be. You have the cold zone, where you expect the virus not to be, and usually establish somewhere in between what you call the warm zone, which is where you will do the whole donning and doffing of the protective gear, right? In some cases, if you were caught off guard, if you weren't expecting to do a sampling, and you were wearing some kind of waterproof hiking shoes, that might be acceptable for an emergency situation, but you just have to really think about decontaminating those shoes as soon as you get out of the field work, right? So if they're waterproof, they are protecting you from the outside. The issue is that they're not really made for washing, soaking in disinfectant, and then drying, right? So they'll take longer for that process to be complete. It's difficult to be very thorough because they have so much tissue and other things that really soak up organic matter, so it's difficult to remove it completely and be sure that you've properly cleaned your shoes. But it's feasible if it just happened on you, right? If you were in the field work, you weren't planning to have special shoes and you accidentally entered an area where you suspect the virus might have been, you go back and you thoroughly decontaminate those shoes and you'll probably be okay, right? Now, obviously, I would not make a plan to go into an area where I expect there to be the virus with hiking shoes, even if they're waterproof. I would much rather have proper gum boots.
Then next step is I want to protect my hands, right? We're primates, we use our hands a lot. Sampling involves using our hands a lot. So we'll use some kind of gloves, right? The main feature of the gloves is that they have to be waterproof. So gloves that are of tissue made to keep you warm are not good enough, right? They're not providing a barrier for the virus to go in. Oftentimes we use these kind of procedure gloves, right? They're usually made of latex, like this one. They can be made of nitrile, such as this one. Both are good options. They do the role. They're waterproof. Nitrile is usually more resistance against tear, right? And in working in field conditions, you might grab onto a rock, a bird might peck on you, and these ones stand the damage a lot better, whereas these ones tend to break easier. So these are fine, but if I have the option, I always prefer the nitrile because of their resistance, right? They're fairly cheap. They're disposable, so you don't have to worry about decontaminating afterwards. In some conditions, they might not be very workable because you're working in conditions that are too cold, for example. So if you're sampling birds in Antarctica and just wearing this kind of glove, you might find your hands very cold after a while, and it might make it difficult to work. So sometimes what we'll do is we'll wear a tissue glove, a thin tissue glove underneath, and then we get extra large nitrile gloves, and we wear the 2 layers on top of it, right? And we also always wear 2 layers, and the idea is that every now and then your layer might rupture, and if you have a second layer, that gives you an added protection for those kinds of accidents. And also, I can replace my top layer whenever I want to, whenever it gets too dirty, whenever I'm changing animals or things like that, and I don't want to risk transferring virus from one sample to the other, from one bird to the other. I can remove the top layer, put a second one without exposing my hands during that middle procedure, right? Another important aspect is that I don't want there to be a gap between my arm and my hand, right? So if I just wear the gloves and the coverall, what might happen is that as I move around, so maybe even at the beginning it seems like it's fine, right? So I can do it like this and I feel, okay, it's covered, right? But then as I'm actually handling animals and things, this little gap gets exposed, right? And that's a great way to be exposed to the virus. So definitely not ideal. There's basically 2 ways you can go around that. One way is wearing these kind of long sleeve gloves, right? So you put them and they cover you all the way here. You can put it on top of the glove you're already wearing, on top of the coverall. Obviously more neatly than this. But the idea is now there is no gap here, right? And then I feel more comfortable that I'm not going to get exposed here on my wrist. Something else that we really like to do is wearing 2 different colors of gloves. So my bottom layer here is black, my top layer is blue. And so if I have a rupture on my top glove, it will be really easy to identify it right away. Right, so that's a useful tip in the field. And usually the way we do it is we'll put the bottom layer, the long sleeve, all the way, and then we'll put the short, regular glove on top of it. Right, so I replace these ones, but the long sleeve ones stay here for a longer time. Right. Another option that I have is if I'm wearing a really long, disposable Tyvek, I can make a little hole on the cuff. Right, I make a hole around here. I pass my glove, and this keeps the arm cuff all the way to the half of my hand. And then if I wear a glove, that ensures the continuity between my glove and my coverall. That's also an option, just you need to have a model of coverall that's really larger than your body size so that when you extend it doesn't hurt you, because otherwise it will start to hurt you over time. So that's not ideal. Some Tyveks also come with a little tissue loop here that is made for you to fit your thumb, and that will also block the coverall from getting retracted and exposing your arm. So there's different ways, but I always want to make sure that I'm ensuring the continuity here, because this is really a pod that's going to be very contaminated while I collect the samples. And something else that we like to do is use tape around the handcuffs to make sure that it doesn't slip by accident, right? So we use things like duct tape. It's easier if you have someone to assist you, right? But you can go and tape it around here. And this also helps ensuring that there's not going to be a gap halfway through my procedure,
right? We usually do this on the bottom layer because we are so constantly exchanging the top layers, right? So that's the general idea in terms of gloves. I'm just doing one hand, but obviously I would need to have both hands done for doing the sampling. Then I need some kind of protection for my breathing, right? I don't want to inhale water droplets. I don't want to inhale some splash that might happen in blood or saliva or maybe the bird defecates while I'm handling it, right? I don't want to inhalate whatever aerosol comes out of it. So we have to wear some kind of mask, right? Now we usually wear disposable masks. There's different standards of them according to the level of protection they provide. And it varies from country to country, right? So in the European standard, they're called PFF2. In the American standard, they're called N95. On the Chinese standard, they're called KN95, right? They follow different industry regulations, but the end goal is the same, is to block enough of the particles to make sure that you're confident that the air that's actually going into your body is removed from the risk of the virus, right? You can use higher standards, so if you have access to PFF3 instead of 2, that's fine, but you cannot use a lower standard, so you cannot use a PFF1, right? Same goes for N95, you can use N99, but you cannot use N94 or N90, right? So that's the principle. You want at least to use one of those standards. In terms of the masks, they'll have different fits. That's really up to your face type and what's comfortable for you. So you can choose, but you want to make sure that you have a proper seal around your body, around your face, right? This is where body hair, facial hair can be an issue, because if you have a long beard, it might prevent that sealing from protecting properly, right? I want to use the mask because of the microphone, but you get the idea. So I will adjust it here for a nice fit around my face, all the way to my chin. And it has to stay like this throughout the procedure, right? Another thing that's useful to bear in mind is that there's 2 types of elastics on the masks. They can go either around your head or around your ears. Oftentimes we find that the ones that go around your head are going to be more comfortable if you're working long hours in the field, right? If they're around your ears, at some point it'll start hurting a little bit. It might be uncomfortable. Maybe as you move around and as you're talking or looking sideways, it might jump off, right? And if you have your full gear with your gloves, with everything, it's going to be a hassle to have to stop everything, decontaminate, put a new mask on, and continue, right? You cannot have your hand go to your face and just put it back, because then you're completely contaminating yourself. So you need to make sure that everything is well fit and comfortable so that you don't have to adjust it, right? And you want to seek a model of mask that you don't have to keep pulling down or adjusting here on the neck. It has to, the way you put it, it stays that way and it's comfortable for throughout the procedure. The mask goes first before the eyewear. Oh, before I go to that, so there are other models of respirators, as I'm showing there, some more complex, right? Those are great if you can have access to them. They must have replaceable filters, right? So we're not talking about once you have those filters, you can use them forever. So that they tend to be more costly, but they do provide you an even higher level of biosecurity. But usually for field work with the bird flu, if you have a PFF2, you'll be fine. Then you will put the eyewear on top of the mask, right? So that's important because you don't want to have the mask on, your glasses, your protective goggles, and then the mask hanging on top of it. That creates a gap where air is going in and you're breathing air that didn't go through the membrane to be filtered, right? So the proper procedure is first the mask. And then I'll put the protective goggles or whatever the option is. So that it sits nicely and I don't have a gap here, right? That also helps it from having air flowing up and then clogging all my glasses and I can't see anything. I'll take off the mask just for the audio, but the idea is that from there on, I would have the mask at full time. I have different models of eyewear. So this is the least favorite model, right? It doesn't protect me that much. So it does protect me from frontal splashes, if something comes, or even from being pecked by a bird, for example, right? If you're handling a gannet, if you're handling an egret or something like that. Albatrosses don't tend to peck that much on the eye, but it could happen. So it protects me mechanically, and it protects me from splashes if, say, I'm collecting a brain sample, I'm having to cracking a skull, and there might be a fragment of bone that flies off, right? So that's really important. Or a splash of water, or of urine, or something like that. But it doesn't protect me on the sideway. It leaves lots of gaps around here, so it's not quite ideal. Also, it might fall off. If I lean forward, if I'm climbing a rock, it might fall off, and then I'm again with the dilemma that I cannot touch my face after I'm in the field site working, right? So not ideal. It's acceptable in some instances, might be okay, but if you can get something a bit more advanced, like a protective goggle like this is going to be better because it has a nice seal on the sides. It has an elastic that fits it close to your head and won't fall off. Well, this one will, but you have to adjust it properly. I didn't put the bands the proper way, so that's why it didn't, right? But the idea is it will have a nice fit around my eyes. And you can see that I wear glasses, and you can wear the glasses within them, and that's fine, right? And the elastic keeps it back and nicely comfortable. Now make sure that, and usually the mistake is that we put it too tight when we begin, because we want to make sure that's really well tight, and then over a couple of hours you end up with a horrible headache because this thing is pressuring onto your front, and it's really uncomfortable. So make sure that you adjust that, because again, once you're in the field work, once you're handling samples, you cannot go back and adjust the elastic band and make sure that it's comfortable, right? So maybe put the glasses on, work on preparing the rest of the material, see how you feel about the goggles. Are they comfortable? Is it a nice fit? Do I need to make any adjustments? And then after 15 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, I'm ready to go out. I'm comfortable with all of my PPE, then I can go out. Right? But these things can be a bit uncomfortable, and our tendency is to put them too tight onto our faces, and that's going to hurt you after a while. Another option, if you like, are protective facial shields. Right? This is a disposable model, so it's really just a piece of plastic with a little bit of foam and an elastic. And the idea is it gives you a broader area of protection of your face, right? So I'm still wearing a mask underneath this. It doesn't prevent me from the mask, but also that's an option. It's really up to personal preference, right? And it gives you a nice protection against splashing and things like that. It does leave some gaps, right? So it's not ideal, but then it still protects your eyes quite nicely. You have more permanent ones, like the one on the slide, that is made of hard plastic, and they can be washed and disinfected and decontaminated and reused, right? Or these disposable ones, which really won't really handle much field work. After one use, they'll be falling apart, and you'll have to dispose of them. But they are a good option if you prefer. Frankly, I prefer the safety goggles because I can reuse them. Once you have a model that really suits your face and that is comfortable with glasses, with everything, I tend to be more comfortable. One thing to bear in mind is that because you'll be working oftentimes in hot conditions or high moisture conditions, you might get a little bit of fog in your glasses, in your facial mask, in your goggles. And then remember, you cannot go and touch, you cannot clean them halfway through the field work. So how do you deal with that? One quick easy tip is to use detergent, like we do to wash the dishes. Right? You put a little droplet of that and you spread it on the surface, and that prevents the fog from forming. Right? If you don't have that, saliva works as well. It's not as hygienic or proper, but it saved us in a few situations. Right? But it's really important to make sure that you're seeing what you're doing, because you're handling birds that have sharp bills, you're handling sometimes a scissor or something that might cut you, and if you don't see what you're doing, you might end up cutting your protections and being exposed. Right? So it's really important to make sure that you can see what you're doing, and so be mindful of the fog on your glasses, on your facial protection. Okay, so that's the full setting, right? After I'm done, I've put all my goggles. I'm going to use these ones because the elastic on the other ones isn't working, right? I have my mask. I'll put my hood on. I'll zip all the way up. I'll make sure that there's no little ropes or things hanging out, right? The zipper, the buttons, then I'm ready to go out and start doing the sampling, right? So the donning process, which is do on, right, is the process of putting all the clothes, all the gear on. The main concern that I want to do is make sure that all my layers are on and that there's no gaps or holes, there's no discomfort, that I'm ready to work for several hours that way without needing to going back and adjusting the equipment. Right? So during the donning process, that's my main concern, is I want to make sure that I'm comfortable and that I'm properly protected. The doffing process, right, the do off, is removing this gear.
right? And the duffing process is a bit more complicated and a bit more critical. Because now, after handling all the samples, handling potentially infected animals, I have been exposed to the virus, right? So the outer layer of all of this is potentially has virus particles, right? And then I cannot just go out and tear out whatever order I want, because there's a good chance that I might expose myself to the virus in the process. And then the whole PPE has lost its utility, right? So the duffing process is quite more complex, and I have to be far more thoughtful as to what I'm doing each time for the duffing process. So usually the sequence that we'll do is the first step, I'll have 2 layers of gloves. So let me put, I actually have one underneath, but let's put this as if it were the second layer of gloves. So the first step is I'll take off 1 layer of glove, right? So I was wearing this. These are not my size. That's important as well. Usually you want to side on the side of having gloves that are slightly larger than your size, because you're wearing 2 layers, because you might be wearing a warm layer underneath, right? So you want to make sure that they are comfortable and that they don't rupture like this. Ruptures happen, and that's fine, and that's why you have a box and you replace them as you go. But so I've been handling this outside is very contaminated. I believe that the inside is going to be less contaminated, right? So what I'll do, and I'll wear a second glove. Let's try the latex glove on the outside, and let's see if it ruptures more easy. Oh, this one is already ruptured. So they really are less resilient than the nitrile gloves. So I have to keep thinking, whatever I'm touching, where the virus might be, right? That is the mental exercise that I want you to do, is to, on each step of the procedure, think about where the virus might have been and how I'm touching this, right? So if I believe that the outside of this glove is infected and the inside isn't, right, then I'm not going to take it out by sticking my thumb underneath, because then I'm inserting the virus where it wasn't before, right? So I'll take like a caution, I'll only grab it on the outside, and then I can fold it like that. It's fine if it's ruptured because I'm trying to discard it by now, right? And I haven't touched at any point with this contaminated gloves the outer surface of this one, right? But then how do I do the other hand? Now this one is clean, that one is dirty. So what I'll have to do is find a little gap here and go with my hand on the inside, right? And then I can remove them without touching the outside surface. And this way I've removed the 2 outside contaminated surface and I have clean insides, right? Now we always assume that there might be failures. We always assume that this is not perfect. So between each step, I'll have a little bottle of disinfectant. I can talk about disinfectant a little bit later, but whatever disinfectant I've chosen to use, and I'll spray everything throughout. I'll rub my hands, and then I continue, right? So although this should be clean, I'm going to assume there might have been a failure, and I will decontaminate every time I touch anything for that reason, right? Then the second step, I've removed my outside gloves, is I'll remove the gown, right? So if I have taped it, this is the time I'll have to remove this. Right? I'll do that on the same sides. I should have mentioned, I'll have, before I start everything, I'll have the bag in which I dispose everything, right? So we use these bags that have contaminated material, they're red, there's laws about how this should be, which kind of bag you should use. So you want to make sure that you have bags that are clearly indicated as being infective material and that you will destine to be incinerated or disposed appropriately, whatever the regulation is and whatever is feasible and was decided for the site you're working on, right? So I'll set this up, and then my gloves will go there. I don't know where I threw them. So I have to set up my bag where I'll dispose everything first, right? And then from there, each time I'm removing a layer, it goes straight to there, only touching the inside of the bag, right? So I throw my gloves in, I throw the tape off. I'm going to put it in my mask back because I want to show you how the removal of the mask is going to work, but I'm not there yet. So first thing, I remove the outer gloves. Then I'm working towards removing the gown or the coverall, right? So I'm still fully hooded and all that, closed and everything, but I've removed the gloves and I've removed the tape if I had any, right? So the next step is I want to remove this layer of clothes. So what I have to do, again, I'm assuming that this part of my hands is clean. I've disinfected it once again, right? And so now I want to only touch the parts that are clean as well. So I don't want to take my hood, for example, like this, because I assume the surface has been exposed, right? And this part hasn't, right? So I want to reach into, I obviously don't want to touch my face, but I want to go on the sides and flip it open. Then once I'm here, I flip it over like that, so that it doesn't keep flying on. Because usually in the windy situations, if you don't this, it's going to keep flying on, it's going to keep harassing you all the way, right? Then I'm going to find the little gap here and pull my zipper open, right? Without touching the inside. Again, see, I'm not even wearing it, but I already have the reflex. I'm not grabbing it like this. I'm grabbing it from the inside, right? And then I want to, without touching the inside, to remove it like this, right? This is just another step where I like to, once again, assume that I might have failed along the way, and that I need to, again, make sure that I'm decontaminated before I proceed, right? Then all of this, keeping my mask and my goggles, right? This is, I'm going to remove it later. And then only touching on the inside, I'm going to roll it up. So I get the arm sleeves, and I roll it up all the way. And then what I usually do, I'll have my shoes right next to me, and I'll step out of the boots and right into my shoes, right? So I can use my other heel to step on the boots and just jump onto my shoes like that. I can touch the inside here and jump onto my boots, right? Then I take this, again from the inside, and it goes into a bag that's going to be decontaminated, right? Now, one thing I didn't mention is that sometimes you're working in field conditions and you're working long hours and your whole coverall and boots are soiled with organic material, blood, whatever, right? So before I do all of that, what we like to do is go to the beach and decontaminate a bit to remove just the rough material on the outside, right? We're not disinfecting the gear quite yet, but we're removing the mud, we're removing the organic material that might be on us. So we'll go at sea and we'll scrub thoroughly. We'll bring in some detergent, not disinfected quite yet, but some detergent, right? Which will make easier to remove that organic material off the coverall and off the boots, off the bottom of the boots. It's really important to have that mechanical removal first, right? And then I do the whole doffing procedure that I was just describing. Once I'm done, so I'll take out the coverall on the boots and I'll put them in a bag, and that's going to go for decontamination, right? So I'll have to go through putting that soaking in disinfectant for several hours, making sure that if I need a second scrub to make sure that there's nothing left there, and before I can use it again, right? Or alternatively, if I don't have a place to soak it, or if that's not feasible, I can spray it with disinfectant, scrub it really nicely, and leave it to dry, right? But either way, I want to decontaminate that. Then the final step is I want to remove the glasses and the protective eyewear, right? So usually these are reusable, so they won't go into the bag of rubbish, right? So the way I do it is I lean forward, I touch on the sides. I don't try to touch here because I'm assuming this is more contaminated, right? So I touch here on the side, oops. And then I remove them and put it as well in a bag for decontamination, right? And then finally, also the mask. I don't want to touch this part of the mask, which is where my breathing has been going in and out all the time. So I'm going to touch it on the side and pull it. If you have to rip it, to remove it comfortably, that's fine because it's disposable anyway. And this one goes for disposal, right? And then after I'm done, I can take off my gloves. And again, throughout those steps, if at any point I'm uncertain, I just soak myself up with disinfectant, right? Speaking about disinfectants, the good thing about avian influenza virus is that all disinfectants that are regularly used that would work for other viruses are usually effective for influenza viruses as well. So you don't have to be super selective and worry about which one you're using. Whatever option is commercially available and is a tested and proven regular disinfectant should be effective for avian influenza. I particularly like to use bleach because it helps cleaning up organic material quite easily on that scrubbing stage. If there's anything that's stuck in terms of mud, in terms of organic material, and you have some bleach, it really comes out quite easily with a scrub. But things like Vericon are very good, right? If you're using this in the field, you want to make sure that it is environmentally friendly and it is authorized for use in field conditions by your permit authority, right? So they might have restrictions. Even though you can buy bleach, maybe they'll say, no, we don't want you to use bleach in that area, right? So make sure that you're okay with those regulations. Whatever they authorize you to use will be effective against bird flu, right? So shouldn't worry too much about that. And one tip is if you're working on really cold areas like subantarctic or Antarctic below 0 temperatures, one that might really work for you is ethanol because it doesn't freeze. So Virkon, bleach, and things like that, they might freeze on sub-zero conditions, and then you cannot really use ice as a disinfectant, right? Whereas ethanol doesn't, so it might be your best option in those conditions, rather than having to warm them up or whatever other thing you have to work your way, right? So we often, on this little bottle, we often have ethanol because it's in the field condition in whatever temperature it works well. But again, any disinfectant would work, okay? So I finished all this. Then I have my bags. I'm obviously going to only touch it from the outside. If at any point, or even if I don't think I've done a mistake of only touching it on the outside, I'll still just again and again and again, every chance, I'll soak myself up, right? And at the end of the day, I need a second bottle like this so that I can spray them each other because I've been touching this again and again, potentially contaminating it. So I have to decontaminate the whole thing back and forth, right? So be mindful of that. One exercise that we do sometimes is to wear some kind of liquid or coloring material and doing the whole procedure and then trying to find the color of the stain that you used to see if you contaminated accidentally, right? So maybe when I was removing the gown, I touched myself, maybe my face, maybe my beard, maybe the mask wasn't properly fit, and I can detect those errors, right? And that really makes you more attentive to the possibility of touching yourself accidentally during the removal or the dressing of the clothes. Oh, I actually went through all that, but there we go. And then the mask is the last part to remove, then the second layer of gloves, and then you're done, right? This procedure that I've showed is only assuming you're using only one layer of gloves, but for bird flu, we always wear 2 layers to be safer. They've done experiments where they train volunteers to use and to put on the clothes and pull it on, and they've used invisible material to spray them, right? And then they check with UV light where these people had accidentally contaminated them. And what this data shows is that consistently it's when you're sprayed on the upper parts of your body, right? And the contamination usually shows up when it's either on your torso or your arms, right? So these are usually the parts that people tend to contaminate while removing the gear, right? So be mindful of that, and be mindful that that's usually where the biosafety flaws happen, right? More often than not, it's not during the sampling procedure itself. When you have the full PPE and when you're wearing appropriate PPE and you're handling infected animals, the probability of you being exposed during the sampling procedure is actually not that high. The probability of you being exposed is usually higher when you're taking the clothes off, right? So be extra mindful of that, because usually you think, okay, I've just finished all the sampling work, now I'm out of the risk zone, and now I just have to take this off and go back into the boat or the car and get out of here. And that's usually where the contamination might happen, right? So you have to be extra on alert. That's doffing stage, the removal of the PPE. That's perhaps one of the most critical stages where you really have to be mindful about contamination. Right? You're not just out of the woods yet, you're often tired, you want to pee because you've been all day working without being able to eat, to drink, to use the toilet, whatever, right? So you're in a hurry, you want to get out of there, you've finally finished the field work, and that's when you're very prone to do mistakes, right? So be very, very mindful. Doffing is the most critical stage in terms of ensuring that you're safe in the field. If you have long hair, you need to tie it. Right? There's no second way about it. So you need to tie it tightly, not just a ponytail, but all the way, because you cannot risk having hair coming out of the coverall on the sides, right? That's a complete breach of biosafety. So be mindful of that. If you have facial hair, there's a line, right? So maybe I would need, for example, to have my beard trimmed a little bit tighter so that I have a proper fit of the mask. I definitely could not have a long beard. Right? That is a problem. The mask won't fit me properly, and I'll have a lot of space where air is coming in without being filtered. So bear that in mind. Piercings, jewelry, things like that. Obviously, I don't want any rings because that might rupture the gloves. That might get entangled when I'm trying to remove the gear. and leads all sorts of failures of biosafety. And if I have piercings as well, I want to be considerate of which ones I might have to remove so that they don't get entangled what I'm putting in or off the protective equipment. Be mindful also of pre-existing health conditions. So if you have an immune disease, if you're going through chemotherapy, things like that, that might make you more vulnerable to a virus infection, then maybe you want to stand this season out, right? Maybe you don't go out onto protection suspected areas and you leave that for other people, right? So you want to make sure that the people who are actually going onto high risk areas and, for example, doing sampling of animals, that they are in their the best health status that they can be, right? That's going to increase the safety of the whole thing. And again, no snacking or drinking while you're in the field. When you're with all that close, what's the point? Then you get a water bottle and you drink it, right? You're touching the outside of the bottle, you're opening your mask, you're touching your mask to lower it to drink. It doesn't work, right? So ideally, you will only do this for a couple of hours at a time, right? It doesn't always turn out that way in actual field work. Sometimes we have to work longer hours because we have a window of time, of weather, of conditions, of accessibility of the field site, right? So sometimes we have to extend those hours, but we have to be mindful that our glycemia is going low, our hydration is going low, and then we might be exhausted, we might not be at our best, and this might make us more prone to errors, right? So it is a balance that we have to bear in mind. And yes, sometimes we're so concerned about the virus and about exposure that we disregard other health risks that are involved with the procedure, such as dehydration, heat stress. So these clothes can get quite warm. If you're walking in warm climates, it might be a bit of sauna in there. You might be dehydrating over the whole day. You're not drinking water, you're getting tired. You're physically and emotionally exhausted because you're seeing animals that are suffering, or you're seeing lots of carcasses. You're thinking about all the consequences for the conservation of that colony of that population you've worked on. So you're accumulating both a physical, a physiological, and an emotional stress throughout the day. And that might impair your ability to do the work, and it might impair your health as a whole, right? So be mindful of that too. So usually what happens, and this is no data to back this up, it's just personal experience, right? But usually where do mistakes happen? They usually happen at the start. So the first 1, 2, 3 birds that you're sampling, usually you do lots of mistakes on those because you're still getting used to where the equipment should be. You're forgetting something and then you're having to go back and forth to correct a mistake. You're still not fully settled on the PPE. Right? So those are usually, you're still learning and getting things polished for the sampling. So you might do some mistakes there. There might be some biosafety breaches at that point. After a few times, you start to figure it out. You have a rhythm. Things fall into place. Everybody know their roles. And the sampling flows really well. You're doing far less mistakes. And then after a certain time, those mistakes start going up again. And that's exhaustion. That's the end of the day. You've been working a lot. You're starting to get tired, and then you're missing attention here and there. You're jumping steps on the procedure. You're touching things that you weren't supposed to be touching and contaminating, right? And you have to be mindful. As soon as that increase in mistakes starts to happen, you should be aware that this is probably the good time to stop everything and call it a day, right? And be mindful that when you get on that final moment of let's get out of here, let's be done with this day, and it's mission accomplished, that's when a lot of mistakes might happen too. Right? Because your mind is no longer set on what you're doing. It's set on the hot chocolate that you're going to have next, or the beer that you'll have at the end of the day when you return to camp, right? And that's when you're not being so attentive about what you're doing. And usually that's where you're doffing all the equipment, right? So one of the most critical stages usually is when you are on your least effective mindset, right? So be very mindful about those 2 stages, the very early beginning of the procedure and the final step before you're going back home. Those are usually where you will do more mistakes and where you're more at risk. Extremely important nowadays, we carry cameras in our pockets all day, called cell phones, and we want to document what we're seeing. Don't use your cell phone in the field, not even as a camera, right? That thing is afterwards, you're not going to be able to clean it as thoroughly. You cannot leave it soaking on disinfectant overnight, right? So you're going to do a superficial clean, but it has crevices, it has little corners that you cannot clean properly, and then that thing is going up to your face, back and again. That thing is going up onto all your domestic environment, right? It might be interacting with your kids, with your pets, and you never fully decontaminated that thing, right? So cell phones are really difficult to decontaminate, and they are really ubiquitous in our personal lives, right? So they have no space in a contaminated setting like a bird flu sampling, right? So definitely, even if the camera is great and maybe it was the only camera that you had and you really wanted to take a photo, don't use your cell phone at any point of this procedure. It's much better if you can carry yourself a little waterproof camera. There's plenty in the field. That photo is my particular favorite. We have one of those in the field and it's really served us well. But there's plenty of different models, and it's something that you can thoroughly scrub and then leave soaking in disinfectant and then rinse and make sure that you're fully decontaminating before you go back to offload the memory and download the photos, right? So extremely convenient to use one of those, and don't resist the temptation of using a cell phone. Even if you have one of those waterproof bags, that's definitely much, much better than actually using your cell phone, right? If you can place your cell phone in those waterproof bags, those diving bags, and using that to take photos, that might be acceptable, but even those have lots of plastic little crevices. They're not made for decontamination, right? You can never be 100% sure that you've thoroughly cleaned them out. So you're still running a risk of biosafety breaches. So much, much better to buy a little portable waterproof camera and then be safe for all your field activities. Now let's talk briefly about sample collection. Now obviously I would be wearing the full PPE to do this. I've removed all the clothing, but let's demonstrate a little bit how the sampling would go. I would just emphasize what we talked about in other steps of the workshop. You should only do this if you have the proper permits for that. You have to talk to your national authorities on wildlife health, right? Veterinary service, whatever it is in your country that deals with that, and be sure that they are okay with you doing the sampling, right? They might ask you to collect samples for them in duplicate. Many places will not allow you to do the sampling yourself, and they will send someone to do the sampling, right? So be sure that you actually are authorized to do this, right? But if this is okay within the regulations and the approvals of your project, of your local authorities, then you can do the sampling. And let's talk about what it would look like, right? So in the field, beyond the sampling, you can also collect some data, and that doesn't require the same level of complexity in terms of permitting, but you can record and try to estimate how many animals are sick or dying. Very good way of doing this are drones. So this, for example, is a cormorant colony in Argentina, and we had colleagues who flew drones and take it very extensive visual documentation, and then you can analyze those images at high resolution and actually count there some sea lion, elephant, seal, and turn carcasses one by one, and get a very precise estimate of how many animals were dead on that area, right? So that is one way of doing it, and it has the advantage that I'm not actually having to enter the colony, so my level of exposure is much lower, and perhaps I don't have to wear this much PPE. I can just wear the gloves, I can just wear a mask and stay from afar, and that's much easier to manage in the setting. Another option, if you're on a place where there's cliffs, for example, you can take a photo from above the cliff. You're 40 meters away from the animals, and from there you can already take some quite good photos and then count the carcasses, right? So this again in Argentina, an elephant seal mortality due to bird flu, and you can see how on a single photo that beach is disastrously covered by carcasses, right? And our colleague took a series of photos from up the hills, walking a long trail along those hills, those steep walls, and taking photos of the carcasses. And from there you can estimate mortality, you can estimate age, you can see who's scavenging. There you have a large number of kelp gulls feeding on those carcasses, right? So there's lots of quality data that you can obtain from those photos rather than counting the carcasses directly while in the field. Another option is to actually go down there. Then you need to increase the level of PPE because you're actually approaching those carcasses, and then you go there and you actually count the carcasses one by one, right? I've added that cell counter, that individual counter later on, so obviously we would be wearing gloves if we're in that setting, but I just downloaded that little hand from the internet and added it on Photoshop afterwards, right? But what we did, that's another beach in Argentina with a big mortality of terns, and we were actually counting them. Right? In that instance, there were so many that we actually had to form a line of 3 people, right? And we had, okay, I count from here to my right, up until the next person. Now that person counts up to their right, and then you go in moving as a line, and every carcass that passes you to the right, you're counting, right? And everyone has a little counter, a little notebook, and you keep track of how many carcasses you've seen over a few kilometers of beach, right? In cases where you have mixed species mortalities, you might actually go through each carcass and try to figure out what species it is. Or for example, what we've done, because there was too many on that particular beach, there were over 2,000 dead terns. What you do is you take a sample. So every 50 meters, you take a sample of 50 terns and you identify, okay, these are royal terns, these are Cayenne terns, this is a South American tern, and you can identify a subsample because it was just not feasible going and identify each one of the 2,000 terns, right? So you can work things like that, but in this condition, for example, if you were just taking photos with the drone, it would not have been possible to tell which species were being affected and in what proportions, versus going out there in the field and actually looking at the carcass up close. That also allowed us to find banded individuals and other useful data like that. And then photography can also help you documenting things that have relevance to understanding how the virus is spreading, right? So this is Isla Moreno, also in Argentina. And you can see there's a sea lion carcass there. It was not the only one. There were several on that little island. I was across a stretch of water, so I wasn't on the island myself. I was actually quite far taking this photo with a teleobjective lens, quite safely. But I saw that carcass, and then what I noticed was, well, there was a southern giant petrel foraging there, and I was able to document that. There was a kelp goat foraging there, and then you also have a number of other species in the area in close proximity to that carcass, right? So it really demonstrates how this virus is spreading, and you can document things like what rate is southern giant petrel versus kelp goat versus sheathbill consuming these carcasses, and then you can compare that to the rate of mortality in each species, and you can discuss things about who's playing a role in transmission, who's more resilient or less resilient to the infection. So even just with a camera from a safe distance, you can get quite a bit of interesting data about the transmission of the virus and how it's distributing within such a diverse and tightly interconnected community. Having video footage is also helpful to document symptomatic animals, right? So that's me to the left and wearing the full PPE to film. That was a symptomatic tern. That's the actual video from that setting. And that animal was showing neurological signs, South American tern. So we were documenting the range of symptoms that the animals had, right? This was useful then to show to park rangers, to show to other people who were working in the field, colleagues, researchers, so that they could also let us know if they saw anything like that, and then we would go out to do more sampling, right? So when you have the opportunity to make good video, right, take the time to do it. Right? Sometimes we are so in a hurry to count animals and to get samples and to do lots of things that we forget to document what we're seeing, and then we have to explain it with our own words, and our own words are never as good as a video to explain what we saw. Right? So sometimes good to remember of taking the time to document what you're seeing before you actually get your hands dirty. When you're sampling an animal, also useful to have photos that you can look back on, right? So some animals are quite difficult to identify, right? There's cryptic species that take a lot of experience, and sometimes you might be confident in the field, but then you look back and you're like, oh, you know what? I'm not actually sure if that was a juvenile of this species or of that species, right? If you have photos, you can take those photos to experts and ask them, right? So for example, in Argentina, every tern that we find, we send them to an expert who's worked with terns for 20 years and who can tell us for sure which each species of each individual was, right? For those that we sampled, right? So shorebirds, procellariiforms, I don't need to tell you how difficult they can be to identify sometimes, and having good photos helps. If some species, if you can take morphometrics, that's useful. Be mindful that you have to decontaminate your calipers after everything. But so you might want to go with an old school metal caliper and not a digital caliper, because you can never really decontaminate a digital caliper. But you can take some measurements in the field as well, and that will be useful for species ID. We also like to take photos of symptoms. So for example, the bird to the left there is a juvenile kelp gull, and you can see it had quite a bit of diarrhea, right? It has all these feathers around the cloaca, very soiled with feces, and that's consistent with it having a recurrent diarrhea before dying, right? So this is another symptom. It gives us information about how the virus might be spreading. So it's useful information. And because sometimes you're in the field and you're taking photos and sampling a lot of birds, it can get messy later on sorting out your photos of who's who. So what we like to do, and this is how we identify our samples, we take a little bit of this thick drawing paper, right? And we write with a pencil the sample ID, and then we take photos of the animal with the sample ID right next to it. Right? And every time we're taking a new animal, we'll do that. So we have my little camera, I have my little ID. I make sure I have a few shots like that, and then I can take the rest of the photos. And I know that all the photos that follow that initial one are from the same individual. Next time I'm handling another individual, I'll take a new photo with the ID, and then I can have neatly organized batches of photos that I can really track down to each sample, right? Then we're actually going through the sample collection, right? So usually we work with swabs. Swabs are these things. They're basically like a shaft of plastic or some material with some fiber on the top. And the idea is that the fiber absorbs fluids, tissue, virus, all into it. It goes in the fibers, right? And that's a good way to trap the virus so that I can detect it later, right? We always recommend that you use swabs that are made of fully synthetic material, right? So I don't want a shaft that is made of wood. I don't want a tip that is made of cotton. It has to be synthetic. There's different alternatives. You might have your favorites, and that's fine, but make sure that it's all synthetic. You also want to make sure that it's sterile, right? That it hasn't been used, it has been exposed to the air. So this one that I've opened here to show you, that I've touched with my fingers, this is not going to the field for sampling, right? This one is going to be discarded, and I've just opened it for demonstration. Okay, so you want to make sure that you have clean, sterile swabs. There are different alternatives in terms of the material. I definitely recommend the ones that are breakable, right? So this is polystyrene, and what it does is when you bend it, it breaks. Sometimes easier than others, but there you go, right? So if you bend it, it will eventually break, and that makes it easier to put it on the tube and then break, right? There's other ones that are flexible, so avoid those that are sold as flexible swabs because they're used for other purposes, not for this kind of sampling. You might use some that are not breakable. So here I have, for example, a metal swab. It's synthetic material, so I'm fine with that, but it is quite difficult to break, right? It's made for another purpose, again, not for sampling, so I will all be fighting it in the field back and forth, and it'll probably halfway through it'll fall from my hands, so I'll have to have a second person who has scissors to cut the tip off. Even so, it's not easy. So it's workable, but definitely not ideal, right? The polystyrene is something that just myself, with my own hands, I can put it in, I can swab the animal, I can put it on a tube, and I can store it, and that's fine, right? So for example, there's several swabs that I can take. Here's our little gull procellariform. So I would usually, if it's a live bird, the two swabs that I'll use are the orotracheal and the cloacal, right? And usually the virus is on the respiratory or digestive tract, so these are good samples. So there are different options about how I go about this, but usually if, say, it's a live bird, I might be the one handling, or someone else who's also wearing the full PPE might be handling, right? And you can hold it like this and open the bill, and then the other person goes in and insert the swab. It's quite difficult to do on your own, so you're definitely talking about the two-person at least, preferably three. It's always safer because then you have someone else to take photos or take notes or hand you tubes. So 3 would be the ideal number to be working in the field, but 2, it's workable. Alone, it's very hard. Live animals, hardly feasible to do that alone. So the idea of the oral swab is that I want to sample a little bit of that saliva and those respiratory secretions that are in the mouth, right? So we'll open the beak. This one that is being demonstrated in the photos is a carcass, right? Which is why I'm able to do it alone there for the photos. But usually another person would open the beak for me if it's a live animal, right? And then you want to insert. So once you open the beak of a bird, you'll see the trachea there directly behind the tongue, right? And if you watch for a little bit, you'll see it opening and closing as the bird takes a breath, right? So that's the area where the secretions will be coming from. Now, if it's a dead bird, I'll just stick the swab into the trachea and rub it really nicely on that surface to make sure that I have lots of respiratory secretions. On a live bird, I will be hesitant to do that because it's extremely uncomfortable for the bird to have the swab all the way in the trachea, right? It's a bit too invasive, too aggressive. So for a live bird, what I'll do is I'll actually rub the swab on the sides of that structure, trying to get some secretion without actually inserting it into the trachea and hurting the bird in the process. Right? So it's slightly different the way you do it on a live versus a dead bird. The ideal sample would be actually sticking in the trachea, but you don't do that to a live animal because it's too invasive. It's actually quite uncomfortable for them. So the video there, the photo there on the right is showing it on a dead animal, and I'm actually inserting the swab all the way in the trachea. And if it were a live animal, I would be a little bit more subtle and gentle about it.
Cloacal swab is the same thing. So again, those photos are with dead animals. And there's a reason why, is because it takes time to take photos, and we don't take that time to do it with the live animal. We want to be as brief and as least invasive as possible, so we always do our photo shoots with dead animals where there's not a concern, right? So with a live animal, for example, I wouldn't be holding the animal belly up. Obviously, that's way too uncomfortable and not necessary, but I'll have a colleague who can hold it like this, tilt it a little bit up, right, and expose the cloaca to me, right? And that allows me to do sampling comfortably. Obviously, bear in mind that once you touch the swab in the cloaca, and if they have been accumulating liquid in the cloaca, they might defecate with that stimulus, right? So obviously, if my colleague is holding the bird like this, I will step to the side and I'll insert the swab without putting myself on the line of shooting, right? Because oftentimes it will happen. As soon as you insert the swab, they will defecate. And we've seen that bird flu causes quite a bit of diarrhea in many species. So they are really with watery diarrhea at that moment, and as soon as you stimulate them, they will defecate, right? So be mindful of that. You are wearing the proper PPE, you have a waterproof barrier between you and the bird, but you still want to keep it as clean as possible and reduce the exposure as much as possible, right? So your colleague will be holding the bird, will tilt it slightly so you can see the mum. You will find the cloaca from the feathers, right? You want to lift it, it's usually exactly where the tail bends. Once you see the cloaca, then I'm going to open my swab, insert it gently, right? I'll make a bit of a rotating movement with the swab to make sure that it's rubbing softly around the surface of the cloaca. Then I take it out and I have a sample there of the fecal material in my swab, right? There I'm demonstrating it with carcasses. With carcasses, one thing that you can do, well, obviously you can flip it upside down to be more comfortable, and you can have a little bottle of alcohol, and you just spray the cloacal area with alcohol. This will collapse the feathers and makes it easier to find the cloaca, right? So that you're not fighting and trying to look at from a different angle. If it's a live bird, usually the way they behave, the way they move their body gives you hints where the cloaca is. Sometimes on a carcass it's actually harder to find the cloaca. But if you have a little bit of alcohol, you can soak the feathers and you can find the cloaca quite easily. With a little bit of practice, you get good at it, and then you don't struggle anymore finding the cloaca. So don't worry if you struggle on the first ones, you quickly figure it out. Next sample that I want to collect from a dead animal, not that you obviously will never do that from a live animal, and not that you want to do it necessarily for every protocol you need to sample lungs, right? We found that the lung is a good tissue where you have a good chance of finding the virus, but it involves opening the carcass, so it involves a higher level of exposure, and you might not be comfortable with that. It involves cutting the carcass, opening, so you might not have the equipment, you might not have the level of expertise to feel safe doing it. So not necessarily it has to be the protocol for sampling of dead animals, right? But if you can, if you have the training, if you think it's worth it, it is a good option, a good sample, right? And so when you're usually, as a veterinarian, if I'm doing a necropsy of a bird, I'll usually flip it in, I'll remove the keel, and I'll examine all the organs, and once I removed all the other organs, I'll get to the lungs, and then I'll sample the lungs. But for bird flu, that's way too much handling of the internal organs, there's way too many opportunities for exposure, so we try to avoid that, right? So rather than doing my usual necropsy procedure, I'll instead go on the back of the bird and just open a little window, and to that window I'll get to the lungs, get the swab I need, and that's it, right? So the way we go there, you can see on the drawing A, the blue area is where the lungs would be, roughly, right? And then I want to open that little red window to access the lungs. So I put the bird belly down, and I can feel the vertebrae here. I can feel the scapula on the base of the wing, and it's usually on that little area that I'll cut a square little window with scissors. So usually we use surgical instruments or necropsy instruments like this, right? So I'll cut a little square window on the feathers. I might soak it with ethanol so I don't have feathers flying all over the place. And then I can see neatly. Once I get there, I've opened the window in the skin. I usually can see the lungs right away. So this is without even opening the ribs. I can already see the lungs through the skin because it's such a thin layer there, right? So that pink structure are the lungs. And then I can use my scissors to cut the ribs. And once I have a little hole there, that's enough for me to go in with my swab. Insert the swab, rotate a little bit, make sure that it's really rubbing against the lung tissue, right? And then from there I have my sample. That's it's quite fast, and it's not it's not extensively contaminated, right? I'm not having to remove all the viscera and all the gut and
all that it entails in terms of contaminated and potential exposure. Another tissue that we've also found that is quite effective if we want to detect this kind of virus, it really has a tropism for the brain. So brain samples are where we usually get the highest viral loads and the best detection rate. So it's really a valuable sample if you're trying to detect these viruses. Again, not mandatory, not for everyone, not for every permit, not for every setting, right? But if you can get to the brain, that's a very good sample from a virological study perspective, right? Depending on the species, you might go for different approaches. So on a small species like a tern, usually with these scissors, I can actually cut through the skull and lift the skull, a little bit of the skull, then I'll have the brain exposed, right? I do that usually, I soak the head with alcohol first so I don't have feathers flying around, and then I can cut off the skin, and then I cut off the skull, expose the brain and swab it. Alternatively, if it's a bigger bird, this is not gonna cut it through, right? So you might have to either use a butchering knife or something a bit more aggressive, or pliers, like pruning pliers from gardening, things like that can work to crack the skull. Or alternatively, I cannot open the skull at all, and I can go for the hole here, it's called foramen magnum, the hole where your spinal cord connects to the brain, right? So if I go with the knife and I cut directly behind the brain, behind the skull, between the skull and the first vertebrae, there's a little gap. And if I go with the knife there, I can cut it, and that exposes that hole. And then I just go in with a swab, insert it through that hole into the brain, get some brain material on my sample, and that's good enough, right? And that has the advantage of being less potentially exposed to tissues, right? Rather than cracking a skull, which might, depending on the species, if it's a hard skull species, like an albatross, like a penguin, like a cormorant, it might be quite a bit of muscle that I'm putting in. There are more things that can fly around once it finally cracks, and there's potential opportunities for exposure. So if on larger species I tend to go through this hole rather than cracking the skull, it's a lot safer and it's a very clean procedure in terms of potential contamination. There are some instances where I might also collect additional swabs. It's not a routine thing that we do, right? But when we have birds that have obvious ocular discharge, right? So it has like all the feathers around the eye are very wet, or it has teary, or it has some pus coming out of the eye or something like that, I might take an ocular swab, right? So this is something that we'll do in Caucasus, obviously. It can be done on a live animal, but you have to be very, very gentle, right? And the animal sometimes is fighting you, so it's tricky to do it gently on a live animal. So I'm not very comfortable doing it on a live animal in most cases, but in Caucasus you obviously can do it quite nicely. So basically you just go for the eye, you lift the eyelids, and you insert the swab underneath, and you really rub it all over the conjunctiva on the sides, right? Try to get some of those teardrops soaked into the swab, and that's a good sample, right? And that's also one of the external samples, but it gives you some hints on how the disease might be spreading, right? Is it spreading through that ocular discharge? Is it spreading through respiratory, digestive? So it's one more pathway where the virus might be spreading, and it's interesting to test for that if you have the opportunity. And then something else that we've collected, that's Marcy Uhart, who's basically been leading all of our work in Argentina, and also some of the work that we've done in Antarctica together, doing sample collection from the environment, right? So you can see, for example, that she's wearing some PPE, but not the whole setting, and this is to exemplify that depending on the setting you're working on, an area of low risk, where you're not actually handling suspected cases, you're not in a zone that has had any suspected cases, you can actually do, you're still wearing gloves, you're still wearing proper boots and waterproof pants and things like that, right? But you're not wearing the whole setting, right? And she's doing a swab from feces, and then that's just fresh feces from the ground. You swab them, and then you put that on a tube, and that's also a sample that might be useful to check what kind of low pathogenicity viruses are circulating around. So that gives you some information for when the virus comes in, the actual high pathogenicity, what other viruses it might have to compete with and might recombine with. So useful sample in some cases, good for surveillance as well. So after we collect the samples, as I mentioned, I have my swab that has some kind of tissue, and then what I'll do is I'll transfer it to a tube, right? So the way I like to do it is I usually hand the tube like this, just the lid, and the swab, I'm right-handed, so if you're left-handed, the other way around, of course. And this allows me to, with one hand, I insert the swab, use that polystyrene breaking, and then close it, right? And I can do that on my own. I don't have someone who has to hold the tube for me. It's really tricky to break the swab with someone else is holding it. So I much rather do it all myself, where I can control it. There's less chances of things falling over or flying away. It's usually working in wind conditions, right? And then I have the swab tip in a solution, a storage medium, right? That we'll talk about in a moment. And this sample, then what I'll usually do, I'll have my little bottle of disinfectant. I'll disinfect it extensively on the outside. Then I'll put it in a Ziploc bag with a little paper, the drawing tracing paper that I drew with a pencil, right? With the bird ID. And then I can put the tube in with its ID, right? And I have one little Ziploc bag for each individual. If I have access to proper, so these are just regular Sharpies. They will blur with a lot of the disinfectants. If you're using alcohol, things like that, it will blur, so it doesn't really work. But if you have one of those alcohol-resistant pens, it works really well. So I can also, before actually handling the tube, I'll pre-label it with what it is, so the number of the animal and the type of sample. So turned 37 cloaca, right? And I have that pre-labeled, and then I can just do the sampling, and once I'm done, disinfect it, put it on the Ziploc bag. I'll have all the samples from the same individual on the same Ziploc bag, spray the Ziploc bag from the outside after I'm done, put it on a second Ziploc bag, spray that, right? And then I like to have at least 3 layers between the biological material and the outside, right? So I have the tube, and I have 2 Ziploc bags. That's a good level of protection in case one of them fails, right? So if the tube fails and it leaks, I still have 2 bags in between them. If even one of the bags failed, the other one's still there to hold the line, right? So I like to have at least 3 layers of protection, sometimes even more. So we'll put it on another bag and another bag. And each time before we're putting in, so I'll have my sample in one Ziploc bag, I'll spray it, put it in the second bag, spray that one, and then store it, right? So we always spray the outside so that you can handle those samples and be more relaxed about the outside. And then we usually use, well, this one is quite large. It doesn't have to be this large, right? But we use some kind of field cooler. And one tip about the field coolers is that you can use reusable ice packs. Definitely recommend the rigid ones over the flexible ones, right? These ones tend to pierce. These ones you cannot treat them as roughly when you're scrubbing them to decontaminate, right? So even though I put it in triple Ziploc bags, everything that's going to the field is going to be assumed to be contaminated at some level. So all of this will have to be thoroughly scrubbed with detergent, put in disinfectant, and then let dry before I can be safe around it, right? And these ones don't really stand that level of rough cleaning, whereas these ones are far more resistant, and I can really make sure that they're clean and disinfectant. I can leave them soaking. So definitely recommend having this kind of ice cooler if you can. There are different sampling materials, not all of them require refrigeration, but it's good to have that in mind. So there's basically 2 strategies to store the samples. We either can use lysis buffer or virus transport media, VTM, right? VTM was the traditional standard, and it's a way to keep the virus alive, right? So it's a little solution that you put in the tubes, and what it does, it has a pH stabilizer, and it has some antimicrobial, so antibacterial, antifungals, to prevent other things from proliferating and accidentally killing the virus, right? So you usually prepare that in the lab. You can ask the lab who's going to be doing the testing to provide it for you, and then it's basically, you'll have about usually 1 ml of that solution in there, and that's enough so that when you put the swab tip in, it's fully soaked in the VTM, right? That's usually how it was done. This nowadays has been slowly replaced, and we have the lysis buffers as the most used standard worldwide, right? And what the lysis buffer is, it's a solution that has several chemical components. I'm not going to go into that, but what it does is it inactivates the virus, right? So it kills the virus. It prevents the virus from being able to infect organisms. So that's very good from a safety perspective, because I can be sure that whatever's in the tube has been killed, and then I've been spraying the outside of the tube and the outside of the Ziploc bags, so there's also no live virus outside of the tube, right? So I feel far safer that I'm carrying some material that is not potentially infective to humans that will be working in the lab afterwards. The other advantage of these lysis buffers is that they provide stabilization against temperature fluctuations, right? So the VTM, you collect it, you have to put it in an ice cooler, and then you have to freeze it -80 as soon as possible, right? That might not be feasible, might not be workable in a lot of field settings working with albatrosses and petrels, whereas the lysis buffers, they can stand room temperature or substandard freezing, right? A regular freezing, like -10, -20, it's quite okay with that kind of lower standard of cold chain. If I had at some point to transport it and I cannot maintain the freezing throughout the transport, it also helps minimizing the degradation of DNA or of RNA if there are these thawing events during the cold chain, right? So we definitely prefer that. It's far more workable for a lot of the settings working with wildlife, especially seabirds. And it's been shown to be quite reliable for influenza detection. Right? So I definitely recommend the route of lysis buffers, but of course you have to check with the lab you'll be working with, what they're willing to accept, what kind of medium works with them, and be mindful that there's several commercially available lysis buffers, and they might not all be compatible with the later steps of the lab that you're working with, right? So maybe I'm using DNA RNA shield, but then the extraction procedure that the lab uses is incompatible with DNA RNA shield, and they would ask me instead to use, say, nuclear protect. Right? So I need to check with the lab what they want me to use, and then use something that's consistent with the testing method that they plan to use. Diagnosis and testing of avian influenza is not a new science. This disease has been very thoroughly studied for decades now. There's been lots of very dedicated groups who have developed protocols and standardized what is the proper way to do the testing. So this is really a fine-tuned science, right, with people who have made their careers developing ways to detect these viruses, right? This is also a notifiable disease that has huge implications for public health, for poultry, right? So there are international standards on how you should test for influenza, right? So the World Organization for Animal Health, which was formerly OIE, has a manual which is 30 pages long on how you do diagnosis of high pathogenicity avian influenza virus with the whole protocols, with all the instructions for the lab procedures, right? So this is not a new science, and we shouldn't be reinventing the wheel about how we're going, oh, I'm going to design my own primers, I'm going to come up with some new method. There's no sense in that when this is a mature science that has been developed over decades by people really dedicated to find the most effective, the safest, and the most reliable way to detect it, right? So we recommend that you go onto the WOA website and you look on the manual and you research on those methods, because this has been very tested and developed. Also, because of the economical consequences of having a positive diagnosis for poultry industry, for human health, usually there are reference labs in each country that will do the testing, right? So it's not any lab that has a PCR machine that can do that kind of testing. While it might technically be able to do the testing, it is not a reference lab where the results will be recognized by public authorities in your country, right? So usually the way it works is you should not be testing on your private lab. You should test it, you should send it to a reference lab who will do the testing according to these recognized, standardized, verified methods, right? So this is a map for the WHO network. WOA also has the reference lab, which a lot of the time are the same ones, but you should contact the reference lab in your region and work with them. In some cases, there have been instances where we've worked with both labs, a private or a research lab and the reference lab in parallel, right? So we'll collect duplicates, we'll send one to the reference lab and keep another for research. But this has to be arranged with the reference lab in advance, right? You don't go collecting for the reference lab without letting them know beforehand and without agreeing with them that you'll be collecting samples for them, right? So it's really important that you talk to your local authorities and that you work out a plan for how the samples will be handled and tested before you go out in the field, right? And then, because there might be strict regulation, there might even be laws specifically to deal with that. This is a very important disease that has a long international history, and there are mechanisms on how you're supposed to handle the detection of this virus. There are a number of different protocols, so not all PCR tests are the same, and different labs might be using slightly different tests, right? And usually you use a battery of tests. You don't use not just one test that you put the tube in and it tells you, is it high pathogenicity bird flu or not? That's not usually how it works. Usually test first for all avian influenza A viruses. If that's positive, then you test for H5 virus or N1 virus. If that's positive, then you test for the cleavage site, or you sequence the cleavage site of the H5 protein, right? And after you've followed all of those steps, you're able to tell, yes, this is a high pathogenicity H5N1 virus, or this is something else, or it's negative for all possible viruses that I've tested for, right? So there are protocols for that, and you have to be aware of what test is being done, or if it is outside of your goal, outside of your interest to learn about it, you really have to check with an expert who works specifically for bird flu. It's not if you might be working with a lab who's worked with bacteria in the past, with protozoa in the past. They have some sense of diagnostic PCR, but this is different because of the complexities of the genome of this virus. You want to work with someone who has worked with a specific virus in the past and who understands the delicacies of the diagnosis, because it is quite a complicated process from the laboratory perspective, right? So you want to work with those reference labs as much as possible. And if the testing is not with them specifically, that you're still following the same protocol as them, or that you're following a protocol that they've agreed that makes sense for this virus. Finally, I wanted to touch on rapid tests. So for human influenza, there are these quick tests that you can use. It's a little strip, and you rub the swab against it, and then you get an instant result within 20 minutes of a positive or a negative, right? And so people have been very adamant on using these kinds of tests because they promise a quick result, right? Versus when you're, say, working on a subantarctic island where it will take months to have the sample sent through a reference lab and be tested, and it'll already be, the season will be done by the time you get a result, right? So you don't have that immediate management ability to use that. Versus the rapid test, which promises to give you an answer right there and then. The truth is that, so there are two branches of tests. You have the rapid influenza tests, which are detecting a protein of the virus. And you have the nucleic acid amplification tests, which are detecting the genetic material of the virus, right? They're slightly different approaches from the laboratory perspective, but the end result is something that within a few minutes or hours, you would have a result. The experience has been that these tests are not very reliable for high pathogenicity avian influenza, right? They tend to give a lot of false negatives. So you have a negative test result when the bird is actually infected. And that is a big problem because it's giving you an information that you're acting upon, but that information is fundamentally incorrect, right? And you're assessing your biosafety risk in a way that is not safe, right? So it can be very counterproductive, right? This is a sample that we actually tested. It was from a skua. You can see the one on the left was negative, the one on the right was positive. So sometimes it does work, right? And we later confirmed that skua with proper lab test, and it turned out to be positive. So sometimes it does work, but the problem is that too often it fails, and it doesn't detect something that is there. Right? And other times it might detect a low pathogenicity virus that's not really causing anything, and it might raise the alarm when in fact it wasn't the virus that you were concerned about. Right? So generally speaking, we don't recommend these tests. The science still has to go a long way in terms of maturing, in terms of developing, in terms of validating, and until that has happened in really controlled settings, it won't be ready to be used in wildlife. Right? So as I said, this is a disease that's been going on for decades. The poultry industry has massive interest in that. They have been working on these tests for decades, and we still don't have a very good test, right? So what are the odds that all of a sudden us working with wildlife will invest a couple of years and come up with a test that's perfect, right? Very low odds. So we should wait a little bit more on the technology to be developed, and once we have something that is really proven and tested and true, then we can take our decision making based on that. Finally, I would emphasize that the ACAP group on avian influenza has been producing and working on documents such as the guidelines for fieldwork. We will continue to prepare documents like this moving forward. We'll continue to maintain updated information about how the virus is spreading and impacting these populations. So we recommend that you check out the website. There's a page within the resources, disease threat, and avian influenza section. So when you enter on the website, you can quickly follow the links, and you'll find these guideline documents. You'll find updated maps about where the virus has been detected and in which procellariform species and where and when, right? So you can take that into account on your assessment of your field operations. So valuable resource that we've been putting out consistently, and that should help you in your operations. And that's it. Thank you very much.